special teams player. The National Football League recognized him as all-pro, not just, hey, we need a Pro Bowl player. This is all-pro. And he's been great. He's a really nice backup linebacker to have out there to spell one of those guys for a play or two, and that's what he did this year. He made some plays. He threw that pass from in the fake punt. He's all over. He's making every tackle. If anybody dares to bring the ball out of the end zone or try to return a punt, it's like he's always in on the tackle. He's been a real nice player for them, and I think he's one of the player favorites in that locker room. I don't know if you ever give him more than a 1-year contract because of his age at 29 now, but that's a guy I think that you bring back too. But I mean, just rattling through these names really quickly. There's some other guys here like Julian Okwara. Nothing's really panned out with Julian Okwara as a defensive end. He's been hurt and I don't even know if you would say he showed promise. He's just kind of disappointing. He
had some flashes during his career here.
Kendall Vildor is 26. He's a free agent. I mean, do you bring him back? He's not going to cost you much.
I don't know why, but I thought he looks older for some reason to me. Like 26, that's it?
26.
And this is maybe a little off topic. Every time they showed him, I felt like he was surprised he was starting. Like his facial was like, me? Here? Again? All right, I'm starting.
You want me to take this guy? Oh, okay, I got him, I guess. I'm in.
No, he's dude, he got put in there, and I don't think, did you even know his name before the season started?
No. I mean, when I heard Vildor, I'm like, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, Harry Potter, right?
Right. It's like I said, yeah, he's a villain in Harry Potter movies. Or from the Hobbit series. But yeah, I knew I'm like, oh yeah, Chicago, that makes sense. I remember this guy. But wait, he was practice squad? Huh?
I don't even remember him. And the fact that he was your starting corner opposite Cam Sutton in the NFC title game, all respect too. I mean, he had to, like I said, how many guys had to go down before they went to him, you know? And I'm surprised that Chase Lucas didn't develop enough, or Gilmore didn't develop enough for them to start.
Were those guys hurt, or were they? I mean, these are questions maybe that I don't know. Brad Holmes talks about it, but yeah, but they didn't.
They're on special teams. They just weren't playing like a lot in the base defense.
Jason Kabinda, fullback, 28.
Either way, I could do without him or with him. It doesn't. To me, the fullback in the league is pretty much obsolete. I know he's a good locker room guy.
Don't say that when you got Juszczyk playing in there.
Yeah, I don't care. I know you don't. But I
don't.
The one pass a year that they get thrown to, and now with the tackle eligible, they use all the time one tight end or two tight end sets, three tight end sets. The fullback, Kabinda. I don't.
All due respect, I don't need to see Kabinda. I don't need to see a fullback on the team, I guess. And if you are, Malcolm Rodriguez can do fullback, right?
I like that.
I have no problem with that. Then you have a handful of restricted free agents. I think there's a couple guys here you want to bring back. Benito Jones, he's 27. He played really well for them. Part of that that rush defense, it was so good. Anthony Pittman, linebacker, he's restricted. Special teams guy. And then Brock Wright. I love Brock Wright. He's only 26. He's a restricted free agent. I'm bringing Brock Wright back. I might even give him a multi-year deal. I love Brock Wright.
Man. All right, relax, dude.
Well, he's just solid, man. He's just solid. He blocks
I
well.
know you would know.
Just stop it.
I'm just saying.
He blocks well, and he comes up with a big play every few games. There's a Brock Wright play, unbelievable. So I'd bring him back, and you're not gonna break the bank for Brock Wright.
I got no issue if they brought back Wright. They have Mitchell and Laporta, and then you always they usually sign a guy or something for the preseason.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. All right, we've gone through the list. Is there a name on the Lions team right now that you absolutely must bring back from free agency? You got to have them back from the guys I listed off there. If there is, let us know who you think it is. Is there a guy you've had enough of, like, I just don't need to see it? And it's no indictment of the player, but I think that guy for me is probably Jason Kabinda. It's the position. It's not the player. I just don't have a need for a fullback. That's me. Now, maybe Ben Johnson feels differently, and he's like, gotta have it. I need a fullback. But can that be filled by somebody else, like Malcolm Rodriguez? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Welcome back, 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today, along with Kang, our producer. Doug's not here. You guys chased him away. He said, I'm out of here. Want nothing to do with you guys. I need some time away. He was fed up. Shotgunning beers in the cubicle on his way out, throwing the cans clear across the studio. I've never seen him in such dire straits. He was livid and just at his wit's end with the callers yesterday.
The only way he could truly embargo the topic was just to not be here for it.
Yeah, he embargoed the show.
Yeah.
He embargoed us. And by us, I mean Kang, myself, and our listeners. You good folks out there. He's embargoed all of us. I mean, he's going to have to earn our trust back, I think. Although he's going to say, you're going to have to earn his trust back. Because he was pissed. Understand it. I got some feedback coming in. Gator, I want Jair Alexander. The Packers are over his shenanigans, and his contract is too big for a rebuilding team. It's a big contract, and to get Jair Alexander, you have to trade. I don't know if the Packers are going to trade within division. I know the Vikings are more than willing to, as they have. Are the Packers? I don't know. And I don't know if I want that contract. That's a big one.
Dude, it's listen, you have to pay a lot to get a really good player. He's really, really good. I'm not sure he fits the grit mentality.
Does he love football? Well, is he a grit guy?
He's gonna have to be one if he comes here because the texter's right. I mean, the things he's done and said over there in Green Bay, they had to sit him out this year, and they're in the middle of a playoff run.
He went out for the coin toss.
No, it called the wrong, like a different heads or tails on his own. Like they. So he's kind of a wild card. I just don't know if he fits what the Lions' culture is right now. But as talent wise, I mean, he's fantastic. But with that being said, I'm with you, Gator. There's no way Green Bay trades him within division, not to the Lions.
No, there's an out in the contract after this upcoming season. So he's set to make it's a big number. He's 6.65 in base salary. There's a $6 million you got signing bonus, and then you got $8 million in roster bonus. You're talking over $20 million that he's making for 2024. And then after you've got a potential out, but he's signed to a couple more years after that at a little bit lesser money, but it's not much less.
But it doesn't matter. They're not trading him to the Lions.
No, I don't see that happening. I just don't see that happening. Gator, I trust Holmes regardless. My hope is that he can find the defensive version of Amon-Ra St. Brown in a corner and defensive lineman in the draft. But if he feels trading is better, I'm on board with that too. Well, they may have that version in the draft that they picked up with James Houston. They may or they may not. We don't know because we never really got to see James Houston in year 2 after having a spectacular finish to year 1, which for him was the whole year because he only played half the season. They had him, in practice. He was on the practice squad for the first half of the season. And then they decided to activate him, and he had 8 sacks in 7 games or whatever it was. But got hurt, broke his leg early in the season. He came out and said the other day that he won't be healthy until later this year, fully 100%. He clearly wasn't 100% going into the practices the last month of the year. And going in, he only played a handful of snaps against San Francisco in the NFC Championship game. Lucky he didn't get flagged for a late hit on the quarterback, but in the end it didn't matter because the Lions lost anyway. But I like James Houston. There's no question about it. Have they found that version of St. Brown in the corner position in the draft to this point? To this point, no, they haven't.
No, I mean, that's the dream of any GM.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't. I mean, St. Brown, he found not just a starting receiver in the fourth round. He found an all-pro receiver. Hey, man, if he can do it again, yes. I mean, at this point, I'm hoping he just gets starters in those mid-rounds. But to find all-pro guys, that's really tough to do.
Yeah, it is tough. And some guys take longer than others to develop, like we've seen with Derek Barnes or we've seen with Melifonwu. Clearly. I mean, Melifonwu it's like a revelation of how well he played when he got his chance in the second half of this season. And now the expectations are sky high for the guy. We expect him to start. And what are you going to do as a starter for this team next to Kirby Joseph, which was another draft pick? So they've done very well. 248-539-9797. And let's go to the phones. Brandon is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Brandon.
Hey, Gator. Before I get to who I wanted to keep for the re-sign, I think, first of all, if we're going to pay a corner for a true number one, I think we got to pay Jarius Sneed. I think with the schedule we got and all the true number one receivers we have, especially having Jefferson twice a year, I think Snead will absolutely handle himself if we're trying to bring pressure.
I would love him, but it's going to be hard to pry him away from Kansas City because they've become a defensive team now, and he's the best defensive back on the team. So there's a chance they're going to franchise him if they can't work out a deal with him. But if they want to let him go, yeah, I'm all for going after L'Jarius Sneed.
So you're saying they're probably letting Chris Jones walk, then?
Well, they tried. They almost did this year.
Yeah, they're both unrestricted free agents, right? So,
right.
I mean, someone's going to be available. The corner, to me,
I think they let Chris Jones go, even though Chris Jones is so good.
They're both really good players. Chris Jones is going to get top-notch money. How much money is Snead going to get? I mean, he's
top-notch money.
Is he going to knock past 20?
I don't know. I feel like someone sets the bar every year that maybe doesn't necessarily deserve to set the bar, but that's how that's how sports works, right?
So my person I wanted to keep was Glasgow, definitely. I think that with Ragnow already kind of saying he's taken a big injury toll, and like him being kind of iffy, and I know Jonah Jackson, Decker's going to need a contract. We really need to keep this line together. And like I know people want to draft defensive early, but if there's an offensive lineman there that can come and fill this role, I think that's probably the most important piece. So like to be able to draft an offensive lineman early.
I think, and thanks for the call, Brandon. I think Glasgow is kind of the one that most fans would say, yes, bring him back. And because of, I don't want to say the frailty because the guy's tough as nails, but because you don't know how many games Ragnow is not going to be able to play in the future because he's always dealing with an injury. It's not that he's injury prone. He's got an injury that won't go away, and he toughs it out because the guy is tough as hell. And playing through that pain and then playing through the other aches and pains that everybody has to deal with, you have to have somebody competent, and Glasgow is. And I suspect they're going to be drafting an interior offensive lineman at some point in this draft as well. I've mentioned that, I would draft Zach Zinner from Michigan, the guard. Knowing he's coming off a broken leg, you don't have to start as a rookie in the league. And where you can get him in the middle of the draft, likely, third round or later, that's a guy I'd like to bring to the mix as well. Interesting that both Michigan players, I'm not a Michigan guy, but I can respect the talent that they are. But Glasgow's one that I think needs to be here.
Yeah, but the thing about Glasgow is, like, he is already on record as saying he's not going to take a discount. So he made about, I think he had, his contract this past year was up to $4.5 million with incentives. He's come out and said that I would like to make more money than I did this year. And I assume the guys upstairs know and understand that. Because he played well. He's an important part of this team. So, yeah, that whole, that's why me and Doug never buy this hometown discount. Does it happen sometimes? Sure it does, but I never count on it. And these guys have such a small window in their athletic career to make as much money as possible, Gators. See, they're not going. Most guys won't do it. And Graham Glasgow played at Michigan. He's played with the Lions before, and he still said, "I would like more money next year," which I don't blame him.
No, and he'll get certainly more than he made with the Lions for this past season. Made $2.5 million with the Lions this last year, but he made almost $8.5 million in 2021 with Denver, which was his high point. So does he get to that? I mean, I'm still willing to pay him that because he's a starting guard in the league. He's a starter, and he's good.
You're willing to pay him that. I don't know if the Lions front office is willing to pay him that.
Well, then what are they going to do?
This could be a Jamal Williams situation.
So if it's Jamal Williams' situation and they find somebody younger and better that they pay a little bit more money to, then I'm okay with that. But it's still, I guess to me, it's the position. You're going to have to commit money to that position. Whether it's going to be to Glasgow or somebody else. If it's somebody else, it better be an upgrade.
Maybe they decided to pay Jonah Jackson all that money and said, all right, we cannot pay Graham Glasgow. We're going to start a rookie, or we're starting Swordsdahl or whatever, right?
And initially, my reaction to that is I'm nervous because he's been hurt the last couple years.
I know. I'm just putting out all scenarios.
Yeah, no, I hear you. And I think that could be maybe that's the big topic in the offseason, battered around in the front offices in Allen Park. What do we do at guard? What are we doing here, guys? How much money are we willing to spend? Because clearly we need to address the defense. But the offense is the bread and butter. And if we don't have an offensive line together, we saw what happened. It's an average team if you're having to do a makeshift offensive line. It's one of the best teams in football when you've got a good offensive line. So I think the resource has to be put into it. But will it be from Graham Glasgow, or will it be from Jonah Jackson, from both of them, or will they go outside the organization and find it? Remains to be seen. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Something happened to King. Really odd. I mean, I think we've all done something similar, but I've never heard it done this way.
You laughed when I told you,
I
right?
did, but it was, and I also feel terrible for you because, like I said to you at the time, we've all been through something like that. Not quite like how you were affected. We'll get into that next year. 248-539-9797. It's the same number to text us as well as it is to call. You can follow us on the Twitch feed as well, twitch.tv, and search for 97.1 The Ticket, and you can find us there. This is 97.1 The Ticket. That Jair Alexander story was pretty crazy. Was he was benched for the game, right? And still went out at midfield for the coin toss and called the coin toss.
Was that the story? I forget. I thought he got benched after.
Maybe he was taken out of the captaincy. That was it. I'm sorry. He wasn't benched for the game.
But he was benched eventually, like the next game or two.
Well, yeah, because of this.
Conduct detrimental to the team.
Yeah.
It's crazy. That would not fly here. It didn't fly there. I mean, they just like he's their
laughing while he's out there because like you're not supposed to be out here.
He's one of their best players, and they had to sit him. They had to bench him.
I think they had like a rotating captaincy there in Green Bay, and this happened in a week where he wasn't, and he thought he should be out there because they were playing at like his hometown or something like that. He thought it was best that he was out there.
He's wild, man.
Yeah.
Like he talks a lot too, by the way. If you think CJ Gardner-Johnson talks, so does he.
Talented.
Yeah. Very talented.
But
very
talented. You'd have to trade to get him. That's not likely to happen.
Not happening.
All right. So we've all been through something that Kang's experienced.
Have
right?
we?
Yeah, I think we have. I think we've all done this. All right. Anybody that's ever made Stouffer's French bread pizza.
Sure.
You've been there. Anybody that's ever made their own pizza, frozen pizza, you get it out of the oven, you cut it up, and you can't wait. You dive right in. A Hot Pocket, whatever the case is.
Pizza rolls.
Yeah, pizza rolls. Yeah. Perfect example. Something comes straight out of the oven. You can't wait.
I'm starving, man.
You don't let them sit for 5 minutes to cool down.
That says so on the box, but I can't wait.
Yeah, you just go right at it. Now, I have my own personal method with the Stouffer's French bread pizza to make it tolerable, even though you're eating it right away. I pick off the pepperonis first and just eat those.
Because that lets the rest of the pizza cool?
That's exactly right. So now I've got a little time. And
like a little appetizer?
Yeah, it's like a little appetizer. Just eating each little pepperoni. By the time I'm done with all the pepperonis off the two slices, you're looking at, you're well into 5 minutes.
Are you?
I am. I chew a little slower than most. So.
Wait, and the pepperonis aren't too hot?
No, they're not. They're hot, but they're not bad enough where they're going to burn the roof of your mouth or something like that.
Gotcha.
So by the time I get to the pizza itself, I can take a big bite and I'm fine. But we've all been there. You learn this through trial and error.
Yeah.
You bite into it.
Too hot, too soon.
Usually it's the roof of your mouth burns and you can feel it and it's terrible. And then a day later, you're like, oh my God, it's still there.
Yeah, you can feel it.
That's no good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's your roof of your mouth, the side of your mouth, maybe it's your tongue, soup, too soon, all that stuff. So yeah,
soup is a big one, yeah.
We've all been there before. So this happened to me yesterday, but it happened, it's a little different this time. And I told you about it. You started laughing because I'm not sure you've ever heard this specific
I've never
injury.
Heard this.
So just like you brought up, I was very hungry yesterday, and there's nothing to eat. There was a burrito, frozen burrito I had in my refrigerator or freezer, and I threw it in there. It was a chicken burrito, and 2 minutes, whatever, pull it out. I'm starving. I'm looking at it. I know I should wait, but I'm like, I can do this. You take a bite and you kind of like, suck in some air. Yeah, exactly. You're just cooling it off while it's in your mouth.
Yeah.
So that was the game plan. So I take a bite and a decent chunk, and there's a chunk of chicken, and it's hot. Right away, I regret it. I'm like, it was just too soon, too hot.
Uh-huh.
So I was doing the breathe in, breathe out technique where you're cooling off, but accidentally breathed in too hard, and it sucked in like a chunk of chicken that hit the back of my throat. And so this thing is burning. This chunk of chicken from this burrito is like, it's still fire hot. And I had to swallow it because I couldn't dislodge it out of my throat. What ended up happening was I think I burnt my tonsil.
Wait a minute. You didn't have time to grab the glass of water or
no,
Coke
I didn't even have a glass
drink?
of water. That's how hungry I was. I was just staring at the microwave waiting for zero to hit.
This is beyond rookie mistake. But
I know this is my own fault. User error. I get it.
So it burned the back of your throat, which is where the tonsils are, and you still have your tonsils.
Yes, and I feel my left tonsil is. You can still feel like there's. It doesn't feel normal, and I'm fighting through it today. I'm like Frank Ragnow.
So you can feel like there's like a bump there.
Yeah,
because it's the burnt.
It's the burnt. Yeah, so I'm waiting for this to pass, hopefully through this weekend. But it's embarrassing, but it was funny at the same time. So I'm like, well, Gator's gonna get a kick out of this because you would appreciate it.
I can appreciate it. I understand it. I don't know if I appreciate it. I understand it. But I've never heard of burning a tonsil.
This has never happened to you?
No.
This has got to be one of the more strange, quote-unquote, injuries? Or?
Yeah, I'm curious about other food injuries that people have incurred. 248-539-9797. You can text us in or you can call us. I'd love to have the conversation because I think there needs to be back and forth with how you hurt yourself with food. Now, the burning thing, I think we've all done. All right, I don't need to have people. Yeah, hey, I got pizza rolls one time, but a moment and it burned my roof of my mouth.
We got it.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been there. But if there's something unusual that you've done, I mentioned several years ago. What did I eat? I ate something, and I thought that it was like a crouton, and I thought that the crouton had lodged itself into the side of my jaw. It was like this aggressive,
like a full piece.
Yeah, like just a shard, of crouton, and I'm like, oh my God. And I went to a dentist. And I'm like, dude, what's going on there? I can feel it. And they took X-rays. He's like, I see nothing. There's nothing. I'm like, how do you see nothing? Like, it's clearly inflamed. There's something there. There's got nothing. And like 2 weeks later, something came out in that, and I'm like, what the hell was that? It was just this hard.
It didn't like dissolve at all?
No, I don't know if it was. I assumed it was a crouton, but I don't know what the hell it was. It was
some kind strongest crouton?
Some kind of calcified something, right? And it was like almost like bone. It was that hard. I'm like, what the hell was that? And how does that not show up on an X-ray or a simple examination from a dentist?
Yes.
Which was strange as hell. I'm like, how are you not seeing this? So it's happened to me, I guess, to a point. That was my food injury, which was a strange one to have. You burned your tonsil, which is a strange one to have.
I'm fighting through it.
Yeah, how awful is it right now?
It's not terrible. Obviously, I'm still talking, but it's you feel it every time. It doesn't go away.
Did you have breakfast this morning?
No.
You haven't eaten anything all day?
I'm just drinking this cold brew black coffee. That's it.
But no solid food?
No. I don't think it's going to be a problem. Because if I was swallowing my saliva, it doesn't hurt that bad.
Are you normally not eating breakfast?
Yeah, remember I told you guys I kind of fast in general. Just it's not like a health thing. It's just I normally don't eat breakfast, and then I don't like to eat during the show, so I end up fasting. It's just by situation. That's all.
Gotcha. You're nuts. I think 248-539-9797.
If you give me a free sandwich, I'll eat one right now.
There you go. Nate's in Hazel Park. Welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Nate.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
I was just bringing up, you guys are talking about free agency, and I was wondering, Equanimeous St. Brown, like, what do you guys think of him? Because I listen to their podcast every Wednesday, and St. Brown, Amon-Ra, went over Ben Johnson, talking to him, telling him how he was coming back, and Ben Johnson brought up in the conversation, how's your brother? I saw your brother. And he's a free agent this year, a big body receiver. I think you can get him for half of what you're going to give Reynolds if you wanted to re-sign Reynolds. And being a fourth receiver behind Khalif Raymond, St. Brown, and Williams, I think it would be a good pickup, especially being with his brother. I think they'd work off each other well. I was just wondering if you guys, thoughts about what you guys think.
He's never been an important receiver. That sounds really crappy about a guy.
Yeah, but neither was Josh Reynolds, though.
Well, Josh Reynolds had been more productive than Equanimeous St. Brown. Equanimeous St. Brown's highest reception total in any season is 21. And he did it twice.
Well, that's why he'd be our fourth receiver. Plus, he's coming from the Bears, and maybe he could have something about Justin Fields, how their offense runs, because they're pretty much running it back with the same coaching staff as well. So, plus he played for the Packers, but, I don't think he really played with Love. That was more Rodgers.
Yeah,
it's players from your rivals.
I understand what you're saying. I just
no. I heard Nate's right about the podcast. Like when they brought it up with the St. Brown Brothers podcast, I felt like there was a possibility that Amon-Ra would recruit to get his brother there. And Gator, this isn't. Hey, you're not bringing in a number 2 receiver, and I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that he plays with the Bears or played for the Packers. It's just that if Josh Reynolds doesn't get re-signed, they are going to have to sign somebody else, and I think that's that type of receiver that might come here.
Would you rather do that or DPJ? Bring him back.
I love DPJ. I hope they actually give him a shot to come back. I know he's going to be a free agent, but yeah, those type of receivers, whether it's DPJ or St. Brown's brother, I think, there's a chance Josh Reynolds doesn't come back and they get somebody else.
You can't say his first name, can you?
Equanimeous? Equanimous?
Equanimous.
I'm calling him St. Brown's brother.
Man. I know. You did this the other day, and I started laughing to myself.
I'm like,
you're going to try. He's huge. He's 6'5" and 215 pounds. And he's in shape. Of course, he's an NFL player. He should be. But I don't know. I kind of glossed right past it because he hasn't been a guy who's done a whole lot in the league, and I'm not sure he's going to be in the league much longer.
Wow. Shots fired.
Well, I'm just being fair. I think I'm being fair and honest. 63 receptions in 60 career games. in his career, and he's 27 at this point. I don't know if he's got a bright future ahead of him. I mean, he might latch on the league another year or two. Maybe it is with the Lions as an extra receiver. But I think you find those guys in the draft, undrafted free agents, or you just bring back DPJ. I'd be fine with that. But I like his size. You know, there's the thought of, you know, him playing with his brother. Does that rejuvenate him? I don't know why he hasn't been a more counted on receiver, someone who's gotten more starting nods. So he started 28 games in his career in 5 years. I don't know why that's the case. Is it an injury thing? Is it just he's just not that good? I don't know. So I guess I'm not looking too much into it. Mike is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Mike.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are you?
I'm all right.
So, King, I feel your pain, brother. I was at a important sales call one time having lunch. We're at this Italian restaurant, and I was trying to be calm and cool, and I ate this cheese cannelloni that was like lava, and it lodged in the back of my throat. So not only is it burning, but it's stuck, and I'm like trying to not choke, and I can feel the lava, and finally got it down and burned all the way down.
Oh.
I had to go to the doctor and get an antibiotic because it blistered up so bad, man.
Oh.
So I really hadn't, heard that before. So when you brought that up, I'm driving on the road and almost going into the ditch laughing.
No, that's serious. Gator, another thing I was thinking about, once it burned my tonsil, I was thinking, am I going to be able to keep this all the way down? Like, is it going to burn the entire, my stomach or, everything
Going
it
down
touches?
the esophagus all the way without damaging.
You had burning cheese lava going. You had to get antibiotics, man. Did he get the sale? You hung up on him? Was it a sales meeting?
Yeah, I tell you this. I don't like hearing stories where cheese is the enemy.
When it's too hot, it can be.
I know, obviously. Yes, it can be. And to hear that story that he had to get antibiotics because it was blistering on the way down. Oh.
That's some hot cheese, man.
That's some hot cheese.
Did he try to eat it while it was still flaming, or I don't know, was this Saganaki?
Right. I mean, cheese cannelloni. Okay. How does a cheese get that hot? How is that usually the pizza, when you get the French bread pizza, it's not the cheese that's hot. It's the sauce underneath the cheese that's like a million degrees. That's what burns you. It's not the cheese. Don't blame the cheese. Blame the sauce.
All right, Gator. You like cheese as much as Brock Wright.
Kind of. More, actually. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. You want to relay some of those. We're looking at food injuries. Kang burned his tonsil. I got an important question for Michigan football fans. Very curious how fans feel about this. We'll get to that next here. 97.1, the ticket. Welcome back to 97 on the Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you, along with Kang, our producer. You chased Doug away with the calls yesterday. He's out. Hopefully he's back Monday. We'll see. I mean, it really hurt him to the core with things that were said. We have to embargo the 4th and 2 decision from the championship game. Can't talk about it. Can't even mention it. You do. You're gone. It was a really tough situation yesterday.
Thoughts and prayers to Doug.
I mean, he was so triggered by that. I think that bringing that up elicits a different response than bringing up the playoff game against the Cowboys.
Yeah, it's different for sure.
It's totally different.
Mm-hmm.
And the Cowboys one, Doug has gone on record, said he will never get over that one. I thought maybe this season would help him get over that because of the 2 playoff wins and to get to the championship game. But then, then you get the 4th and 2 decision that has people massively divided on this. And then there's the guy yesterday who refused to see the other side of it as any possibility of using logic, which was just kind of funny to go through that. But not funny with the result because Doug's out today. He's pissed. He's just downright pissed.
We should surprise him with like a mock draft Monday.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Get him something.
Yeah, I think so.
Right? We got Brad Holmes speaking Monday, a mock draft. Get him back in a good mood.
Right. We'll have the Senior Bowl will be done with. We can, look at that and say, hey, we saw this guy play. It could be good for the Lions.
Yep. He loves practice.
He does love practice. He's talking about the practice network. He think that would be a big thing.
Okay. We'll get him in a good mood. We'll do it.
Yeah, it'll be easy enough.
All right.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. We've got a question for Michigan football fans coming up in about 10 minutes. But still taking your calls on the food injuries. Kang bit into a chicken burrito and a piece of the chicken shot down his throat and burned his tonsil.
It was too hot.
It's too hot to handle.
I'm playing hurt today, but I'm playing through it.
So we're asking people if they've experienced a food injury beyond the simple, I burned the roof of my mouth because I bit into a French bread pizza before I let it cool off, or the French onion soup.
Oof.
French onion soup's a big one, right?
It looks so good, that cheese.
What lies beneath the cheese in that giant crouton is just molten onion soup.
Straight from like a volcano.
I mean, seriously, that's the kind you have to let that soup sit for like 20 minutes. You order that as an appetizer and you have it as dessert.
It's hot.
It's hot.
Dude, they tell you straight up, don't touch anything on this. Like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah,
How am I supposed to eat it?
Like the cheese is over the cup on over the bowl
plate.
on the outside of it. Yeah,
The plate, the spoon. Like, don't touch any of this.
It's
okay,
all burnt. It's just ridiculously hot.
Ma'am, how am I supposed to eat this? Just don't touch it.
It's 328 degrees. You really shouldn't put that in your mouth. Not at this point.
Let alone she's barehanding it onto your table. I'm
Right.
like, do you have any feeling in your hands?
Yeah, they really should serve that with a food thermometer.
Yeah.
That you can stick in and then determine when it's appropriate to eat. Where are we at? It's 180 degrees. Still too hot. It's too hot.
It should be a light that goes up
Right.
when you can eat
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Ding, ding, ding. What's that mean? It means it's under 150. We're good. Sweet mercy. 248-539-9797. Dre is next up here, 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Dre.
Hey, what's up, Gator King? How you guys doing, man?
Doing all right.
Outstanding. Hey, man, I'll give you my bad food injury here, man. I like Frank's hot sauce, and I'm one of those guys that
You put it on everything.
I put it on everything, but I love it on plain chips, Ruffles.
Okay.
And I got out my little sandwich bag, put my Ruffles in there, got my hot sauce, drenched it real good. I go outside, go sit on the patio, and I'm eating the chips. And something flies in my eye, and I immediately rub my eye.
Oh, no.
And man, you talk about a blistering pain, and man, and I can feel the eye just watering like crazy. And I'm thinking, when I look in the mirror, I'm probably gonna look like Lashif from Casino Royale, thinking I'm bleeding blood out of the eyeball. And I'm just like panicking, and I'm rinsing it, and it's not doing anything. And the eye is just getting redder and redder. And I was like, oh, my God. And I still had to do some appointments that afternoon. I was like, oh, my God, I can't go into somebody's house with this eye like this. Do I get an eye patch? What do I do? So I'm just
The patch is fantastic. You should have gone with a patch and make up a whole different story.
What do you do? Go to Halloween USA?
Yeah. You do a makeshift patch. You just like throw some tape on it.
No, that's worse. You look like a serial killer.
Well,
This look crazy, man. I was just like, oh my God. So I just had to go to the people's houses with this red eye, and I had to explain to them the situation. And then when my wife got home, she got mad because, I'm 6'1", 210 pounds, but my blood pressure is a little high, and I'm not supposed to be eating that. So of course, the red eye, I got busted because of the red eye. I should have been eating the chips, so my wife was unhappy with me also after that. So. But it got better the next. When I went to sleep, I guess the eye, it clears everything up on its own.
Repairs itself.
You just sit there flushing it with water every 5 seconds. Thanks, Dre. Appreciate it.
You guys get a kick out of that, man.
Yeah, I do. I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Frank's Red Hot Sauce.
He literally puts it on everything.
Put it on everything. That is brutal. Oh, something through my eye. Wham. Do you ever watch Hot Ones? I think I've asked you this before.
Oh, yeah.
It's the show on cable where I think it's a YouTube show, but you can find it on other channels where this guy does these interviews with celebrities, and while they're eating 10 different chicken wings, and they vary in spiciness from 1 to level 10. And I think it's a great show because it's amazing to see how people.
Well, it's a great concept, right?
Yeah. How do you compose yourself, answer questions while you're eating something that's well beyond your spice level? And, these people have a pitcher of milk or a pitcher of water next to them in case it gets too hot for them. And eventually it will get too hot. I think it's Da Bomb is the one that comes in at number 7, which is entirely too hot. And everyone has the same reaction, like, oh, this is terrible. And the guy warns them, like, don't touch your face, okay? We'll give you plenty of napkins at our table.
Everything, whatever you need.
Yeah, exactly. Please don't touch your face. And sometimes people touch their face and their face is all red, and it's amazing. It's a great show. Sydney Sweeney was on recently. I haven't seen the whole episode, but I saw her reaction to eating the Da Bomb, and she was a champ the whole time. And then all of a sudden, it's like, this is too much.
Mm-hmm.
And she was great for like 30 seconds, and normally it's right away.
She's always great. Don't talk bad about her.
She is great.
I like her as much as you like Brock Wright.
I'm great for 30 seconds.
With Sydney Sweeney, yeah, 30 seconds might be 28 seconds too long.
But eventually, yeah, exactly. Eventually, it was too much for her, and just breaks down, and you get tears going, and it's amazing. So to think about that, and that's just with Frank's Red Hot.
That's nothing. That's like Frank's, barbecue sauce.
It's
almost.
Delicious. Yeah. Whew. Stand clear of that. We go to Leo, who's next every 97 second. Hey, Leo.
Good morning.
Morning.
Great show, guys.
Thank you.
Sorry to hear about Karch leaving.
Oh, he's pissed.
He'll be back Monday.
We hope.
Yeah. Well, we can only hope, huh?
Yeah.
My food injury happened when I was sitting across in a fire pit with a bunch of friends, and we were drinking and roasting marshmallows. We were going to make some s'mores, and one of the guys had a dual-forked stick. He had a marshmallow on each one of them, and he put it in the fire, and it started on fire, and he panicked, and he slung it across the fire pit, and one of them went whizzing by my ear, and the other one hit me in the chest, and I had a nylon jacket on, and the thing started to melt like it was napalm, and so I'm trying to pat it out with my hand, and I got this marshmallow stuff stuck to my hand, and it's burning, and it was like a comedy of errors.
It's not good. It's not good. And thanks for the call. I tell you, marshmallows, that's a recipe for disaster to begin with. Like doing a whole s'mores thing. I'm not a s'mores guy.
It's just too messy for you?
It's too messy.
Mm-hmm.
It just
I know you're not a eat with your hands type messy guy.
Give me the piece of chocolate, give me the marshmallow, and give me the graham cracker. I don't need them all together melted and dripping all over your hands and all that.
It can get really messy.
But when you're dealing with a food like a marshmallow at the end of a stick or a skewer, and it literally has a flame coming out of it, that's clue number one. You should be cautious.
Dude, if you're going to panic with fire, don't roast marshmallows, right? Whoever the buddy was or that just flung it across.
Yeah.
Come on.
We got a lot of people that have some stories to tell. We're going to get to those. We'll get to the Michigan question coming up later. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Looking forward to hearing these stories coming up next year at 97.1 The Ticket. I didn't realize we were going to get the response we've gotten to this. King burnt his tonsil because he went at a frozen chicken burrito a little too aggressively once it came out of the microwave. It didn't let it cool down. Took a bite. It was so hot, and he's doing the whole thing with his mouth wide open, trying to cool it down. And when he inhaled, the chunk of chicken went right down his throat, but not before it burned the tonsil on the way down. You still feel it this morning.
Yeah, and
this afternoon.
And on top of this, Gator, this chicken burrito was so not worth it. It was dry. This was a Karsh special. Like, it was healthy, I think. Ugh.
Oh, that's no good. At least with like a French bread pizza, you're going, it was quality food. I
exactly.
Like pizza rolls, like delicious, right?
It's worth the pain.
Yeah.
This was not.
That's not. I'm sorry to hear that. Needless to say, we've got a lot of call response. We've got a bunch of people on hold, and we got some ticket text as well. I choked on a piece of pizza at the Red Wings game, and I threw myself over the garbage can to give myself the Heimlich maneuver, and I broke 3 ribs. That's a food injury.
But he dislodged. Did he dislodge the?
Apparently, was able to do it. Yeah,
right. He's alive to tell us the story.
Yep. Captain Crunch should not be eaten under any circumstances. That crap will turn your mouth into ribbons. That's from John Lake Orion.
That's true.
Yeah. You
got to wait for that to like soften up.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, you can't go right at. But there's a fine line.
Yeah, too soggy.
Yeah. This is why you got to be very careful with Captain Crunch of how much you put into the bowl, because you don't want to overdo it. Because by the time you get halfway through it, then the rest of it's gross because it's all mushy. But at the same time, if you power through the top part of it, you're going to ruin the roof of your mouth. Man, that happened to me on Tuesday. I made pizza rolls and I didn't wait for them to cool. Put the first one in my mouth and it burned so bad. I'm chewing as fast as I can and I actually finally got it to go down. But the side of my mouth and my upper right gums are still burnt to hell. Probably never going to learn from this. Robbing a truck. Ate Laffy Taffy about 3 to 4 months ago and it broke my whole tooth. And now I need a nice $2,500 tooth implant. I cut my thumb splitting a frozen bagel with a butter knife. Couldn't hold a bat that night for softball league, and I earned the nickname Butter. That's from Matt.
I like the nickname. This is how nicknames get started.
This is how nicknames get started. 100%.
Nice job, Butter.
From Red Wing on the Twitch feed. Gator, a while back, I broke one of my molars eating Skittles. I broke it in such a way that the jagged edge was slicing my tongue open any time I spoke, moved my mouth, or did anything. I got into a dentist 24 hours later. My tongue has been sliced so bad, it took almost 3 weeks to heal.
Oh, my God. That's awful.
That is brutal.
I would never eat Skittles again if I were him.
You don't think so?
No, not after that.
I pulled a tooth out from eating a recent chocolate. Shout out to Red Bull for the rotted weak teeth. Austin the plumber.
Maybe sugar-free. I don't know. Sugar-free Red Bull.
Maybe that's a good way to go. Cooked a cheese-filled sausage. Took a bite too soon. A liquid magma cheese shot out burning the corner of my upper lip. The blister lingered for 1 to 2 weeks. Great spot for a blister, if you know what I mean. Tom at lunch. What is that, herpes? That's what everybody says, right? You're like, it's a cold sore. It's a blister. Yeah, we know. But not from that. All right. I was making ham and bean soup. I prefer to call it bean soup with ham. The ham and bean soup. Was using a giant spoon to scoop out the bone from the ham. The bone slipped, and I splashed my stomach with scalding hot broth. Ended up at urgent care with a 2nd-degree burn that blistered instantly. For a year later, I had a scar on my stomach in the shape of a Hawaiian island. That's from Jeff.
Hey, is that a wahoo? No, that's my belly button.
It's lanai, by the way. So I think the obvious question after hearing that, making bean soup with ham without a shirt?
Wait, hold on. Gator, you don't take your shirt off every time you make soup?
Not every time.
Okay, I was going to say.
I suppose if I'm going to make homemade soup.
You take your shirt off.
And have the ham hock in there with the bone and whole thing. I guess the shirt comes off. So now it makes sense. Now it's totally making sense. I'm putting it together here.
Yeah, you got it now.
I got it.
Good job.
Houston is in Redford. Welcome to 97 the Ticket. Hey, Houston.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I called about the free agent stuff. Praise God. Praise be to God. I'm married. I've been married for over 30 years. and my wife is the best cook on the face of the planet Earth, so I can't relate to this bad food poisoning stuff. Having that said, what I wanted to say about St. Brown, I like history and math and science, but I really love history. And a lot of times in life, you have to take advantage of certain circumstances that come up. Well, if I'm Brad Holmes, hey, dude, I'll sign your brother. Listen, we owe St. Brown way more money. We owe him money back because he's been giving us first-round production from day one. But if he could just take a little decent, like small, decent discount, and part of the package is we'll sign your brother for this, I think that's a good deal. And last and certainly not least, I'd like to pour out a little liquor for Doug Karsh taking his well-deserved
He's pissed.
Hiatus.
He's
and
pissed,
thanks
Houston.
for taking my call.
All right, thank you. I mean, I respect what you had to say. I would disagree with it. I think you're going to pay Amon-Ra St. Brown plenty of money upcoming because he's deserving of it. If you're going to sign his brother, it's because you think his brother's going to help the team. And I think there are other options out there. I'm not totally against it, but
you're saying one doesn't have to deal with the other.
It's completely independent of it. I don't think you're doing Amon-Ra solid by signing his brother. I mean, you're not doing a pitting signing. You're signing a guy if he makes sense. If he makes sense, go ahead and do it.
You're wasting a roster spot. You might as well just give Amon-Ra St. Brown more money.
Yeah. Paul is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hey, how's it going there, guys?
Good. How are you?
Hey, all right. I do believe, if I remember correctly, both of you guys like deep-fried turkey?
Yes.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's delicious.
Okay, picture this. Pulled the sucker out, got it on the plate, letting it rest a little bit, getting ready to carve it. Make a couple of slices, going into the breast on the other side. I poke into it, and there was a pocket of hot grease.
Oh.
And that sucker shot out of there like a super soaker. And I wear glasses, and it made it into that little area between your nose and your glass frame.
And the lens, yeah.
Right in the eye, baby.
Oh, no.
Thanksgiving, sitting there wondering what the heck should I do. I iced it. I got EMT training, so I'm thinking to myself, I better get myself to somebody and have a take a look at this. 8 weeks later, they finally pulled the eye patch off.
Oh, 8 weeks with a patch.
8 weeks with a patch.
Dude, I have had eye surgery twice in my life, and I don't think I had a patch on for like 3 weeks total.
No, matey, I tell you, it sucked.
Oh, man. You're okay now? Did it affect your vision?
I'm good. I'm just as ugly as I ever was.
Fair enough.
At least you have the glasses on.
Yeah, that probably saved
yeah.
considerably. Thanks,
Paul. The glass, I had to get new glasses because both lenses got somewhat melted with that lava-ish hot grease. So
did you eat the turkey?
It did cost me money.
Did you eat the turkey before you went to urgent care?
No, but I did make a real nice sandwich and with some gravy and everything. Nice open-faced turkey sandwich the next day while I was sitting there whacked out on pain meds.
Fair enough. Thanks, Paul. I appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
So he ended the year with an eye patch, started the year with the eye patch. 8 weeks, man.
That's a long time.
Yep.
That's a long time. Chris is in Chesterfield next here on 97 with the ticket. Hey, Chris.
How you doing?
How's
it going?
Good.
So I'm in a bar with a buddy of mine. I order up some deep-fried mushrooms. I bit into a deep-fried mushroom, and like the other guy, a pocket of grease.
Oh.
Only this one shot up my nose.
Oh.
Yeah, it shot up my nose, burnt the inside of my nose. And later in the day, it cooled off, and you know how grease hardens up?
Uh-huh.
I pulled a chunk of grease out of my nose.
What?
Later of the day.
That's a booger.
Yeah, that wasn't grease.
No. This was way bigger than a booger. This was a big chunk of grease.
Oh.
And on top of that, I had that grease, that grease smell, like from a restaurant grease smell, was in my nose for probably another week.
That's not good. Nobody wins there. How soon before your nose was fixed or you don't think it was damaged anymore?
I don't know. It's probably, like I said, I could smell that grease for probably a good week afterwards.
Yikes. That's not good. I tell you what, the story started off wrong when he said deep fried mushroom.
I was just going to say, you lost, Gator. That I thought your response, Gator, was going to be, that's what you get for eating mushrooms.
I mean,
Because I know you don't like mushrooms.
I can't stand mushrooms. And if you're going to deep fry them, it doesn't make it any better.
I made it worse for that guy.
Yeah, sure did. I guess technically I had an injury with the deep fried mushroom.
You tried a deep fried mushroom?
New Year's Eve one night, at least a dozen years ago, probably closer to 20 years ago, a bunch of us went out to dinner for New Year's Eve, and then we were going to a party afterwards. And we got a bunch of appetizers for the table, and the deep fried mushrooms were part of them. This one came out, and I'm not joking when I tell you that it was the size of a tennis ball.
A mushroom.
A mushroom, deep fried, and it was like almost a perfect sphere. Everybody laughed at it. Nobody wanted to eat it when they passed around. Look at this thing, So we saved it. So by the end of the night, we took it, and we're at this restaurant that was by the freeway, and I wanted to see if I could throw it across the freeway. And I chucked it as hard as I could. And of course, it comes out of the breading real quickly, and then it's just a mushroom. It's not going to go anywhere. It maybe went 100 feet, but I threw out my arm, and for the next few days, my arm was messed up.
That's what you get.
That's what you get for messing with a deep fried mushroom. That's
See,
why you
now another
don't
reason
do
why
it.
you don't like mushrooms.
Exactly.
Now I get it.
97.1, the ticket. All right, we're still going to take the food injury calls, but we do want to introduce this. And you can call us at 248-539-9797. Same number to text as well. Jim Harbaugh getting the job with the Los Angeles Chargers. Sharon Moore appointed to head coach of the Michigan Wolverines. Those are moves that were expected. Also what was expected, I think people thought that if Jim Harbaugh leaves, he's going to take some people with him. Going to take his brother with him for sure. And people thought that Jesse Minter likely to be gone as well. And now starts the acrimony with the Michigan fans and Jim Harbaugh because Michigan's defense has been great. And Jesse Minter's been the defensive coordinator, done a really nice job here. But he's going to leave to go to the NFL. How are Michigan fans feeling about this? How do you feel about Jim Harbaugh specifically now? I think this is kind of a polarizing topic for a while. I think there's a part of the fan base that certainly love Jim Harbaugh no matter what because they're diehard Michigan fans and they'll ignore anything else and just focus on the fact that they got to the playoff 3 years in a row and finally won the national championship and not taking that national championship away at all. But you can't ignore that there's some stuff in the past that you probably didn't like and you put up with, but we've had people call into the show that say you can do no wrong. Then you've got the people that love the fact that they've got a national championship. Maybe they're not thrilled with the shenanigans, but they're fine. They got the national championship. Get on his way. They're tired of the act, and let's move on. And Sharon Moore has proven as a head coach on game days that he gets the job done, and you're fine. But now you see what's some of the fallout of moving on is losing a defensive coordinator, which is a second defensive coordinator that you've lost in the last several years. You have Mike McDonald, who's now head coach in Seattle. But Jim got him from his brother in the NFL. Coached at Michigan for 1 year, I think, as a defensive coordinator. Was spectacular there. And then went back to the NFL, and now he's got a head coaching job. It worked out well for him. Jesse Minter, again, going from the NFL and his brother John, bringing him over to Michigan. They did a great job with the defense, but now Jim's taking him to go to the NFL. It's one thing if he just goes to the NFL. It's another thing if he goes to the NFL with the coach that just won you the national championship. How are Michigan fans reconciling that? Are you upset with Jim Harbaugh for taking guys? Would you say, hey, you won the championship, that's great. And if you're going to leave to go to the NFL, that's awesome too. But leave the rest of the team alone. I've heard a lot of people on the morning show call in and complain about that. I've seen it on social media where people aren't happy about that. As if this was something that you never thought was going to happen. This is what happens when coaches leave. When coaches leave on their own volition, not being fired, but when they leave on their own volition like Harbaugh did, this happens all the time. They take staffs with them. Sometimes the staff decides to go, sometimes they don't. When Jonathan Smith got hired at Michigan State, he was going to take some of his guys with him. And who's pissed? Oregon State fans. And I get it. Oregon State fans should be upset by it, but you also have to understand when a guy leaves to take a job, it might take some people with him that help make him successful.
I mean, you're absolutely right. This happens all the time. It's not new. He's not breaking any new ground by doing this, but I think the difference is, and I'm just, playing devil's advocate here, the Michigan fan base, the ones that are upset because, number one, Jim Harbaugh, the history with Michigan. This isn't just some guy that came and coached here for 9 years, finally got him to the top, won a championship. He's the former quarterback here. Like he's
the ultimate Michigan man.
Exactly. Bleeds, maize and blue all the way through, allegedly, right? All this stuff. Tells them, claims, I love Michigan. But do you love Michigan if you're going to take everything with you? And now it seems like it was just a kind of like another step for him to get back to the NFL. Of course, I think Jim Harbaugh loves Michigan. But I think people are like, how much do you really love Michigan if you're going to take everything with you? Like, I think that's the balance, Gator. So I don't know how Michigan fans dealing with it. I know you're asking them, so hopefully
because I'm not a Michigan fan,
yeah.
So that's why I'm asking. Because I've heard a bunch of different sizes. I'm just curious about it. And you bring up the Michigan man thing with Harbaugh. He's a Michigan man. It seems like when it's convenient for him to be a Michigan man.
Some people feel that way.
Because was it when he was at Stanford or was it the NFL when he took shots at Michigan and their academic standards and what they were doing with some of the players? He took shots at them. Like, that's the former quarterback who's taking shots at his former, university. That's odd. And then they welcome him back in open arms and eventually has the success that all the Michigan fans dreamed of having, which is a national championship. Wins a national championship. Now he's leaving for the NFL, taking the defensive coordinator with him, taking his brother with him, taking the strength and conditioning coach with him.
His son with him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, his son, not brother. And taking the strength and conditioning coach with him, which is another one that I think that the Michigan fans are pissed about.
That seems more strange to me because the strength and conditioning coach means more in college than it does for the NFL, and he was basically able to get him a raise, which I was shocked that the Chargers would let him do.
I think he did the same thing when he went from Stanford to San Francisco. I thought I heard that this morning.
But hey, he's going to take who he wants.
Exactly. Hey, I got the job. It's in the NFL. Who wants to come with me? You know, I mean, as a Spartan, I've been through it on both sides of it. You know, going through it when you have a new coach and like Jonathan Smith, or you went through it when Nick Saban left to go to LSU and got on the plane and was hoping that some of the staff members would come on the plane with him to LSU, and the Michigan State football assistant coaches were like, we got another game to play against Florida in the Citrus Bowl. We're not going with you, Nick. And Nick ended up going by himself. Just interesting. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Ryan is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Ryan.
Hey, guys, what's going on? Yeah, so Jim Harbaugh, he's a canoe. Now, I'm a Michigan fan, but he's a canoe. But, hey, back to my story about food injuries. So a good one. The girl I was dating with, maybe about a week into it, I was making her dinner. We're having tacos. I'm cutting up a jalapeno pepper, okay? And not realizing that holding and cutting up a jalapeno pepper, you get the juice on your hand and whatnot. And so after dinner, we start fooling around a little bit.
All right.
And end of the story comes down, I ended up with the nickname Hot Hands.
All right. You know where it was going. Oh,
I was ready.
Yeah,
I was ready just in case.
I mean, it was.
He kept it PG.
It was PG-13.
Yeah,
PG-13. You know, we're okay. I mean, but understand we're going to let that one go right at that point. Got it.
Next call.
Yeah, so let's get back to the phones. Carl is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Carl.
Maybe she should have called us instead.
Maybe.
Hey, guys. First of all, I appreciate you guys every day as I drive around town. Good show.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
Hey, 2 quick points. One, McDonald got a head coaching job, and Jesse Miller came from Baltimore. Most likely, he was going to go back to Baltimore and coach the Ravens as a defensive coordinator anyway. So he was gone either way. And
so you're fine with it.
What's that?
You're fine with it.
Hey, yeah. I mean, that's what you do, right? You move up, you make yourself in a better situation, and he could have went to Baltimore. We didn't get mad at Mike McDonald when he went back to Baltimore, did we?
No, but the coach didn't leave at that point either. That's what I'm saying. Like, is it different because he's going with Jim Harbaugh? Jim Harbaugh took him. It wasn't his brother that took him. Jim took him. Like, if Minter had just gone to the NFL to go coach Baltimore, people would understand that. Oh, sure, yeah, you lost your defensive coordinator. Here you go. Yeah. But the coach that coached the national championship team, he's the one that took him. That's why I wonder if it stings more.
Hey, 3 months ago, didn't our strength and conditioning coach get into it with Juwan Howard, and we thought that Howard was going to get fired, and maybe the university didn't stick up for the strength and conditioning guy as much as he wanted to. Either way, so
I don't know if it was the same.
There's a couple points there that people forget about.
I'm not sure if it was the same guy in that situation with Juwan Howard, the reported incident. I don't know if that was the same strength and conditioning coach, or if it was just another staffer. But maybe that plays a role. I have no idea. I don't know. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Does it bother you that Jim Harbaugh has taken some staff members from the Michigan football coaching staff with him to the Chargers? Are you okay with it? Are you fine with it? Also, we're still taking some of those food injuries that people have. And King, you're 100% right. She should have called in, not Mr. Hot Hands. That's a wholly different story. 97.1, the ticket. Welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket. Scott the Gator Anderson with you today, along with Kang, our producer. Doug's out. You chased him away. I hope you're happy about it. He's really upset about what happened yesterday. So he'll be back on Monday, we hope. But we shall see. I just saw this tweet out here. Former NHL netminder and Boston Bruin Blaine Locker died at the age of 53. Don't know more details about that, but I did not know that. Blaine Locker was always a name I would bring up when you talk about goaltenders that got hot and just had a couple of years of great success. It's ways to find a goaltender that's going to stick around the league and be great for like 10 years. That's not easy to do. To find guys that can have a great season, I mean, you find them, but it's rare to have somebody do it from one season to the next. Blaine Locker had a couple of tremendous years with Boston back in it was the early 2000s, late 1990s. He was a name I would bring up, and Jim Carey was the other goaltender I would always bring up. Played with Washington for a while. Both of those guys had those kind of careers. And Tim Thomas I brought up this week with Boston, who had a couple of fantastic years with the Bruins, but not until he was like 35 years old. So it's in relevance to when we talked about the Red Wings goaltending issues right now. And Lyon has been so good, but doesn't have the proven track record of having done it for a long period of time. He hadn't started that many games in the league, and he's already 31 years old. Is it sustainable? Or is this going to be like a situation with Blaine Locker? Well, you ride it while you can, but sad news, just finding out that Blaine Locker had passed away. Oh, that's not good. Anyway, 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Paul is next up here, 97 The Ticket. Hey, Paul.
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that people are actually even questioning, whether he would or wouldn't take a guy like Minter. I mean, it's literally his staff, right? I mean, he hired this entire staff. They came from his connections. I mean, Minter, came from the John Harbaugh tree, and why anyone would think any differently that he wouldn't take them with him, I'd be shocked at. Because, I mean, they're his coaches, not.
I would imagine the people that are upset with this, Paul, are probably people that had enough of Jim Harbaugh anyway. They're thankful that they have the national championship, but the constant, threatening to go to the NFL, the stuff with the NCAA violations. I think it's those people that had enough of Jim Harbaugh. Now they're upset because now you're taking a defensive coordinator too. But to your point, and I think to a previous caller's point too, Jesse Minter was bound to get an NFL job as a defensive coordinator. And the fact that Mike McDonald was hired away from John Harbaugh's staff to be the head coach in Seattle, I think it would have been a no-brainer that he would have gone to Baltimore.
Minter was up for the Jaguars job, and I'm sure he could have had it potentially if he wanted, but he was, at least if he's strategic, as I would guess, he knew that Jim was at least at bare minimum seriously contemplating leaving, and of course he'd know if he was going with him.
Yeah, I can't imagine, and thanks for the call, Paul. I can't imagine that this is catching Michigan by surprise or Sharon Moore by surprise. They have to know this, and of course Minter is a commodity. And if you leave from college to go to the NFL, you understand it's a promotion. You're going to get paid more. It's a better gig. And set you on a path for, if you want to be a head coach, it looks better to be a DC for an NFL team than just a DC for a college football team.
Yeah, I don't think the Minter one should catch anyone off guard. I mean, maybe it's the strength and conditioning coach that has people kind of like, all right, was that necessary? Because from talking to a lot of people in the NFL, it seems to be the consensus. I mean, that strength and conditioning coach means more in college than does the NFL players. I mean, most of those guys have personal trainers, things like that as well. And the NFL doesn't usually pay. Like, he was the strength and conditioning coach at Michigan was getting paid a lot of money. And normally the NFL doesn't pay that type of money for that coach, but he did in this case because Harbaugh got, the Chargers to basically do whatever he kind of wants. They gave him full control.
We got a very angry texter. It's all caps.
Oh, so that means they're yelling at you.
So they're upset.
Mm-hmm.
Harbaugh takes strength and conditioning coach and Minter, hope he goes 0-17, and Michigan better get rid of Ward. He's destroying the athletic department. I read it that way because it was all caps. Yeah, I mean, it's odd to take the strength and conditioning coach, but clearly he thinks that made a difference. That's an angry Michigan fan hoping he goes 0-17 in the NFL.
Not even a tie.
I mean, so I guess you didn't like him as your coach at Michigan. Won you a national championship. That's odd.
Well, he's rooting for no success in this gig, though.
I guess so. I'm okay with Harbaugh taking Minter. That was expected. He needs to surround himself with coaches he trusts. He won the national championship. I'm okay as long as he stops now. I suppose that would be the case. What does Michigan do now? I mean, do they promote Clinkscale to become the defensive coordinator? We'll see what they end up doing there, but they'll have options. I think they said that they'll have their coaching staff settled down in the next week or two.
Do you think any Michigan fan blames Jim for J.J. McCarthy leaving? I mean, he's not taking J.J., but do you think they blame him for like, hey, dude, I'm out of here. You might want to bounce too. Or
if they do, I mean, look,
that may be reaching, and I'm just
think
wondering.
That's reaching. Yeah. I was going to say, I think that would definitely be a reach. It's up to the kid if he wants to go. And look, there are mock drafts out there, and most of them have him going in the first round.
Some second rounder, though.
Yeah, there are some. And personally, I think another year of college football would benefit him greatly, where maybe he's the number 1 pick in the draft next year. But if he wants to go, if he thinks he's ready, go. I'm not going to stop you from doing that. I mean, you're going to get, if you get that first round contract, that's big time money. You get the 5th year guaranteed, and or not guaranteed, but it's a 5-year contract that you might have that 5th year. That's huge. So I don't know. It wouldn't bother me that he went pro because he's good enough to be a first round pick in a lot of people's eyes. Let's go and pick up. This is 7. Don, sorry, new screen here. Don, welcome to 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Don.
Don from Wixom. Hey guys, I got a few points. I'll try to be quick. First of all, when you're eating pizza rolls, you got to bite the tiny little corner off of each one. If you're eating enough of them, by the time you get to the last one, the first one should have cooled down to consume it. Secondly, as far as Stouffer's pizza goes, you got to take a potato chip and jam it in the top. That helps aerate the steam and the heat out, and it gets you eating faster because it gets sauce on it, and you can eat the chip.
There you go.
As far as Jim Harbaugh goes, he can take that son of his and that special teams and that punt and kick return, and they can go as far away as is humanly possible, because that was becoming a tedious watch at the end there. So the chances of Michigan getting back to where they were with the realignment and getting through the Big Ten now with all the extra schools and the Pac-10 and all that, it's probably pretty slim. So we got our national championship, and I wish him luck, and I'm glad he came home, but it was time for him to leave.
All right, thanks, Don. Appreciate it.
He hit them all pretty quick, too, by the way, which was nice. Yeah.
I like the trick.
Yeah?
Jamming the potato chip into the, I mean, I suppose you could use anything you want to jam in there, just to release the steam from the pizza. Makes sense. Okay, my method is picking the pepperonis off and eating those separately, eating those before you bite in, and by the time you get done with the pepperoni, it's cooled off significantly.
Yeah. The pizza roll thing, I think a lot of people know that one. Bite the corner off, let the steam out. Yeah, I do that already. I don't know if I do it with all of them before I eat them. Sounds like let's say you have 8 pizza rolls on a plate. Yeah. Do you bite the corn off all 8 before you go into it, or you just bite the corn off 1 and then wait and then eat that one?
I wouldn't. I've changed my method over the years on how to eat the pizza rolls and how to cook them. I haven't bought them in a couple of years because the last time I had them, I had a bad experience. My boom boom was in trouble. So I haven't eaten them since. And yet I may go back because now I have an air fryer and I want to try them with the air fryer as opposed to just using them in the oven or using them in the microwave.
They're great all 3 ways.
Yeah, I had gone to the microwave because I like it's it's faster, and 2, I like the difference every once in a while switching up. And so if you bake them, you get the crunchy exterior. If you nuke them, it's not crunchy, it's more chewy. And I kind of like every once in a while I like to have the chewy.
I agree.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Back to the phones. Quinn, you're next up. You're 97 on the Ticket. Hey, Quinn.
Hey, Kang, Scott, how are you this fine afternoon?
Doing all right?
Yeah, not doing too shabby. Thanks. Hey, really quick before I get you my food travesty here, I just want to thank our Detroit Lions for a great season and comment that first half of that championship game was the single most exciting half of football I've ever seen. It was awesome for that quick run. So
it was great season.
Yep. So several years back, a few friends of mine and I went to an ice fishing tournament, and they were going to have a catered event afterwards. So we went out fishing, and you got a couple of cocktails in you on the ice, and we go to this catered event, and they've got emu burgers that they're serving. So we get our plates and sit down and eat, and my buddy grabs his burger, bites into it, and goes, "Ow!" and pulls it back, pulls out a nickel out of the ground emu meat.
What?
And goes, "Dude, I just broke my tooth on this nickel." And we're like, "What?" Like, we're looking at our food and looking at each other like, I'm not really sure how to handle this, right? But he had to go to the dentist, obviously, afterwards.
Wow.
And
did you ever find out how the hell the nickel got in there?
Well, I mean, they obviously, so they're grinding the meat, but, who...
So he was the only one that had it.
Quite an inopportune time to drop a nickel in
yeah, that's not good.
Meat.
That's not good. And ground emu, too.
Yeah, I know.
Never had a emu burger or ostrich burger? I never had one of those.
No?
Not against it.
We asked Doug about that, remember?
Yeah, he wouldn't do it, right?
No, I
he doesn't like game.
Yeah, but is it considered red meat, the ostrich? Even though it's a bird?
I don't know.
Doug's got weird rules anyways.
Doug is weird.
I tell you one thing, he won't eat a nickel.
That's true. Not after it's been in ground emu meat. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, the ticket. All right, welcome back to 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson program. Gator with you today along with Kang. Doug will be back on Monday's show. We hope. We'll see. We'll see how pissed he really is. But I think, having a weekend off is going to be good for him to come back refreshed. Like Hank said, maybe we'll try to cheer him up with a mock draft.
Let's cheer him up with a mock draft, a fake mock draft that has the Lions drafting all Purdue players. And he'll be really happy.
It could be. If they were Purdue players from the last couple seasons, not this past season, because that's when he bailed on them. And,
The Lions take Zach Edey at 29. What?
Is that the edge rusher they need? Be good in the middle of the defensive line, too. You try to throw over that tree. Good luck with it.
All right, hands up.
Yeah. Huh? There you go. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Garrett is next up here, 97 with the ticket. Hey, Garrett.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
All right. I got two things. One, I'll start with Harbaugh. I was kind of jaded in the beginning when they hired him, and because of knowing his, so-called quarterback whisperer and all the antics attached with him, and was just starting to get warmed up to him. And now he left. Yeah, I'm kind of jaded about it, but taking some of his staff, I'm worried about recruiting because kids nowadays, they're not really loyal to a team or an organization like us older people are. We're Lions fans. I got two kids that are like, oh, I love Joe Burrow and oh, I love, other players, not the team. So kids were coming to play at Michigan to play for Harbaugh, not really the name. And I'm kind of worried about that as far as recruiting going forward.
Well, I think recruiting, whether it's Michigan or Michigan State or Ohio State or Alabama, doesn't matter where, it's so different now because of NIL. I know that everyone thinks it's so vitally important to recruit the high school kids, and it is, to get your face in front of them and to go through that process. But if you don't land them, it's not the worst thing in the world because how many true freshmen are making that impact? There are some, to be sure. But with NIL, it's changed everything. And the transfer portal, it's like, kids go to a school for a year and then they're looking to get out and go somewhere else because they'll get another, paycheck somewhere else. They'll hit the bag.
Yeah.
And there is no loyalty to college. It's not like it was 10 years ago and certainly not like what it was 30 years ago. It's just a different game. So, and that's why you're starting to see you had the coach from BC decide to leave and take a coordinator job in the NFL because it's too difficult now. I mean, it's your job is no longer just coaching the football team and recruiting kids to come there. It's re-recruiting them every year to get them to stay. It's finding, the way to get them the NIL money and making sure the university has that set aside and collectives and all this and dealing with the portal coming in and going out. And it's too much for a lot of people. I have a different view on the recruiting. To me, the more important part of recruiting now is recruiting the portal. And Michigan's done a great job of that in the last few years. I don't know why people don't talk about it more. Michigan's done a great job of recruiting the portal to get offensive linemen, to get that great offensive line that they've had for the last several years. They've used it tremendously. And they've done it again for this upcoming class. They've got a couple of kids. They've got a Northwestern transfer who's going to be on the offensive line. And I think they have a linebacker from Maryland, I believe. It's really good too. That's the new recruiting to me. It's not the high school kids. It's recruiting kids that are in the portal.
Yeah. Now my food injury. I used to live down in Virginia, and I moved down there a while back, and I got a little house on one of the rivers on Chesapeake Bay, and we used to go down and get fresh oysters out of there. And one of my buddies I worked with came over at one point in time and seen me with this bucket of oysters that I just got down out of the water. He's like, "Well, shuck them up. I got some hot sauce in my truck," and we started drinking some beers and we started shucking them up. And like the first one I cracked open, if you get these wild oysters down there in Virginia, they get these little tiny crabs in there. They're between the size of a lima bean and a piece of corn.
Okay.
And he's like, "Oh man, you got a crab in your oyster. You got to do it all." And he took this hot sauce and put this hot sauce in there, and I went to suck it down. And when that hot sauce started going down, I got one of them little choking, coughing things.
Yeah.
And it literally all came out of my nose.
Oh, jeez. So
and
the crab came flying out too?
No, it got stuck in my nose.
Oh,
I literally had to go to the doctors
Like I could like plug one side of my nose and like try to blow it out, but it would like get wedged in there. I had to do that for the doctor, and he took a pair of hemos up there and had to crush the crab and pull it out of my nostril. And it was like the most painful thing because of the hot sauce in the beginning, but it was the most aggravating, annoying, disgusting thing to know that you could literally feel this live crab in your nostril.
Oh, boy.
Moving around.
That's not good either, and embarrassing to boot. Thanks for the story, Garrett. I appreciate it. That's a little more than I think you bargained for when you go shucking oysters. Alas, that's exactly what happened. Some more ticket text regarding the Michigan situation. Jim Harbaugh may be trying to do the university a favor and take these coaches with them because maybe those coaches are implicated in one of the NCAA scandals, which is currently under investigation. He may be trying to get them out of the university so they don't get penalized. I suppose that's a possibility, but I think the penalties coming to Michigan probably mitigated because Harbaugh's out. But we'll see what ends up happening. Does this mean that every time a coach leaves a school, or does this happen every time a coach leaves a school? It's nothing new. Thanks for the natty. I appreciate it. But bye. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. I'm so over his antics. Yeah, and this does happen. Every time a coach leaves, there's the possibility he could take some members of the coaching staff with him. And when you're going to the NFL, you really can't be upset.
You know why I think some Michigan fans are saltier as well, or more salty? Because they've been doing this song and dance for like 3 years now, and so I think
Whether
it got
he's
old.
gonna go to the NFL or not, yeah.
And it got old, and it finally happened. So now they're maybe unleashing 3 years worth of, hey man, blank off, right? Like enough. I know, but the thing is, he just won a national title, and that's
what's weird.
It's complicated for them, right?
And I find it amazing that people are pissed about this. Like, he won you a national championship, and he's promoting one of your coaches to the NFL. I mean, what did you expect? This happens. Yeah, I think Jim Harbaugh is full of crap. He only cares for Michigan so much that it escalated his career. To me, that's pretty obvious. You don't take 3 coaches or 2 coaches and 1 conditioning coach. I guess what really pissed me off is when he took the conditioning coach. I wanted Harbaugh gone 3 years ago, and I have extremely mixed feelings about the championship because of all the crap. I would say that, let's say Jim went to the NFL and didn't take Jesse Minter with him. You know who would have taken him? John Harbaugh. Would have grabbed him right back because he just lost his defense coordinator and Mike McDonald, who's now the head coach with Seattle. Or maybe Mike McDonald would hire him to be his DC. Jesse Minter was going to go to the NFL in some capacity with one of these teams, either be it with a Harbaugh or somebody else. I guess that's where I don't understand why people are pissed that he took him when he was going to go there anyway, more than likely. I suppose I don't know for sure.
Maybe they would be happier if it wasn't him that took him.
Maybe that's the case.
Like, hey, I get it. He's going to leave. But then in Jim's defense, you're like, well, you're going to lose him anyways. Might as well come to me.
I think the other thing that Michigan fans are upset with is that, it took this long for Jim to take the job, to take the NFL job. Like, is that on him or is that on the Chargers for letting it play out this long? Don't know. But the fact that you're playing for a national championship a couple weeks ago, that's why it took longer than perhaps you would like it to. Because he's not going to, did you want him to interview for the job while he was getting ready for the national championship? I mean, things move quickly, I guess, but not quickly enough for some people. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Something happened in the NBA last night that has a lot of people going, hey, wait a minute. Are we sure about that? Is that supposed to happen that way? Huh. Is there something fishy about this or not? We'll discuss in 5 minutes here at 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797, same number to call and text here on the Karsch and Anderson program. Talking about a number of different things today, Lions and free agency with their own free agents. Who do you want to see stay? Who are you okay with seeing leave? I mean, they've got priorities they got to deal with, the whole guard situation. And Brad Holmes is going to speak Monday. Curious what he's going to say. What do you want him to say in Monday's press conference leading into the offseason here? Talked about Jim Harbaugh and asking Michigan fans how they feel about this exit, because now he's taken a couple of staff members. He took his son with him, which I don't think is any big surprise. Took Jesse Minter, the defensive coordinator, which shouldn't be a surprise that you get a promotion to the NFL, but I could understand a little bit why Michigan fans are salty about it, because Jim wins a national championship and he's the one that raids the piece. If it was somebody else that did it, maybe it'd be more tolerable. But he also took the strength and conditioning coach, which has some people not so happy either. Back to the phones we go when Rebecca is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Rebecca.
Oh, hi. Good afternoon.
Hi there.
Hi. I was just going to say, I'm a Michigan fan. I happen to live in Ann Arbor. I've watched what Jim Harbaugh has done the last 9 years. He was absolutely committed that he was going to go and turn the team around and be a success. And he certainly has more than proven that.
So are you upset at all that he's taken some of the coaches away with him? Hello?
And the Rose Bowl, 3 Big Ten championships. I'm happy for the guy. Am I sad that he's leaving? Heck yeah. I would have loved to have had him stay. I would have loved nothing more. But the guy went and gave us an extraordinary gift, and I'm appreciative of it. And I think that real Michigan fans are as well. These people who call in and complain, they're sitting there, and they're really kind of would-be Wolverines. The team will ultimately be okay. Anyone would have to be a fool to think that some of these coaches weren't going to leave. These people were transplants from the NFL. It would make sense that they might go back with them. So I think that they're being naive. I'm sorry to lose the strength and conditioning coach. He was particularly close to the players, but he's left a staff there that's trained in his approaches. And I think one last thing, I don't think people talk about the fact that Harbaugh has said several times now that he wants to see Michigan and the Chargers have a true connection with each other. I think you're going to see Jim Harbaugh go and send off NFL talent and some of the newer coaches to cut their teeth at Michigan. And I suspect you're going to go and see him help Michigan out in different ways that these people aren't really thinking about right now. So I wanted to call you. I love your show, and I listen all the time. But just wanted to give you my 2 cents worth.
All right, thanks, Rebecca. I appreciate it. I think there are other Michigan fans that there's different fans in the fan base. And Rebecca, I think, is a shining example of the Michigan situation where they can do no wrong and justifies the means. Applaud him for being here and the gift of the national championship, and maybe also turn a blind eye to everything else that went on when it was flirting with the NFL year after year. Did that hurt recruiting? Michigan didn't have these highly ranked recruiting classes over the last several years, but they did land some pretty big-ass recruits. Maybe the classes overall weren't great, but they did have some 5-star players for sure that have made their impact on the team. And I've always said, I don't like Jim Harbaugh. I admit he's a hell of a coach. He can coach. He coached at the NFL level before with San Francisco and finally got his national championship with the Wolverines. But he does it in a way that I think surprised some Michigan fans too, that they didn't expect to be dragged into dirtier places that they've been because they've been used to not being in that area. But the championship is there. The NCAA came out and said that it's legit. I forget the phrase that they used, but there's no reason to think that it wouldn't be, because by the time they informed teams when they found that their investigation was revealing the stealing signs midway through the season, anything going to happen after that, you had fair warning to it. And what they do, they ran the table. We're 15-0. But there are different groups of Michigan fans. That's why we asked the question. I was curious because I'd heard people on this station complaining about it. I've read a bunch of texts from people that are good riddance to Jim Harbaugh, and they're pissed that he's taking some of their resistance with him. I don't think you should be all that pissed, but then again, I'm not a Michigan fan. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. So something happened last night in the association. Classic matchup, Lakers-Celtics. Game being played in Boston, where the Celtics were 22-2 defending home court. The Lakers have had a 500-type season, 24-25 going into it. Celtics were a heavy favorite. Then it was announced right before tip-off, you knew that Anthony Davis and LeBron James would not be playing for the Lakers. So you have people like Vanderbilt and Hayes in the starting lineup. Boston, well, they had their group of starters in there. You'd think this is a squash, easy money.
Tatum and Brown playing, right? Both playing? Okay.
Tatum, Brown, Porzingis, Holiday, whole bit, right?
It's a good squad.
It is a good squad. It's a very good basketball team.
It's almost like they're the best team in the East.
37-11 going into last night. The line changed from being plus 400 betting on the Lakers on the money line to plus 800 when they found out that there's no LeBron, there's no Anthony Davis.
To win straight up.
And what happened? The Lakers went straight up. They beat Boston 28-25 after the first quarter. They outscored them by 11 in the second quarter. Boston comes back a little bit. They outscore the Lakers in the third by 4 points. And then they outscore the Lakers by 1 point in the fourth. Not enough. 114-105, your final score. Without LeBron James, without Anthony Davis. So then you have to tell yourself, oh, hang on. They must have shot lights out, right? The Lakers had to shoot lights out. Austin Reeves scored 32 points. He's coming off a 28-point performance the night before against Atlanta. Come on, 60 points. This guy's he's on fire. It had to be it, right? The Lakers as a team shot 40% from the field. 40%. The Celtics as a team shot 42% from the field. How does this happen? I mean, you do a deeper dive, you realize the Lakers only committed 7 turnovers. The Celtics had 15. The Lakers got to the free throw line and made 19 free throws on 26 attempts. Boston went to the free throw line 7 times and made all 7 of their shots. It's kind of like a Pistons box score when you look at it. And this is a game that the Pistons would lose. But the Lakers won it without their big two. And Kang, your immediate thought was?
Well, the people that like to pay attention to the gambling gate are going to be like, dude, this was the fix was in. This was not legit. Like how it's 8-1 essentially, right? Money line straight up. The Lakers win without Anthony Davis, without LeBron James, 2 late scratches to the Celtics at home. And you read all the stats. They're a good team already. They're even better at home.
They were 22-2 at home.
They're almost unbeatable at home.
Yeah.
They had Brown. They had Tatum. I'm not one of these guys, okay? But do you understand where this comes from? When you are in bed with gambling, all the sports are. Yeah. They're everywhere. The suites are, presented by FanDuel, DraftKings, MGM, Caesars, whatever. And then something like this happens. Now, upsets have happened before. But to throw in the gambling aspect now, people are going to start throwing out their theories.
Like, how do you beat Boston at Boston when they have their full complement of players and you only shoot 40% from the field?
Well, they shot over 50% from three-point range.
Yes.
The Lakers did.
53%. Yeah. They were 19-36 from three-point land. But for the game, it's 40. They missed all their 2-point shots.
Yeah, they did.
They made 19 three-point shots and 19 2-point shots. That's unbelievable. 40% from the field. And yet, they're winners. Over Boston. Do I think it's fixed? No, I don't think it's fixed. However, it's a game like that has people that are...
Like, who in their right mind would bet the Lakers knowing that information going into that game? I don't even think Doug would put $1 on it.
People in the know. I don't know, but somebody made some good money off that. It's what is it, 8-1 odds there going in your favor on the money line. I mean, who's betting the money line? Lakers at Celtics without LeBron and
that's
and
what
Anthony.
I'm saying.
Right.
Who?
But, so for those few people that did, there's an investigation, right? There should be. Let's investigate that. How did you know? What did you know?
Why?
I don't know, just a Lakers
just straight
fan.
up. Why?
Why did you? See how much they bet. Did they actually bet? Was it like a big bet or did they bet like $5?
You can't. That's like a red flag, right? That's too
Would
much.
be. What are you, from Alabama? What are you doing?
So we got this text that just came in. Mike from Flint. No way. I almost put $20 on the Lakers, but once they said Davis was out as well, I was out. So he was like, all right, maybe.
Right.
But then
it's just one of these anomalies. It's a statistical anomalation, as we like to say on the show. Anyway, just thought that was kind of crazy and kind of nutty. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Well, while we've been talking about how Michigan fans are feeling about Jim Harbaugh taking some assistant coaches, there has been a reported promotion. People are expecting that Kirk Campbell will be promoted to offensive coordinator, which was Sharon Moore's job. This is according to multiple reports, including the Detroit Free Press. So that's interesting. They're going to give him the promotion. He's only 37 years old. Joined Michigan in 2022 as an offensive analyst before he was named quarterbacks coach last season, and served as a fill-in coordinator in week 1 against East Carolina when Sharon Moore was suspended along with Jim Harbaugh. So they've got perhaps one of those coordinators locked down. We'll see what they would do on the defensive side. But congratulations look to be in order for Kirk Campbell as Michigan gets the younger with the coordinators there. 37 years old. I like to see the young coordinators get their shot there. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Carl is next up here, 97 with the ticket. Hey, Carl.
Hey, what's going on, Anderson?
How are you?
I'm doing good. So this is the deal. College football is college football. Coordinators come in, coordinators come out. We knew when we had John Harbaugh that, he was here for a certain amount of time that he's going to be gone. Would we like to have Mentor here? Sure. But, like the strength coach, he had him there for like 6 years. And Mentor, whoever the DC was, he shared in that talent, to help with the defense too. So we shouldn't drop off of, much. And annually we're anywhere in the top 10 in defense anyway. So, no, I don't care. I was ready for him to go. He gave us a championship. So now we're just going to roll on and roll with Sharon Moore.
Yeah, I think they'll be – and thanks for the call, Carl. I think Michigan's going to be fine with their defense. In fact, their defense was – obviously were quite impressive this past season, winning the national championship. They will lose some pieces to that defense. But that defensive line, which is so incredible for them, most of those guys are coming back. And then you bring back your stud corner is coming back. You're going to find pieces in the portal, and I know the first portion of the portal is done, and people think, oh, now what? We missed out on all the good portal players, and with J.J. McCarthy leaving, what do you do about the quarterback situation? Well, you recruited quarterbacks you should be developing, and you'll have an option there. And you'll also have a second wave of portal action coming up in the spring. Because once the spring semester is done, there will be players that will enter the portal again because they'll see other opportunities like what's happening with Michigan. And they can enter the portal at that point, and then Michigan will get to, try to work some magic and bring some guys there, which I assume they will. You're the defending national champions. I think that pull has something. Now, is it less pull because Jim Harbaugh's not there? Maybe. Is it less pull because Jesse Minter isn't there? Maybe. But it's also an option for players that might be looking to go elsewhere, that now they can go to the defending national champs as opposed to, somewhere else. And they'll have this opportunity in front of them.
Did they want to go there because they're the defending national champions, or because the coach was still there? Because I don't know. We got this text. I'm just going to read it. I don't know if it's true fact-wise, but he says that he's pissed, and we are pissed, because he's the first coach in 26 years not to return after winning a national title.
That all the over the last 26 years, all the other coaches that have won have returned. It's probably true.
Does that matter to a recruit? I mean, I know coaching matters to a recruit, but how much more does that matter than the defending champs? I don't know.
I mean, you're going to the program. It's like I said, college football is so hard to gauge right now because it's so different. The kids that are going to college are different. They're entering a different world. It's not the old days where you commit to the program and that's where you're linked to, and you can't transfer out unless you sit out a year. That's gone. Now you can transfer free and clear at least once. And they're working on that to make it, some people want to advocate for unlimited transfers. And when you have coaches that leave all the time, I get it. I understand that. The NIL world has really changed it. And that's the true game change for college football. Is it now they are effectively professionals, that the student athletes are getting paid. So, it's about which bag are they going for? And do you give that to the high school kid coming into college, knowing that they're not going to really play that first year? Do you want to spend the money that way? Or do you spend it on the portal and get players that already have a track record that you really want to lure? Like that's what's being done with the big name players. I mean, there's big time money being thrown at these guys. You get different reports of how much money is spent on NAL each year. You had the report that Ohio State was, around $15 million that they're going to spend on NIL this year to get all these transfers, which I still don't understand because the spirit of name, image, and likeness is being bastardized as far as I'm concerned by what the collectives that are out there. It's supposed to be there so that you can make money off your name, image, and likeness. If you want to print T-shirts, you want to run a business in the off season or whatever, that's how you're able to make the money. Now we got a booster who's going to put some money together and we'll figure out the rest later. And it's the Wild West. And now the NCAA is going to, now they're going to put their foot down and try to stop this from happening. And, they're trying to make an example, I guess, out of Tennessee right now and some other schools. And we'll see how that ends up going. I think it's just going to be litigation and tied up. Eventually it should settle down. We'll figure out what it is. But until then, it still seems to be a little bit of the Wild West. That being said, I think Michigan's going to be fine. I don't know if they're going to go and get another quarterback in the portal or if they're going to, work with what they have, because they do have some pretty good players in-house. And you're promoted now your quarterback coach to be the offensive coordinator, and your former offensive coordinator is now the head coach, and they're both, quarterback-minded coaches. So I would think that they'd be fine with that. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. But this is a weird weekend. It's a weird weekend. It is every year. No football. You get that week off between the championship games and the Super Bowl. So it's weird. And it's weird for us as Lions fans this year because we just finished the season. Normally we're well into it. We're talking mock drafts. We're scouting the Senior Bowl, doing all these things. And now we're looking ahead for the weather of the weekend, and it's supposed to be nice out, sunny out, weather and temperatures in the 40s. What are we doing this weekend? Like, what's going on? Well, how are you going to handle your weekend here? I mean, I'm not that jazzed about the NHL All-Star game, and they got the skills competition tonight. The game is tomorrow night. You've got the Pro Bowl stuff that still goes on. I didn't pay a lick of attention to it last night, and then I saw some highlights today where guys were fielding punts from the jugs machine. Okay. Saw somebody on a kayak catching a pass or something. I don't know what the hell is going on.
You weren't watching the X Games?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Was it Rock and Jock? Did they bring that back?
There was like a 15-point shot. It was crazy.
Eric Neese?
Eric Neese. Is Caduce, is he playing? What about CT? Is he ready to go? Is CT still part of the MTV?
I think so.
Oh, good God. Love it. But what's going on this week? Are we watching the All-Star festivities for the NFL and the NHL? Are you watching the Senior Bowl? I mean, what are you planning on doing? Are you planning on catching up on some show that you wanted to binge watch?
It's weird because my weekends, which I have loved, by the way, have been so centered around when the Lions play.
Yeah.
Like what time is it? I mean, they moved on. What time is it this next upcoming week? Are they Saturday? Are they Sunday? Are they the first game? Or are they the second game? And now that we have this week that we don't, I mean, they weren't going to play anyways, even if they advanced the Super Bowl. But, it's been 18, 19 weeks, 20 weeks of just Lions football every Sunday, except for the bye week. Yeah, it is a little different. I mean, do you pick up that dog poop that you can see now in your backyard? Do you take down, do you still have Christmas lights up? I don't know. Do you do all that stuff? I mean, yeah, you got to, it's a different weekend for the first time in a long time.
Sunday's going to be totally different for me. I'm not sure. I mean, I've got, full disclosure, I'm the guy who still has his Christmas tree up. I started taking down the ornaments the other day. All the ornaments are off the tree now. I have to.
It's a naked tree.
It's not a naked tree. It still has lights on it. I got to take the lights off, which is going to be a giant pain in the ass. I mean, a giant pain. I got to do that and then disassemble the tree in its 3 different portions. That's the easy part. But I also still have some decorations set up around the house.
Like Christmas decorations?
Yeah, there's still a Frosty over here, and there's, some.
Is there elf on a shelf somewhere?
Sleighs. There's no elf on the shelf. I still have the The stockings over the fireplace. I got to take those down. Yeah, I got some Christmas. I love Christmas. I can't get enough Christmas. So I do have to probably take care of that. And that maybe is how I spend my Sunday, getting rid of Christmas, which is sad for me. But it's weird without football. It's just strange. And for us as Lions fans, this is hitting us later than it normally does. So we're just not sure how to handle it. I don't know. There's a couple concerts I might go to this weekend. I might see. There's a Whitesnake tribute band playing tonight at the Token, I think. Might go check that out.
I thought, is that part of the Mega 80s thing that's going on? Or?
No, that's different. Mega 80s, that's a band that does, hits from the 80s. That's playing at Magic Bag in Ferndale.
Is there a doo-wop Billy Joel fan? Or
I'm not into that.
No?
I'd rather just see a straight up Billy Joel tribute band than only restricted to the doo-wop Billy Joel from the 80s.
All right.
80s doo-wop Billy Joel. There's another George Lynch, the guitar player from Dokken. He's playing out in Chesterfield. I might go see that. That's tomorrow night. But I don't know. I'm curious. What are people doing? Remember we said before we don't know what to do with our hands as Lions fans because there was all this success and win one playoff game, win a second playoff game. What are we supposed to do? I'm still, I know what to do as a Lions fan, but now that there's no football Sunday and we're not used to this late, now I'm not sure what to do with my hands. Other than I guess to form the rockin' sign and maybe go out tonight.
You're going to be doing that.
I could be.
Lighter on the other hand?
I don't carry a lighter. So.
No. All these rock shows, you've never done that?
Never.
Is that crazy for you?
That I've never held the lighter up in the air?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm asking because I don't go to those type of concerts anyways.
Full disclosure, I hate lighters because I don't smoke. I never smoke. So I always, when I would light a lighter, there was a high propensity I was going to burn my thumb.
Oh, my God.
So I just didn't do it.
All right.
That's why I have stick lighters in the house. So it's just pull the trigger, there we go. Light candles. That's what I light, not cigarettes.
Or lighters at concerts.
Yeah, or lighters at concerts. Yeah, well, now don't people just get the phone out and get the light,
Yeah. But I feel like if you're at an 80s concert, it's kind of cool to bring it back to the 80s.
Could be. Well, maybe if I go out tonight or tomorrow night, I'll report back on Monday and let you know.
Right, dust off the cleats.
I wore cleats for Dokken in 1988. This is 97.1 The Ticket. How's the tonsil, buddy? Is it getting better?
I've been fighting through it, man. I don't want to bring any more attention to it, but I've been battling, and I feel like just the modern day Frank Ragnow of producers.
Yeah,
just tape me up, man. Put me out there. Coach.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're tough, man.
This is grit, man.
That's exactly what grit is. You deserve to wear the hat, although today you got a Tiger hat on.
Yeah, I'm trying to move on from the Lions season. It was painful at a time there,
Okay, it's been the full week.
Yeah,
here.
It's been almost a full week.
How you feeling now?
I feel better. It's true, time heals all wounds, so every day hurts a little bit less. I still scroll right past any Super Bowl stuff. Like if I see the Niners, I can handle some of the Chiefs stuff. It's the Niners stuff that I don't want to see. I like if they're interviewing Bosa or Purdy, like I don't want to see any of it, and it's going to be tough. I'll have to man up and watch the Super Bowl, of course, somehow, even though I don't want to. But it's not that the Lions lost. It's the way they lost, and that's why it hurts so bad. If they would have lost a close game back and forth.
Why? What happened?
Yeah, exactly. There was this 4th down play, Gator, that it was 4th and 2. No, I'm not going to do that. We'll wait for Doug. No, we won't wait for Doug because that's why
Doug will walk out of the show again if he doesn't.
No, but overall, no, it's getting better every day. I know for you got over it faster.
Yeah, I tried to put it behind myself pretty quickly. I guess what's happened now, it's strange how the week has gone on. I'm good with it, moving on. I look back, what a great season. But now what's starting to set in here is that, and I'm not upset by this, okay? But what's starting to set in is the realization that they really did have a chance to be playing in a Super Bowl.
It was more than a chance.
It was more than a chance. And I'm okay with it, but it's just weird how as the week has gone on and I'm watching some of like you, I'm trying to turn away from the coverage. I don't care about this game. And I guess that's the part where I'm still hurt because my team lost. These teams are advancing here to play for a championship. We were that close. And that's the part that's like taking the bigger side of me now, is that they were really good. And they were so good that they had a legit shot of playing in this game. It's too bad it didn't happen. But now they get ready for the next season. And each offseason that Brad Holmes has had, he's improved the team. This is a team that was brutal that they took over. A team that had their franchise quarterback asked to be traded before they were even coaching a single game. And they've turned it to a 3-13-1 season to a 9-8 season where you finished 8-2. And then you had the offseason of free agency and the draft, and expectations were pretty high going into it. My expectations at the beginning of the season was 12-5, win the division, win a playoff game. They exceeded that by winning a second playoff game and playing for the NFC Championship. So what do you do? It's not an encore. It's what do you do for the next season? All right, because this isn't the end of something where, okay, now we got no. This is what do you do next season? They have to go out and add more talent to the team at obvious positions of need. And it seems pretty obvious at corner, at defensive end, perhaps defensive tackle. The questions are, which way do you go about doing it? Is it free agency? Is it with high-end free agents, or is it just getting more free agents that you like the player and you think you can get more out of them, but they're not somebody that's going to be breaking the bank? That, to me, is going to be the tricky part of where Brad Holmes is at and what he decides to do. Yes, you're going to add players through the draft. That's adding depth, but you're no longer picking high in the draft. You no longer have the 2 first-round picks. All right, that stuff's done. So now you're competing with the big boys. How do you add to this team to make them better? Everybody assumes you're going to be better one year to the next, but you've got some holes now perhaps in the offensive line you're going to have to address, or you're going to bring these guys back. But defensively, you have defined holes on the defense that you can fill and get better at. But we'll see. Rico Beard joins us in studio.
What's happening, Gator?
How are you?
I'm good, man.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah.
It's been an interesting week. And now it's going to be an interesting weekend without football. We go through this every year, but this is the first year that the Lions have, been a part of it this late in the year.
Well, it's different because, I was talking to Jimmy. It came crashing down because normally around Christmas, we kind of know the fate of the team. And then we just kind of slide into playoff football, but the Lions are never really a part of the playoffs, except for this year. And now it's stopped, and now you don't know what to do with your hands. Like, what did we do for the last 20 weeks or so?
Well, that's how it was, though, Mike. I mean, for the season, because Lions fans hadn't had success, and they win the division, host 2 playoff games, win them both. We're like, we don't know what to do. This is awesome. Like, we know what to do.
But what did we used to do when the Lions weren't any good?
Right. So now you get into this weekend, and there's no football. This is crazy.
It's the time allocation.
Yeah.
What the hell? All the time we spend watching football, that time doesn't disappear. It gets reallocated. That's the question we want to talk to the audience about. The unfortunate truth, the forced reallocation of your time begins now. Oh, and by the way, we have to talk about a national tragedy.
Oh.
Arguably the worst singular team in all of sports plays in this city, and it's not the Pistons. But Rico is going to save the day. We're going to talk about it.
Oh, my.
We got a loaded show today, Scott.
And it's not the Pistons.
No.
Believe it or not.
It's far worse.
Oh. Call me intrigued.
It's a team that is yet to sip the chalice of victory.
That the Pistons are looking at them saying, come on, guys, pick it up.
Wow.
Right.
The Pistons
You
with their
can do
6
better.
wins on the season.
Saying, pick it up.
Looking for number 7
Right.
tonight.
This is a team with 6 less wins.
Wow.
A once proud team.
Oh, my. Well, I am
Come
definitely
on.
intrigued.
And
I'm going to tune in.
All right.
I'm going to hear what you guys have to say.
Save it. We'll do it next.
All right. Treat each other with
Just for you.
respect. Thank you.
And Mike, I got
buddy.
I got a clip just for you to get your reaction. We'll have
Let's party.
We may even
Locked
start
and
with
loaded.
this. All right.
Is that from our show?
Oh, baby.
Okay, good.
Locked and loaded on a Friday. Let's do this.
Here we go. Mike and Rico next year, 97.1 The Ticket.
Michigan football has reportedly promoted quarterbacks coach Kirk Campbell to offensive coordinator. The 37-year-old joined U of M staff as an analyst in 2022. Campbell's promotion to OC, in tandem with several assistants following Jim Harbaugh to the Chargers, leaves Michigan with openings at the other two coordinator jobs and positional coaching vacancies at QBs and tight ends.
You're saying Mike Hart wrong.
The Pistons host the Clippers tonight. Is Detroit's third straight game against the team in the top three of its conference. Pistons beat the Thunder Sunday, then lost narrowly at Cleveland Wednesday. You can hear it right here on 97.1 pregame coverage starting at 6:35. And the Big Ten and SEC announced today they're forming a joint advisory group to address the problems facing college sports. Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti says it's a, quote, meaningful step to fix things. SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey calls the cooperative a, quote, common sense solution he hopes will lead to a much brighter horizon. The move comes amid myriad existential issues for college sports in the NCAA. Some say collaboration between college sports' two biggest power brokers, who, by the way, are natural competitors, is just the latest evidence that the major conferences will eventually break away and organize their own competitive division. At the
40-team league, it's coming.
At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The magical month of February can only mean one thing.
And the breaking down of good times.
Kenobi caught talking black people. Good old Kenobes. All right, Rico, so much to do. Are you okay? I know today's a big day.
Why is that, Mike?
Well, because today is going to mark the official death of college football, but we'll get to it later.
Or
these scumbags are meeting to divvy up grandma's pearls.
Or maybe they save it at the last second, like in the Marvel movies. It's Captain Marvel coming out the sky.
Okay. Look, we're going to start. This is going to be, I can tell you factually, this will be the first, last and only time we ever open a show with this topic again. I mean it. I can't see of another situation where we would open a show with this particular topic. But we wanted to have some fun with you on a Friday. 3 o'clock, we're going to get into football, i.e. what the hell we're going to do without it. But for all the grief that Mr. Beard and I have given the teams in this town that fail, including the Pistons, little did we know there's a team far, far worse in this town. And you go, as Rico put it, wait, worse than the Pistons? Oh, yes. How many wins Pistons got, Rico?
We got 6. Yeah.
Okay. The team I'm talking about has roughly 6 fewer victories than that. That would be 0. That'd be a team that has not sipped the chalice of victory. It is, I'm speechless. And look, doing cash the ticket and all that, I knew they got out to a bad start.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think I last remembered when they were like 0-12. And I just don't prioritize Kenny Cott's basketball league. But
the Metro.
Are you guys, are you aware the University of Detroit is 0-23? The same university that brought you Dick Vitale and Terry Tyler, Bakari Alexander, Rashad Phillips, won NCAA tournament games, Perry Watson.
Yeah. Playing at the great Callahan Hall. Yeah.
0-23. How the F did this happen? It's impossible to be 0-23. There's always someone worse than you.
Until there's
not.
always
someone worse. Until they're not. Rico, they are 358th in America in shooting percentage. I'm pretty sure that's the singular worst in America. As a team, they shoot 39%.
Yeah.
They're 0-23.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Get Beanie Howell back in here. New update from Rico Beard. In fact, the 0-23 Titans are bad.
I mean, when you watch, Mike, they are just – now, they've had a couple close games where you thought maybe they were going to finally get that victory, but it didn't happen. I don't know. Mike Davis, God bless him. Maybe he's just missing his son not playing. I don't know if he didn't develop any other players while his son was there.
Well, then that means you can't coach.
David, it's bad. Gym, empty. It's empty. I mean, I've gone to a lot of games at Callahan Hall and in the city of Detroit. It normally meant something. Like when I went to go see when they played Oakland. You know, it's quietly probably the best rivalry in basketball. I know people think Michigan. No. David, hear me out. In this state, you think Michigan State but Oakland and U of D, like they really just hate each other. But the crowd, like they're on fire. There was no crowd at the game. It was literally like, I guess some Titans season ticket holder guys that just go to every game. You could hear their conversation across the court. They sounded like the Muppet judges, just criticizing players. And the players had to hear it. I'm laughing like, I know I'm not the only one. They're roasting them. Just like you thought Cat Williams was bad. Oh my God. They were undressing just the players on the court. And there was nothing you could say to them because they were paying fans. But yes, they sat courtside opposite. They were letting them have it. It was funny. I kind of felt bad, like, guys. Because, think about it. At a game, it's normally so loud that you could have a conversation and you could hear them because there's nobody there. That was it. The students, I think like security actually kicked somebody out the student section for holding up a sign. Like we're bad or something. And it's like, wow, really?
They should just be thankful they're there.
Right.
Don't kick them out.
What are we doing here? But Callahan used to be a place where, man, you would have to get there early. Parking lot is on jam. Like you would have to park on the streets if you got there too late. I've seen a lot of classics.
Do they even turn the lights on at the Titan Club anymore? Or has the neon blue sign been scrapped for parts? Is the Titan Club, do they even turn the lights on at the Titan Club?
Well,
Look, I know some of you are driving in your cars right now going, these two have lost their damn mind. Work with me on this. Look, there's bad, and then there's like egregious. The last Division I team that went winless was Grambling in 2012. They went 0-28. Yeah, you're in striking range of that iceberg. Now, the last Division II winless team, Michigan fans will remember because they came here and beat you, the New Jersey Institute of Technology. They were 0-29 back in 07. But they were transitioning to D1. There has never been something like this. How the hell did it get here? Mike Davis coached at Indiana. Mm-hmm. Mike Davis was a big-time coach. I mean, I talked to Stoney. He was walking out, and we were joking around because he played the Nebraska game yesterday. And, hey, Stoney told me, like, they've had some practices where they don't even have 5 people. Like, do you shut the program down?
I don't
like, is that it? Do you just pull the plug on this thing?
No.
Yes.
U of D has too much history. You can't shut it down. Now.
Yeah, they're about to be 0-32 for the first time. That's history.
Here's what you do. Mike Davis.
Hey, they got a shot to beat Ooey Pooey. Ooey Pooey is like 6-18. I feel disgusting and filthy. I looked at Horizon League standings. Ooey Pooey is your best shot.
So this is like the Pistons Spurs type of thing. Somebody has to win.
Someone.
I think you said it best. Mike Davis was a coach at Indiana. He was a coach that has played it, and the Final Fours. He's seen national title games, but he was. I think instead of shutting it down, David, they need to move on. They need to get a young coach. No, a young coach who uses U of D as a stepping stone. I know that sounds bad, but hear me out. You go to U of D and you win. Now you set the program up so that the next coach can come in here and you turn it into one of those schools where it's kind of like Butler used to be, where you would go to Butler, you would do well, and then you would get a job at a major university. You need to turn U of D into that and get somebody on the rise, because you can't shut it down. Way too much history. Way too much. But you're on the verge.
History's history. They're dead. They're done.
But it's Detroit's university.
No, they're dead. I'm sorry, Rico. They're dead.
No.
I understand what you're saying. They do have a lot of history, but this can't be. You can't have a program doing this. No. You can't,
The
man.
problem is it's just hard to get.
Train wreck cost the school each year. I'm serious.
How can you even find a coach to take over this?
Well, that's the difficult part, because, even when you go to Oakland, you can take them around the campus. When you go there, where you take them across the street to the gas station, we got McDonald's, and then we got Nicky D's across the street from McDonald's.
Oh my God. They haven't had a winning They haven't had a winning season in 10 years. Oh my God.
No way.
David, the last time they had a winning season, they were 16-15 in 2015. 8-23, 8-24, 11-20, 8-23, 12-10 in the COVID.
That doesn't count. Doesn't count.
Oh my!
Well, remember
God,
they were trying to get into
Ray
that.
McCallum.
They were trying to get into that CBA tournament, and so that Antoine could get the record.
Last year, yeah, they were,
and they wouldn't let him in there because they were just going to buy their way in. So yeah, you got to go get somebody young, somebody who's hungry, somebody who wants to take over and really use this as a stepping stone, and just realize that's what you are now. You're not going to come here and be a lifer. If you're good, you'll be gone in 2 to 4 years. You've done what you had to do. You got to get class in and go.
Rico, you're taking it way too serious. I appreciate you're trying to solve their problems. I'm trying to see them go 0-30 and shut it down. Come on.
Okay.
What are we doing here? This isn't Titan talk. You're like Bob Uecker doing TP talk. Ain't nobody trying to fix their problems. I just want to know, are they going to win a single game? And is the Titan Club? If the Titan Club is still open, I think there's a shot we should all go down there.
You want to go?
They're going to play Ooey Pooey in like a couple of weeks. I think we might have to make an appearance.
You don't need the Titan, Mike. You can have a seat wherever you want. If
No.
ask nicely,
The Titan Club.
Go ahead.
Man, they're 0-23. Ask nicely. They're lucky if I grace them with my presence.
No, I was going to say,
my point
if you
is,
ask nicely, you may get a chance to play 5 minutes.
I'm in. I like it.
At least go through the warm-up line.
I mean, I am speechless. 0-23. I don't know they'll win a game. And I'm with Rico in all seriousness. This is a once proud program. That is stunning. We joke around all the time and bust Campy's balls because he can't get to the tourney ever, can't win a tournament game ever. This is a whole nother level of bad. I'm in shock. Shock.
Okay, so yeah, we'll arrange that. Let's see if we can at least get to the warm-up line. You can put on some sweats, go out there, Mike. I think that'd be a great photo shoot.
I know people who went to U of D. I got to make some phone calls. This is unbelievable.
They got a great...
the Titan Club was for donors and stuff. There can't be donors to this.
Well, I don't think so anymore. I think their donors are a little bit up in age now.
Mm-hmm.
Reallocating. Oh, you think they all died off?
No. They're still here. Not all of them.
Hold on. Guys, can I do this?
Can we donate to the Donors Club or go buy a new weed whacker?
What if we became the official NIL of the U of D Titans? Think about what $50 gets you. None of these players could be that expensive. They all suck.
I'll chip in. Sounds good
Here's-
to me.
Hi, Kenny, you show up with one shoe and a hot meal. You're courtside. Like, these players are lucky they're getting fed. You're 0-23. What, are you out of your mind? I got to look at this roster. I need to understand where they found this collection of talent. This is unbelievable. This is crazy talk. I am. Hold on. Can we? This is so irresponsible, but let's do one segment.
Okay.
If you are within the sound of my voice,
You too
and
can
you
give to
at
the
one
NIL collection.
right, what we should do, cue up the Sarah McLachlan, and it's like the U of D players freezing outside of a locked gym. For $1 a day, you can help this collection of nonsense. Like, if you went to U of D or were a donor to U of D or had a loose caring of U of D basketball, call this number right now. I have to talk to you. One segment only. Grand opening, grand closing. One segment only. How the F did we get here? Where this team is 0-23. And also, when did they change the logo? What is this off-brand D? Where the hell did the shield go? Where's Tommy Titan? What is this?
It's called rebranding, Mike.
Yeah, Roberto knows all about off-brand D. Where did... This is unbelievable. 248-539-9797. If there are 7 or 8 living members of the Titan Club, call up right now. The last game I went to at Callahan, Brandon Cotton played.
Wow.
And the Titan Club had dudes in velour suits. It was a scene. It was a vibe at Callahan. This is... I'm
You know what,
speechless. I want to
David?
hear from the people.
I'm getting Mike. We're going. I'm gonna set it up.
Find out when they play Ooey Pooey. TBA, I might go, but I'm wearing a bag over my head.
Nah, I'm gonna reach out to my guy PJ. We doing this. We doing this.
Who the hell's PJ?
He runs the show there.
He don't want his name in public being associated
Wow.
with this.
That's
He
why
just put
I
him out
said
there.
PJ.
He put PJ on blast. All right, America's favorite place to watch U of D basketball is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the losing at the biggest viewing experience for sports. 6 pools, 3 levels, and a 0% chance this collection of nonsense wins a game on the massive screen. I'm going to call Derek Stevens. I want every U of D game on the telly at Stadium Swim. Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas. Stadium Swim, book your spot today, circalasvegas.com. All right, don't adjust your dials if you tuned in. We're talking about something real off-brand here for a moment. But, David, I'm going to need some breaking news. Unbelievable. Rico, it's official. We're going to have to go to a game because U of D's starting power forward is Italian. Eduardo Del Cadia. Come on. This poor kid is actually from Italy and started his career at UNLV. How do you go from Italy to Las Vegas to Mack Avenue? This poor guy. You imagine this guy wakes up in the morning and goes, "This is my life? What have I done?
Hey, I'm going to go play the basketball."
Okay. Nope.
You can't do that.
Nope.
Come on.
Nope. David,
Kenny.
go ahead and drop that.
Oh, my God. Eduardo Del Cadia.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring a sign. I'll see if I can get a jersey made up of his. He wouldn't know what to do. Wait, there's a human being here. Wait, even stranger. They're wearing my jersey?
Oh, yeah.
Rico.
Yeah.
Come on. Mm-hmm. All right.
Mike?
We have a couple of callers.
Mike, keep
What?
looking at that roster. There's another name on there that should be familiar to you.
All right, hold on. I got it right in front of me. This is amazing. I'm looking. Oh, my God. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. That
Yes.
cannot be the son of who I'm thinking it is.
Yes, it is.
Did he not get any of the good DNA? No. Abdullah Olajuwon? No.
Oh
my God. Oh no.
He got
that has to be a
nothing.
mistake.
Look at his hometown.
They were switched at birth at the hospital. There's no way. Akeem, what happened here?
From Houston, Texas.
He got nothing.
You're Akeem Olajuwon's kid, and you're playing next to Tobin Shawananaki. Oh, God help us. Oh, my God. Okay, David Ticket text, and we'll get to the callers. We have callers on this.
Oh, my gosh. Someone says, did Rico just compare UAD in Oakland to MSU in Michigan? Come on now. Oh, man.
No. Here's the thing. In basketball, because both teams care about that game. Only when Michigan is good in basketball do both teams care. Unless you've been to one of these games, you're probably thinking, oh, he's just saying this. I've been there when they hate each other. And even Kenny, as much as he doesn't like it, has to admit it when he was back in his broadcast play-by-play days. Yeah, they are. They detest each other in hoops.
Someone says, I'm a student at UAD Mercy. I have classes with some of the basketball players. Half of them seem to not even care that they have no wins so far. Oh, my. Bring back Dickie V, Victor in Westland. Someone else says, here's what you do to the UAD basketball program. Shut it down. Shut it
John
down.
Taffer's your new head coach. You don't deserve to serve food no more. Shut it down.
This chicken's at 48 degrees. Do you know what that does?
Just shut it down. Stress test.
From Tom in Flat Rock, he says that we have to save the program, guys. We have to start a GoFundMe now to get the bodies into practice. Okay. All right.
Oh, my God. This is unbelievable. They're best players from Australia. Can you imagine? All right, let's go to the people. We have a real living, breathing human who's a season ticket holder. I want to go to Bill, 97.1. Bill, how are you?
I am fabulous today. Yes, believe it or not, I've been. My parents went to U of D. I went to U of D. We've had season tickets in the family for 60 years, and really, I think the whole thing needs to be imploded. To be honest with you, I mean, don't kill the program, but you need to clear house in the athletic department, clear out Vols, clear out Davis. I mean, just get rid of everyone to get. You know, as Rico said, get somebody young who can use it as a stepping stone. You know, I can live with that, but it's tough to watch. And to be honest with you, I don't go to very many games. I certainly still buy the tickets, but it's a tough watch even to go there.
What the hell do season tickets to U of D even cost, Bill? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh no, they're that's a pretty good. They're less than $400 for a pair. And
$400.
Mike, he's an alum. He's a U of D alum. They're generational people.
And you know what? And I've always committed to my father that we would never give these tickets up. So you know what? I'm going to do it until the day they bury me.
But Bill, don't go anywhere. Oh, I have more questions. Bill, wait a second. $400. Here's what I want you to do, Bill. After we're done with this conversation, I want you to call their ticket office. I want you to tell them if they want you back for next year, they have to pay you $400 to attend this nonsense. Here's the other
my
angle.
commitment.
All right. Bill, is the Titan Club still a thing, or has it been shuttered?
No, it still is. I can't say I roll in there, but it still does exist, sure.
You don't. So wait a minute. You don't have access to the Titan Club?
To be honest with you, I've never even tried to go there. And then, I've had tickets forever.
We have to
but
fix this.
I don't even venture
Bill,
in there. I think that tends to be for bigger donors.
No. We're going to stop that. All the bigger donors are dead. Bill, I'm going to put you on hold. Rico's going to get you hooked up with PJ. You're getting Titan Club access as a part of your package for next year. PJ, show me you're a real one. Bill's in the Titan Club, or he's canceling 60 years of loyalty. That's the ask. Put Bill on hold. Kenny, don't hang up on him. We're going to get you taken care of, Billy. Your team may be hopeless. Life's about to get better. We're getting Bill in the Titan Club, Rico. Tell PJ right now.
I don't know if that's
he needs a lanyard.
But you know what?
Hey,
let's ask.
When your team's 0-23, it's the Wild West. Anything goes. We have a real season ticket holder. What's his ask? Titan Club.
Okay. Let's do it.
Well, Bill's on hold. I need the info passed to PJ. That's on you, Rico.
Okay. All right.
Let's go to Robert, 97.1.
How about we get to Robert?
Robert. Oh, man. Well, are we really doing 3 segments on this?
Yeah, we are. The people have responded.
Okay.
And we have some audio for you as well.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. We'll do it all next. 97.1. All right. Now, I know we're screwing around to start the show today. I'd like to think it's somewhat entertaining. We are going to get to business at 3 o'clock, though. Obviously, we'll get a football today, a little Super Bowl stuff. 3 o'clock, we're calling it forced reallocation of time. Football's gone, people. What the hell are we doing with ourselves here? But we started with, it's kind of a news story. Holy hell, U of D Titans are 0-23.
Mm-hmm.
It's unspeakable. It's unthinkable. Inconceivable. And also, Rico is giving free Titan Club memberships to anyone who calls right now.
Well, David has unearthed a little bit of news as well, Mike.
Yeah. What is this the audio? Let me hear it.
No, not that yet. But it is unbelievable that this team could be 0-23 and have two former NBA stars' sons on their roster. Found out about Olajuwon's son. Ricky Davis's son is also on the roster. His name is Tyree Davis.
Well, that makes more sense, though. Ricky Davis was something. That's the guy who once shot at the opponent's hoop to get a rebound.
Correct.
So he got a triple-double.
Correct. But you would
I lived
think,
the
man,
Ricky
come
Davis
on.
experience with the Celtics. You would think there'd be some legitimate DNA there. You'd have some ability. Akeem, we got to get the dream to town. We got to get Akeem to town to see his son play, and we get a win. We're up there with Caller Bill and the Titan Club. This is something. I mean, legitimately, they may not win a game. I dug into the peripherals. Oh, my God. Rico. This might be the worst basketball team ever assembled.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. This is, yeah. There's really, I can't think of anything I've ever seen worse than this. Yeah.
You better tell PJ he's going to be busy. I want people in the Titan Club.
How about we just get people in the stands? Let's work with that first.
David, if you want me to go to the callers? Let's go to the callers. We're having some fun on a Friday, keeping it loose. Let's go to Robert, 97.1. Robert, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, how you guys doing?
Good.
Robert,
Man,
how
this
did
is
we get
terrible,
here?
man. I'm gonna tell you what they might need to do, man. They might need to take a road march down to St. Cecilia, man, and look at all the NBA talent that ever played at St. Cecilia. You know, let's just go all the way back. St. Cecilia, it's a 3-mile road march. I will make every last one of them. Let's just take a road march for a history trip because this is ridiculous. For a NCAA Division I team to be, and you talking about they got what? 2 former NBA stars, sons on their team? Come on now. Let's just make it.
Well,
make
I mean,
sense. Let's just go down. Let's take a road march to in the Army. I'm using a military analysis. Let's take a road march down to St. Cecilia. It's only like 3 miles down the street, and go in there and just see all of that.
Robert, you go to games or no?
I wouldn't go watch this garbage for nothing in the world. My money too precious for this.
Okay. I was just seeing if we could get you interested with a free Titan Club membership.
Okay, would you stop?
Would you say free Titan Club membership? Hey, since I'm on a fixed income, sure, I'll go. I ain't got nothing to do.
All right, let's put Rob. We'll put Robert on hold. PJ's got you. That's what Rico told me.
Okay, no. That's not what he said, and we're going to stop this right here.
I said I wouldn't pay for this now. I said, now, if you want to give me a complimentary ticket, I'll show up all day long.
I think PJ'd be happy to do it.
Okay.
Outstanding. I'll put one more crowd of the 3 in there. Then you're going to now take me and my wife, and we'll have and I'll be quiet. I won't be clowning them.
Yeah. Okay.
Rico, see what I mean?
Promise.
You're changing lives. Rico, thank you, Robert.
The next caller that hears "What Up, Doe" can call up and get free time.
Here's what we're gonna do.
Y'all stupid. Y'all stupid.
Robert, appreciate the phone call. Dave, Mike, you know what you are? You're the guy that I'm like, I can hook you up, I can get you in the party, and then you show up with 50 other people. No, it was to get you in, Mike, not all your family and your boys. We've all had that guy show up to, well, you can't get us all. No, I said I can hook you up.
We're taking caller 97 right now.
Honestly, I was also thinking of a promotion we could do. I don't know if PJ would be hip to this, but we do homeless night at Callahan Hall. We'll fill that place up. Come on in.
That's so
Get
wrong.
to see some
though.
losing ass basketball. Get a hot cup of soup.
That's just
Come on
wrong
now.
right there.
What are you talking about? I'm trying to get people in the building. They're interested in warmth. They're not going to boo the team. They're not there for basketball. They're just happy to have a roof for a while. We get some nice meals out there. Away we go. Ambiance at Callahan Hall. We got to get this team a win. Rico, they cannot go 0-31. They can't.
Yeah, they might. This may become historic, and normally I root for this. This is one where I'm like, come on, guys, don't do this. You gotta win one.
Let's go to Colleen. We have a Titan Club insider on the line. Let's go to Colleen.
Colleen.
Hi.
Hey.
Yes, hi. Thank you for taking my call. Yes, I've been working the Titan Club for probably 10 years, and I got to tell you, it fills up every time we have a home game. The fans that are there are so supportive. Don't give up on them. Cookie Moore comes almost every time. Do you guys remember Cookie Moore?
No.
I do not. I apologize.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Well, he was a basketball player.
I work with James Cookie Costa.
No, he is.
No?
His
Doesn't ring a bell?
It's Thomas Moore. Thomas Moore. Cookie Moore.
Sorry, no.
Okay.
So, but
Well,
it does get filled. The Titan Club is still open. That's a real thing.
Oh, yes. Oh, my gosh. Last night.
All right, Rico, we got to do it.
We probably had 72 people. I'm Colleen. If you come, I will bring you in. I will let you guys come in.
Colleen,
Yeah.
we're going to come and
Yeah.
see you.
All right.
We are going to, because the
Okay,
man I do this show with, Mr. Rico Beard, Rico is going to bring this team a win. That's the type of power he has.
Okay, well, tomorrow
It's
we
gonna
have a
happen.
game at 1 o'clock.
It might be a little bit short notice for my calendar, but I appreciate it.
Okay.
We're going to
well,
figure out a date.
Yeah.
We'll figure out a date.
Colleen,
We're going to make it happen, though.
we're
See,
gonna get-
Colleen,
Yeah.
Colleen's a power broker.
She is.
This is what I like. Colleen, appreciate it. See, David, he brings up PJ like he's some hitter. Colleen's the hitter. You just come up. I got you. I'll walk you right into the Titan Club.
Right. Like I said, I was just trying to get you in the building. I was trying to get you, immediacy.
No.
Like you want to roll up in there all highfalutin. Okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
I want to be in the Vital suite. I want to be in the Dickie V lounge.
Mike
They
showing
got
up.
one of those?
Mike showing up with a fur coat. Gotcha.
Let's do it. Let's show up like Frank Lucas at the boxing match.
Right.
$25,000 alpaca.
Mike bringing back the nanny goat, David.
That's right.
Oh, man.
Let's go to this is the most absurd yet satisfying topic we've ever done.
Wait, I'm sorry. What'd you say?
You guys, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're so. I'll tell you right now, whoever did that's going to hell. I don't even believe in God. Oh my God. I work with James Cookie Costa.
You know who that is?
Hi, Mike. Mikey Moore, maybe? I got nothing. Oh, my goodness. What a start to a Friday. Oh, what a tremendous start.
Hey, we have fun on
We got to go to
Fridays.
Andy.
Okay.
We have to. We
Andy.
have to. The Lions aren't playing anymore, and I'm sad. Let's go to Andy.
Andy.
97.1. Hi, Andy.
Hey guys, Yeah, I've been going to games since the Vital era. In fact, went to his basketball camp with Bob Lanier at West Bloomfield High. And West Bloomfield High School, I hate to say it because I love UAD. My dad was a Titan Club member for 70 years or more, and they have better facilities than some high schools, frankly. I mean, that's just being blunt. You go down there, I go to a couple games a year still, and it's I don't know what happened. I think they put a lot of juice into Antoine Davis getting that record last year, but the recruiting is falling apart. Again, the facilities aren't. You go to Oakland University and everything's kind of fresh and new out there, but UAD, man, I so want them to be good, but obviously the record is not speaking to that this year, and I'm not sure what we can do. It's about money, right?
Andy, let me ask you a question. Serious note. Like, you still watch the games or go to some game. Andy, are they going to win a game this year? Or are they really going 0 for 31?
Doesn't look good, does it, Mike?
Not when as a team you shoot 39%. No.
But even the Pistons can fall into a win now and then. I mean, they're bound to catch a team. And I know you guys played the gambling game a few weeks ago when they were actually favored. They still lost that game by a couple points. I think it was against Ball State. But it's a tough one. They got to just get to work out there. And I think one of your previous callers said it. They need to wipe the slate clean and start over fresh.
Andy, I appreciate the call. I am floored. People
Mike,
still go and
I mean, if you want, you want to do. Well, no, you probably can't. That's all I say. It's Valentine's Day. Ooey pooey on the 14th of February.
I'm on vacation that week. Okay. That's going to be their win. What's the next home game? Is there one the 22nd?
It is the 17th. Purdue Fort Wayne.
I think the 22nd they got.
22nd
State.
is Wright State. Yeah. Wright State.
We'll go down. We'll pay Colleen a visit. We're going to get in the Titan Club, broker a few deals. We should buy some recruits. We got to turn this thing around. It's ridiculous. 0-23? Sweet Jesus. Who's the most famous? Oh, dear. No, I don't, Colleen. But we'll talk all about it when we come down there. I want to know what kind of amenities the Titan Club has. This is exciting.
Rice Krispie treats.
Rico.
And cookies.
Oh, man. It's Cookie More night. Okay. All right, that's enough. Hey, appreciate everyone's participation. Yeah, U of D's 0-23. Yikes. I mean it. Rico, if you want to go to a game one night, I'll go.
Okay.
I'll go. I got to see this to believe it. I got to see a team that, as a team, shoots 39% from the field.
Yep, perfect.
That's unbelievable.
We'll leave right after the show. So, yeah.
Can't wait.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Y'all,
Rico.
Rico,
that would be the 22nd is senior night.
Oh, we got to wear suits for senior night. Titan Club, come on, suited and booted. Let's go down there like shooters. Let's make it happen. You got a hat you've been waiting to wear? Let's get down there.
Take Mike shopping on 8 Mile. All right. Let's do this, Mike.
Okay. We'll do
the inner lining of your jacket will be the Italian flag.
Eduardo DeCalia.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, David, I'm reading. Okay. Hey, guys. Rico here. Xfinity connects me to more of the great games that I love. And now that football season, well, it's about over. It gives me a chance to catch up on all my favorite shows. With the Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. And you too can get the speed you need at a great price, thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. You can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with the Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruption. That means you get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just simply drop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
All right, let's do a little football today with a twist. Obviously, we got this long lead up to the Super Bowl. Drives me crazy. I don't know if you, the listener, enjoy it. Music, and explain what the hell we're doing here, David. Oh,
remember
God.
this, Mike?
Oh, God, the throwback voice megaphone is back.
That's
yes,
right.
Roberto, who could forget? Welcome.
All right, so I'm giving it to you guys. Super Bowl by the numbers. I'm going to give you guys some digits, and you're going to tell me what they mean. Let's go.
Oh, God. All right.
Here we go.
Okay.
When I say to you 6.15 billion, what am I referring to?
6.15 billion. It's you. So beers sold during the Super Bowl.
That's a lot of beers.
Holy hell, the whole world is smashed.
I'm going to guess the total amount of ticket sold price, the amount of money they make off of all the ticket sales. The gate.
Dude.
Kenny has no concept of money. Yes. They make a nation's GDP off of one football game.
Well, then mine is probably going to be stupid as well because I was guessing gambling amount, the money that was spent on gambling.
6.5 billion at the game.
On one game. Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
All right, actually.
All right.
What is 6.15 billion is the franchise valuation of the 49ers, which ranks 5th in the NFL.
No way. Holy hell. Wow.
And has increased 69.
That's way higher than I would have guessed.
Increased 69% in the past 3 years. Very nice.
Good to be a York.
That's right.
Jesus.
Now let's put this in comparison to that. This will be fun. When I say 14 million, what am I talking about?
The value of the Carolina Panthers. No.
Close.
14 million?
Yes.
The average of a 30-second commercial.
Close.
You know what? Good answer, Mike.
It is the average annual salary of 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, damn.
Beating Andy Reid, who makes $11.5 million.
Okay, now that is surprising. And if
Right.
I were Andy Reid, insulting.
He needs his agent.
By the way, did Kenny quit after guessing 6.1 billion for ticket sales?
Yeah, Jimmy fired him. He's gone.
He's hanging out with Cookie Moore.
I thought we were going to the Titan Club. What are we doing?
All right, now
coming up, if forget it.
Put this in perspective. So $14 million a year for Kyle Shanahan. Now, when I mentioned to you $17 million, what am I talking about?
You are talking about
Jim Harbaugh's new salary?
No, he makes, I was going to say, probably a player. Who's 17 million?
Yeah. No, it's not. Mahomes makes more than that.
I was about to say, yeah, Mahomes makes way more than that. And Purdy
Yeah,
makes
Purdy
nowhere
gets
near
paid
that.
in tuna fish cans.
Let's go C-Mac.
Let's go Debo Samuel.
Okay, so remember I told you the 49ers at this point are valued at $6.15 billion. $17 million is the amount paid for the 49ers in 1977.
Oh, my.
It was just shy of the then record $19 million that Robert Irsay paid for the Los Angeles Rams in 1972.
Oh,
It makes you want to go back in time and just pony up all your money, knowing the investment that it's going to be.
It's the same thing. The Orioles were $170 million. They just cashed in equity, not even the whole thing, for $1.7 billion.
I think if you go back,
But let's cry for owners.
yeah, I think the Lions were, was it like 5 or 10 million for the Lions back in the day? I'm sorry, I don't know if that's on your sheet, so I'll be quiet.
No, it's not. All right, and then
It's Super Bowl facts. They haven't been. So.
well, yeah, this is related. So let's close out on some Instagram numbers here, okay? Instagram followers. When I say 3.6 million, who am I talking about?
You better not be including
That's
who
Taylor
I think.
Swift.
Don't, man.
No, that's low for her.
I-
That's low.
I bet you it's McCaffrey's wife or girlfriend. She's supposed to be famous.
Koopo or whatever her name is.
Or
I don't know her name. If I knew it, I would have said it.
what if it's Brittany?
Can I just say
Brittany
McCaffrey's
Mahomes?
significant other?
I thought Brittany Mahomes, too.
Brittany Mahomes.
3.6 million Instagram followers is the actual entire Chiefs Instagram official account.
Wow, that's it?
Yes.
Oh, man, I overthought it. I thought he was
so,
getting
So
cute
put this in
there.
perspective. If it's 3.6 million for the whole Chiefs team, who has 5.7 million Instagram followers?
All right, now I'm going to go with Brittany
Kenny,
Mahomes.
I mean, wouldn't Taylor Swift have like
That seems
a billion?
low. That seems low for her.
Right, so 5.
Now I sound like Kenny.
5.7 million, beating his own team in Instagram followers, is Travis Kelce, the third most of any NFL player.
I wonder why he got all of a sudden the Instagram followers.
And I do have the number here if you want to take another guess. Taylor Swift's Instagram followers.
I'm going to go with
Kelsey's got 5.3. I don't know the total handle of Instagram.
Let's go.
I'll go 50 million.
I was going to say 50.
I was going to say 50.
I'll go with who cares?
I'll go with 51.
51 million?
Yeah.
51 million. No, that's Cookie Moore's. No, I'm sorry. No, you guys are way off. Taylor Swift's Instagram followers, 279 million.
I quit.
The 12th
Oh
most.
my God.
The 12th most of any person in the world.
Who are the other 11?
Wait a minute. Who's the other 11? Does Jesus have his own account? Yeah, God himself. Hello there.
I guess I don't know.
Who's number one?
I'm looking.
Oh, my God.
Well, we know it's not Wojo. Who else can we?
Okay.
Keep going, Roberto.
Oh, okay. You want another? I'll give you
we'll
one more.
give you that soon. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go with this one. Let's round it off to 8,500. 8,500. What am I talking about?
8,500. Oh, no. Fellas, I need help here. I am lost in the woods on this one.
8,500. He's been asking. 8,500 would be.
Give us a hint, Roberto.
Ticket,
Come on.
the price of a ticket.
Boom! Rico got it. There you
wow,
go. The cheapest ticket for the Super Bowl.
Yes. Don't have
You know what?
And that was
right
4
there,
days ago.
Case in point of why this event has jumped the shark. There is so few people on the planet that'll spend, and first of all, you're not buying one, you'd have to buy two. So that's 17 grand. This event is not for the fans. It's a farce.
Oh, and by the way,
$500 for a ticket.
The top Instagram account is Instagram.
Yes. Okay, now beyond.
We got Ronaldo, right?
Followed by Ronaldo. Looks like Messi, Selena Gomez, Kylie Jenner, The Rock, Ariana Grande, Kardashian.
Look, the Virgin Mary came in 9th.
And Beyonce.
Oh, my God. Yeah. Unbelievable.
There you go.
Honestly, very interesting numbers. I like the fun stuff because I tell you what I'm not going to do for a week straight is break this game down like a nerd. Can't do it. Thank you. Roberto, tremendous segment. Thank you so much.
That's correct.
Super Bowl by the number. All right, I can't possibly do a read in that voice, but FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Super Bowl Sunday. Oh boy, it's a betting buffet. You can bet the color of the sports drink. Is there a touchback on a kickoff? You can go nuts. And FanDuel, they have more betting markets than anybody. Super Bowl 58, FanDuel, match made in heaven. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. With FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL, and 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117.
The Old English D will not be on Jim Leyland's Hall of Fame plaque. The former Tiger skipper announcing that through the Hall of Fame on Friday. His place in Cooperstown won't bear the insignia of any of the 4 clubs he mentioned. Quote, I want to make sure that each of those teams I managed get respect, and this does that. Quote, Leyland managed Detroit for 8 seasons, Colorado for 1, Pittsburgh for 11, Florida for 2. Pistons and Clippers from LCA tonight right here on 97.1. Pregame coverage starts at 6:35. The NHL will allow players to compete in the 26 and 30 Winter Olympics. The League and Players Union announced today. NHL players haven't been in the Olympics since 2014. Also in the NHL, the Kings have fired head coach and former Red Wings assistant Todd McClellan. They had won just 3 games in 6 weeks. And this just in from Mike Valenti and Rico Beard. U of D basketball is not good. At the Coral Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, I got to tell you, we're going to start a footballish topic, but Beanie really missed the mark with the update. And this is something legitimately that bums me out. Guys, Carl Weathers passed away.
Yeah.
Apollo Creed.
Right. Wasn't he in those commercials with Gronk? He was training him. Yeah.
Unbelievable. I love Carl Weathers.
Yeah, he's
Predator. Oh, don't. Robert Tepper. Now, it's too emotional. It's too close to the news.
Yeah, this is tough, man.
Right,
this is
but I'm
really
saying-
bad.
There's no easy way out.
I'm watching him in those Gronk commercials like, okay, he's the trainer. Like, oh, man.
Yeah. There's no shortcuts home. There's no easy way out, Rico.
There was.
Oh, man.
Losing can't be wrong. Oh, my God.
Man.
Oh, terrible. All right. That ranks right up there like the day we found Prince passed away. All right. Let's keep it rolling. Forced reallocation.
Come on, Stallion.
of time.
Come on, Stallion.
There is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow.
Come on, man.
I love Carl Weathers. He's a good actor.
Man,
All right.
Just that movie alone with him training Rocky. Come on, man. Yeah, wow.
Oh, what about running down the beach together?
Right.
Okay.
And you still owe me
Let's
a favor
focus.
when this is all done.
That's right.
No cameras, nobody around, just me and you. You want to ring the bell?
Oh, and then and then right when they're about to hit each other, fade to black.
Right.
Roll credits.
Which followed the...
Kenny has no idea.
Oh, no, he doesn't. No, some of the greatest debates in the barbershop of
Wait a
who
minute.
would have won that battle. Because, did you see? He was coming over the top. No, but Rocky was coming underneath. Oh, yeah.
Wait a second now. Hold on a minute. Kenny, you've never seen the Rocky franchise?
I've
kidding
seen
me?
some of the Rocky franchise. I have not seen that movie, but I've seen some of it.
What on earth?
Which one did you see?
All right.
Whichever the most popular one was, man. I don't remember.
They're all popular.
How dare you? They're all popular.
What are you talking about?
And shame on you. Hulk Hogan was in one.
I think that may have been the one I saw.
Oh, God.
Thunderlips.
One of the worst of the lot.
T in it. That's the one I saw. Oh, that's
Clubber Lang, get it right.
That's the same one.
Come get your woman, Balboa. Get your woman, Balboa.
No, that one. No,
Gonna be
that
with a
one.
real man tonight.
Oh, boy. All right. Let's not sully the name of Adrian. Football's done. Football's done. So it's not just us who do this for a living. Yes, we spend an inordinate amount of time watching ball. But you're out there listening. Lions season's over. There is no college football. And please, don't call up and hit me with some USFL nonsense. I don't want to hear it. How are you reallocating your football time? It ain't like the days get shorter. You still have this time that you would spend watching football on a Monday night or Thursday night. College football, forget about it. Any night. Saturday, Sunday. It's all gone. It's all gone. It's like when the Bumpus Hounds took the turkey in A Christmas Story. No more turkey a la hash. It's all gone. We got nothing. We're the dad standing there with the drumstick in our pajamas. So I know my answer, and
You
I
paint
think I know
such a
Rico's.
beautiful picture with your words.
You know the dad's sad face, and he's just got the little wing ding in his hand, and he's like, "Pew!" I that's us. Now Rico and we'll just watch college basketball. I mean, the NBA, I make no secret of it. The NBA is largely unwatchable until the playoffs.
You know
College
what?
basketball, definitely not for everybody.
No,
definitely
it's not. College basketball is an acquired taste. NBA basketball, if somebody texts me or if I happen to see that a game, like when all of a sudden I saw the Lakers-Warriors game got really good, it had my attention. Because you want to know why? I saw two teams actually trying to win. They didn't opt out. It wasn't, I'm going to sit this. No. They were playing in that game. So, yes, that's the only time. I just don't sit there, but I'm going to watch this NBA game from start to finish. Who's playing?
No.
But yeah, college.
So
yeah, you and I are sick. We watch a lot of college basketball.
But here's my question. For you guys out there, what the hell do you do with your time? I mean, is this where the honey-do list takes over? Your spouse knows, like, yeah, you know those hours you dedicated to Michigan football? Yeah, that's gone. Oh, the Lions? Yeah, I know they're not playing. You know, now you're going to end up at a piano recital. Like, what the hell happens here? How do you reallocate your sports time when football's gone? You know, could Kenny persuade you to watch the Wings? Probably not. Pistons, forget about it. Shout out Cookie Moore, U of D 0-23. What do you do with the forced reallocation of man time? I'm being serious. Guys like Rico and I, we have it easy in a way. It's what we do for a living. And college basketball is the natural next thing. How the hell do you think Cash the Ticket operates? I have to watch these. I have to know what the hell I'm talking about.
I think for me, and I was just talking to Evan before the show, catching up on a lot of series on different shows, whether it's HBO Max or Netflix or Hulu, things that I've heard people talk about, but I just didn't have the time to dedicate to watch. Because Evan was just telling me, he's like, man, he was watching Echo, the newest one on Disney Plus. Like, okay, maybe I'll check that out.
I'll add that to my list.
So, right. For me, it's kind of going there and sampling to figure out which one of the series I really like and then doing a deep dive into that series and then moving on to the next and moving on to the next, along with college.
All right, so Rico on a normal, if Rico wasn't a freak show, it would just be shows.
Yeah.
Or as old people call them, programs. Okay. David.
The stories.
Obviously. Yeah, you're my stories. David, radio side of you, any interest in college hoops, but the father of 7 that you are. Your duties with the church. What is the forced reallocation of your football time? What do you do with it?
Well, since my college team blows, no, not UAD, that would be Michigan. Since they blow, no need to go into college basketball. So I will use my time to catch up on movies that I missed. I don't watch movies from August till Super Bowl. I'm all football, college, NFL. So now I got to catch up with some of the movies that I didn't see during that time.
Okay.
But it's, you're not cleaning the gutters. You don't have a honeydew list that takes over.
No, not really. Nope.
Kenny Cott.
Kenny's answering phones, but not. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's great. No, I want a response from the people because this is a real thing. Look, for us, the calendar never stops. The only lighter part of the year to me is summertime. Baseball, there's so many damn games. And when your team is not elite, even if they are, you're really not watching every night. Now, I make a point. I'm on top of it most of the time.
MLB
but I use
Network.
most of my time off. Oh, listen, MLB or MLB Tonight is a saving grace.
Yeah.
But, I really wonder what the hell the hardcore Lions fan does now that the Lions are toast. Those Sundays that you would block out, what the hell do you do? It's a cold world out there, man.
Probably pick up a second job to pay for all that playoff expenses and tickets and traveling.
Well, I tell you, you'd need it for the Super Bowl. Cheapest ticket in the house, $8,500. Man, keep it. Keep it. Sit home and watch the damn thing. You got to be kidding me with that.
This city would have bought every ticket they possibly could have. They would second mortgages, third mortgages. They were going to that game. Don't care the price. We'll live today and care about tomorrow.
248-539-9797. David, line up a few calls, line up some ticket texts. We are in the forced reallocation of time. I'm going to catch you up on college hoops for real. Not the sarcastic version yesterday. We'll do it later in the hour. While you were asleep, a.k.a. football season, here's what you've missed. We'll see if Rico agrees, disagrees. We got the Big Ten and the SEC having this wartime consigliere meeting. I think I know what it means. We'll talk about that later in the show as well. Who said it? Lots to do on a Friday, 97.1. All right, David, give me a few of the ticket texts. We're in a weird spot, man. It's like we were so engrossed with the Lions. We were on the ride. We had gotten to a point in the season where, wow, football's still here. This is awesome. There's a real shot they're in the Super Bowl. Let's face it, first half of that game, you knew you were going. And instead of a 2-week run-up to it, now it's like the, what was that, the ice challenge people were doing a few years ago. It hit you right in the face.
Oh, the ice bucket challenge.
Now football's gone. Yeah, gone. What are you doing with the reallocation of time? We'll get to a little college hoops later, and I got this college football thing we have to talk about. It is a mafioso meeting today taking place with the SEC and the Big Ten. We'll do that in the 4 o'clock. David, ticket text first.
Yeah, someone says, since I have no football this weekend, me and my lady are going to a concert in the Super Bowl next weekend. Then the weekend after the Super Bowl, we're going to spend the weekend in Vegas. Okay. All right. Catching up with his lady, sounds like.
I mean, listen, that's a good usage of time. I was saying on a more regular basis, but okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
Jason in Highland says, my time on Sunday will be spent watching NASCAR, and all the other times football will be on, I will be searching for the wings. So he'll be watching wings and NASCAR. Jay in Canton says, hockey and college basketball gets my attention, but hockey will be first.
Let me tell you something. The wings are our best bet. If you are a football-obsessed person who's yearning for something to do with the sports viewing time you have, the wings are your best bet. Now, I know they had a wicked skid in the middle of this, but they've bounced back. They're in the mix. They're worth watching. I mean, they do have a good product. Lord knows they get in some shootouts. Not literal ones. I mean, like, 5-4 hockey game, like real high-scoring 1986 hockey. The wings is a pretty good answer because at least there's a zillion games.
Mike, would you like to guess when the next one of those games is, with the All-Star break being this weekend?
Kenny, I wish I'd be lying to you if I said I knew the answer.
Tuesday?
I know the break is ridiculously long.
No, it's not. It's not quite Tuesday. It's not quite Wednesday or Thursday or Friday. It's Saturday. Not tomorrow. 8 days from tomorrow, or 8 days from today.
I knew it was egregiously long. I just didn't realize. Kenny, why does your league do this stuff?
I'm telling you, man, this is a joke league. The way it's run from top to bottom, from player discipline to scheduling, everything that you can imagine about this league is backwards and reversed. It's a joke league. It's not a real league.
It's not a real league. I just don't get it.
It's not a real league. It's a fake league run by fake people.
Well, I'm glad you said it, because if the non-hockey guy says it, oh my God, please, how dare you?
Anything to the opposite, I challenge, because there's nothing that league does particularly well, except for the playoffs. If they don't mess up the playoffs, everything's fine.
Everything is fine. Yeah, Kenny. So hold on. In this sense, Kenny, obviously, you're a huge football guy, but now, no football, and you have no hockey for 10 days. You got to be going out of your mind.
Yeah, so this Saturday, I have a family commitment, but on Sunday, I have no clue what I'm going to do that entire day. The lady's going to be at work. I'm just going to be sitting at home just twiddling my thumbs. I don't know what the plan is. I got nothing. And I don't know what I'm going to do the rest of the week.
That's what we're calling it now?
Yes, that's what we're – all right, very good. All right, great.
I mean, that is – my God. You're supposed to be a man of God. Unbelievable language from you.
These are the people you surround
David,
yourself
you really,
with.
What language? I said
I
that's
know,
what we're calling it.
Kenny. David, you need to lay hands. This man is morally bankrupt.
I thought that's what Kenny said he was going to do.
Bro. Okay. I'm done. Kenny, I tried everything in my power.
I'm just going to leave, man. It's been a fun week. I'm filling in for David was fun. I'll be out, man. I'll see you on Monday. Hopefully you feel a little bit better and Rico doesn't make you leave.
I'm great. Woo! Okay, yep, we're done. Go to the callers immediately. Let's go to Jermaine, 97.1. What's up, Jermaine?
This is Jermaine. How you doing, fellas?
Hey, how are you?
What's up?
I'm a super football fan. I'm no hockey, so I'm bored all the way to September. So I just start barbecuing on Sundays. I prep on Saturday, barbecue ribs, barbecue brisket, just something to take up my time.
Wow.
Oh, but in the high 30s and low 40s? Oh, God. How
I'll
do you do
shovel
it?
the snow for a pass. I will shovel the snow
Oh,
for a
my.
pass.
That's hardcore.
Man, I stand
That's respect
and
right
applaud
there.
That's a commitment
Well, I'm
I
not
do not
twiddling my
have to it.
thumbs like Kenny. I'm not twiddling my thumbs like Kenny, so I got to do something else.
This is the worst bit ever. I hate this. I'm stuck in hell right now.
That's okay, Kenobi.
Oh, good
So, yeah,
old
that's what you got to do.
Kenobi.
Go ahead and barbecue. All right.
All right.
Have a good one.
All right. Yeah. Shoveling a path to the smoker? I don't know about that. Maybe I'm just not committed enough. Let's go to Maxwell.
Well, I mean, but if you think about, hold on,
What's
Mike,
up?
the beauty of it is with the snow melting, you probably don't have to shovel anything right now. But
Truth. I just meant in general.
yeah,
Man, you know this is a tease right now. We're only going to see that grass for about 10 minutes.
I know.
We're about to get buried again.
Put on your coat, take off your coat. Put on your coat, go out there, lift. Okay, now I got to take it off and go back
Oh,
out
man,
every-
you got to struggle to maintain temperature. I can't.
Yeah,
I can't.
That's hardcore.
I just
That's
basically,
respect.
it is. I ain't got the time or patience for that deal in the winter. Go to Maxwell.
Actually-
97.1. What's up, Maxwell?
Let's get Maxwell
No?
next. How about that?
Man, he keeps telling me I'm number one, David. It's unbelievable. 97.1. All right, before we get back to the people, we're just having a little fun with football being done. You know, that reallocation of time. What the hell do you do? Hockey may be the answer for us here in Detroit. Wings are actually good. And if they can just, I know this extended break, we're not even going to have them available to us for another 10 days or whatever it is. That might be the answer. Rico, you mentioned a piece of audio you had that you wanted to play. You won't share it. You've sworn David to secrecy. David's like, I'm not telling you. So do you want to just, can I find out what this is?
Okay. David? There you go. That's on the Cowherd show. So, yeah. Harbaugh talking.
All right. I'm not going to take the bait. I know what you're doing here. You want me to get all upset.
I don't. No.
Here's what I'll tell you.
Here's what happened. You were getting ready in the studio, and we saw that, and I wanted to make sure you heard it word for word.
Here's what I'll say. I actually don't have a problem with Harbaugh advocating for his guy, right? That's really what that is. Now, the actuality of the comment, it's absurd. The kid's not even a first-round pick. And for him to go ahead of Caleb Williams, it would be a meteoric rise like we've never seen before. And, I mean, Caleb would have to, like, rob a bank.
Caleb Williams, Drake May, Daniels.
Right. I mean, I'm fine. You want to tell me I like JJ better than Penix, and here's why. I mean, you can have that opinion. I don't. And I don't think NFL GMs do. But I know what Harbaugh's doing. I think the thing that is really an annoyance is Harbaugh just says whatever the hell he wants. I mean, he'll lie. He'll do whatever. He just says whatever he wants. It's like, how I'm thrilled if you're a Charger fan and you're happy. I don't understand how this guy's running your franchise. God bless. Enjoy.
Because I'm laughing like, so does this mean you go ahead and trade Herbert and draft JJ and build your team? That would have been my follow-up question. If he's so great, look, you going to take him, start a franchise with him.
The key to Jim's got a good shot at being successful based on Herbert.
Yeah.
He went somewhere that has a quarterback, but no, I'm not convinced it's going to work. Being away from the game for 11 years, the league's changed a lot. He's gotten precipitously weirder.
You don't think it's going to be like when Joe Gibbs came back, do you? And the game had passed him by. Yeah, like he was like at the top of the game, and then it passed him by, and it was a different NFL when he came back.
I mean, look, Greg Roman's going to be his OC. Roman was there with Kaepernick. He then was the guy the Ravens stupidly got rid of for Lamar because Lamar wanted an offense designed for him to throw it. How'd that work out? No, I don't think it'll be like Gibbs. But I also don't think it's going to be this automatic elixir to a Super Bowl. No, I don't. It's a young man's game, Rico. It really is.
Yeah. No, I mean, when you see, now coaches getting hired in their, like when you see, when, in their 40s, like, wow, you're 53. Like, ooh, wow, that's kind of old where it used to be. Okay, that's a young guy. Not anymore.
David, give me a few ticket texts if you'd be so kind.
People are still responding to what they'll be doing now that football is gone. And somebody said, this is a weird one, college lacrosse starts tomorrow, so pretty much slots right into the football times, they say.
Wow. What are you, one of 12 fans?
College
lacrosse. Oh, my Lord. That's a very East Coast thing, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, enjoy. God bless.
Someone else is answering the question saying college basketball will feel a lot of the time. It's also the time of the year I get caught up on my programs, they say.
See, that's the big one, man. The one you got to watch, David, you got to watch. Sebastian Maniscalco's in a new show. It's called Bookie.
I've heard about
really
that one.
Funny.
Yeah.
Really funny. Really good show.
This one is a little different. They say because of the mild weather, they will rake the yard early instead of watching football.
What are we doing here? All right, let's go to the people. Raking the leaves, that's what we're doing? Go to Maxwell, 97.1. What's up, Max?
Mike Rico, good afternoon, gentlemen. I don't know about you guys, but shoveling a pathway to the smoker or the grill in 30-degree weather is not my type of, not my cup of tea. But hey, to each his own. I like to think my schedule works out pretty good. Obviously, we get football from, I'd say, middle of September until February if we're lucky. But I transitioned right over into racing. I'm a huge motorsports fan, and I'm not talking about NASCAR. Between IMSA sports car racing, Formula One, and IndyCar, I typically fill about every weekend from now until November. Obviously, some other sports sprinkled in. I like watching hockey. Yep. I live down here in Dayton, Ohio, so I've got season tickets to the Blue Jackets. But I watch racing. That's what I do every weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That pretty much encompasses everything I want to do and want to see. And I'm always ready for the football season to be over so I can start watching racing again.
Well, F1 starts in about a month, right?
Yes, March 1st. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I knew it was around the corner. I'm blown away by it, Maxwell. I mean, I cannot believe how popular F1 has gotten. And I watched the Netflix series, The Drive to Survive, which was very, very good. I'm just really amazed. It seems to have exploded in the last 3 years.
The Netflix documentary, in my opinion, is the reason why it's gained so much popularity in this country. But I'll tell you, if you really want to know what it is and what it encompasses, I implore you to tune in. It's on ESPN. It's no commercials. There's no ad breaks. When it starts, and it goes until the end. And it is a great series and a great form of sport to watch. And it's nail-biting. You got to really pay attention.
No, I know. Maxwell, listen, I'm not knocking it. Believe me. I've never been able to wrap my mind around auto racing. And I know what's coming. Oh, well, you watch horse racing. I get it. Yep.
I wasn't even thinking that, but now I am.
You're a liar.
Actually, I wasn't.
Don't lie. I have friends who love auto sports or F1 in specific, and you're like, it's something I want to like. And you turn it on, and you know what you're watching is amazing, but you're like, I can't do this. I can't just sit here and continue to watch this. I don't know.
Now, see,
but
for
man,
me,
it's popular.
It's the repetitiveness. It's going. I mean, at least F1 is different, but yeah, like NASCAR. Horse racing is okay. It's a race. It's like, all right, let's see from the start to the finish. And then the beauty of horse racing is the amount of races you can get in for a day. So yes, we give you a hard time, Mike, but I can understand where it's fun because, okay, you have this race. You won. If you lost, you get another race in a few minutes and you can start all over again rather than watching 500 laps.
Yeah, 100%. Like, listen, it's no secret where I am in the summer, but like when football happens, I largely, outside of the Breeders' Cup, I take a sabbatical. And then when football ends, Derby Trail begins. And you start the whole run-up to who the hell's going to get in this thing in the qualifying races and all that jazz. So it works great for me. But, yeah, the F1 thing, I wish I could figure out how to get into it. Like, what is missing? I want to like it. I do. Because it's legitimately interesting. And it is scary as hell to watch. Like, these guys are unbelievable. One of the things we talked about, what you could do with your time, I know. No one pays attention to college hoops before the end of football. No problem. We did. I got a blitz for you. I'll catch you up on everything you need to know, including who's the Cinderella you're going to want to know about in March. I think I got him right now. We'll do it next. 97.1. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. They got it all. Trex decking, railing, lighting. Moved enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason Northville Lumber moves that much. It's all in stock all the time. Right in their warehouse. No 4-week, 6-week, 8-week lead time. You buy it, you get it. It's just that simple. Some of it, low as $1.59 a foot. And they do installs all year round. So beat the spring rush, beat the spring price increase. Get with Northville Lumber now. Just go to Northville Lumber or NorthvilleLumber.com. That's NorthvilleLumber.com. All right, so while you were handling football, enjoying football, you missed out on a lot. You've awoken from a sports coma. This is your first day out. I'm going to catch you up on everything you need to know about college basketball so you are the aficionado at work on Monday. David, music. That's right, people. All right, Rico, if you have any points of contention. I do. It makes the world right. So listen, If you have any points of contention, feel free, all of you guys. So we're going to start with last year's national champion, the UConn Huskies. Here's a word to the wise. They're still badass. They're still the leader in the clubhouse. They ain't going nowhere. They're awesome. Agree?
Mike, for the first time since Florida in 2006 and 2007, you may see a repeat champion. David, I mean, they can play defense. They got length. They do everything well. And for some reason, they're just forgotten about. I don't know, because they're on the East Coast. You don't see them in the Power Conference. But, yeah, I'm with you, Mike.
Okay. Kentucky, they are the Golden State Warriors of the sport. This is not your daddy's Wildcats. Coach Cal has a team that shoots 41% from deep. They bomb it. The whole team. They just shoot it, man.
Including
and they are fun to watch.
Yeah.
Oh, they are. Rico, if you're looking for a long shot, right now plus 2,500 to win it all. Kentucky has a ton of upside, and if you can take and make threes, you can do the whole damn thing. Agree or disagree?
I agree.
Okay. Rick Pitino is back and kind of good. Not only is Tricky Ricky back in a suit, by the way, shout out coaches wearing suits again. Thank you for ditching the Costco gear. You're not running errands to the pharmacy. You're coaching high-level basketball as millionaires. Put on a suit. Saw Greg Gard in a suit last night. Nice to see it. Rick Pitino, St. John's. They're fun. They're fast. They're physical. He overturned the whole roster. Hey, Tom Izzo, you listening? Rick Pitino kept one kid, Rafael Soriano. He plays them all. They guard. They press. They're wacky. I ain't telling you it's the prettiest thing in the world. But no. Rick Pitino and St. John's, they're fun. He's back.
It took a while, but he turned them around, because when the season started, I thought it was going to be an instant impact, and they came crashing and burning. I remember when they lost to Michigan, I was like, oh, this team is not what I thought. Now, Mike, could you imagine if Pitino was able to keep A.J. Storr, the kid from Wisconsin, who transferred from St. John's? Now you got some.
Oh, boy. He was shooting the lights out last night at Nebraska.
He was.
This is 4 teams. They're all in the top 10. They're all brand names, but all of them cannot be trusted. North Carolina, Arizona, Tennessee, shout out Rick Barnes, and Purdue. All good, but all very puzzling teams that I think all have fatal flaws. Agree or disagree?
They do, but I think of all of them, Mike, well, see, you know what? Nope, I'm not falling for it this year. So I was going to say Tennessee could be that team, but I forgot who their coach is, and he finds ways.
Rick Barnes.
It's right up there.
Can't do it.
It's with Purdue.
That's why I thought you were going to say Purdue.
No, because here's the thing. When you get Tennessee outside of the SEC, their defense and rebounding is phenomenal. Now, the SEC, they see them all the time, so they know how to beat them. But, yeah, that's still Rick Barnes, and he'll find a way to choke away a game. So, yeah.
That's right. Just a note for everybody. Yes, the 8-foot-tall kid at Purdue is still there. Zach Edey, back in school, year 12. Kill me.
And that's a team that...
Seriously, how old is he? No, now that's a team that should win it all. I don't trust them. Look at the other night against Northwestern. Rico, I can't do it with Matt Painter. Can't do it.
No, they're built to win the Big Ten, Mike. They're not built to win a national title, because Northwestern, unfortunately, is showing the blueprint on how to beat them. And you shut everybody else down, you let Edey score, and by the end of the game, he has nothing left, and you just keep driving to the basket. Go ahead.
For the first time in forever, this team stinks. I give you the Gonzaga Bulldogs. Oh, they're 16-5. One problem. They played 5 real teams, and they lost them all. They're not even in first in the WCC this year. Gonzaga, not great.
Yeah, they have had a fall from grace. You're used to seeing them always in the top 10. They would play that tough non-conference schedule, and then they would go undefeated in their conference. But this year, when you play Gonzaga, it's in that first weekend, it's not going to be an automatic loss. You could probably beat them.
Kansas is good, but should be great. And I can't figure out what the problem is. Hunter Dickinson is there. They have the perimeter players. They're good, but they're not great. And I can't figure out why.
I wonder if it's simply because it's a lot like Purdue. When you see them going up against Northwestern, when you play in your conference, they know how to beat you. They've seen you so many times that they know your weakness. That I think once Kansas hits the tournament, Mike, you're going to see a different Kansas team. You're going to see the Kansas team you saw at the beginning of the year. So I don't really fault teams when they play in conference because of the familiarity with everybody. But yes, you're right. They're frustrating because they should be number one. And every time you think, they figured it out, they don't.
Nebraska and Northwestern should be bad, but they're actually really good.
Mm-hmm. Northwestern, you got a lot of fifth-year players on the team. Nebraska kind of went the route of Rick Pitino and St. John's. A lot of transfers on the team. But yes, especially at home, two places where it used to be an automatic W. Now you walk into either one, and chances are you're leaving with a loss.
I mean, last night I watched Rink Mass, that 6'10 kid from Nebraska. Baby hook on one possession, step back three on the next. Yeah. What? Right. It's bizarro ball.
And Tominanga had a horrible game. And they still managed to come back and win in overtime. That's just it. It's like they can hit you with so many different punches.
Do you want the Cinderella? I think I know a team that is going to be a Cinderella. Now, here's the catch. I think they can still get in if they don't win their conference. But I give you Indiana State, the good old Sycamores, if you're not paying attention. Two people you need to pay attention to. One is Isaiah Swope. He's one of the best, non-power players in the country. This kid's a scoring machine. But their head coach at Indiana State, Rico, is going to be up for a big-time gig. Guy named Josh Schertz. Yep. He was a D2 stud. And now he's got Indiana State rolling. They're probably going to win the MVC. They'll probably be a 10 or 11 seed. You do not want to see them if you're a 6 or a 7.
No.
You do not.
No, you don't, Mike. And I got to see them up close.
They are good.
No, I got to see them up close when they came to the Breslin Center. And don't look at the score. That game was very competitive. They came back. They tied it up. As a matter of fact, they took the lead with like 8 minutes to go, but then they ran out of gas. But, yeah, I mean, they were just shooting threes like nobody's business in that game. So, and then they got fast, quick guards. You're correct. That's a team that, come March, for you when you do the cash the ticket, put a little bit of money on them at least to get out of that first weekend.
Oh, yeah. Fun lies in the desert. New Mexico is must-see TV, people. If you're an old head like me, Jamal Mashburn Jr., Eddie House's kid plays for this team. Obi Toppin's little bro plays for this team.
So the opposite of you and me.
They are. Oh, yeah. No, they got the good kids. And they play fast, constant dribble drive and kick. Even their third guard, Demetric Dent. Dude, New Mexico is fun, and a ton of their games are on CBS Sports Network. It's just good late-night viewing. Word to the wise.
No, it is. If you happen to be up late and you can't sleep, watch New Mexico. It is fun basketball. And, kind of like Indiana State, Mike, I think that's a team that could get an upset or two and make it to the Sweet 16 round when the NCAA tournament comes around.
They're a 7 or an 8 right now, depending on the bracketology. Banner statement. The Big Ten is ass, and the Big 12 is king.
Yeah.
Agree?
Oh, I totally agree. The Big Ten if they may get about 6 teams in the tournament. They normally get, David,
they're all trash.
They normally get a lot. I think they're going to continue that streak where it's going to be another year that you won't see a team cutting down the nets in the end. But it's one where you got to accept the fact that in the Big Ten, your better teams are the teams you aren't blue bloods. It is Northwestern. It is Nebraska, who are fighting to get in because they're fighting against their reputation. But if you did a blind test, they belong in the tournament. But the bottom of the Big Ten, Mike, I'm with you. And the Big 12,
it's garbage.
No, not the Big 12. Big 12 is great. Big 10.
Big 12 is awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Physical, fast, shooters. Here, best player you've never heard of. Catch up now that you're out of football season. Watch 5 minutes of Texas Tech basketball. Watch Pop Isaacs. Stud. Do everything point guard. He'll get thrown on his head driving the ball to the rim and then shoot a step-back 30-footer. It's just Big 12 is the king daddy in college basketball. And that is
Mike,
everything you missed.
Hold on. There's one more, and we can talk about this later for your cash or ticket, but you may want to put this down. Probably the best team to pull off the opening round upset in the tournament that nobody has ever heard of before. Grand Canyon Antelopes. Just saying. They're 20-2. That's a team you want to watch out for. Take them to church, Mike.
97-1.
Michigan football is elevating quarterbacks coach Kirk Campbell to offensive coordinator. The move, along with the departure of several assistants following Jim Harbaugh to the Chargers, means U of M has vacancies at defensive coordinator, special teams coordinator, QB coach, and tight ends coach. Pistons and Clippers at LCA tonight. Hear that right here on 97.1. Pregame coverage starting at 6:35. The Big Ten and SEC announce a collaboration today to deal with college sports' massive and numerous problems. The two leagues are forming a joint advisory group to address matters like the potential multi-billion-dollar retroactive NIL lawsuit, antitrust lawsuits, and transfer portal issues. The partnership between college sports' two biggest power brokers, who, by the way, are natural competitors. Only the latest evidence the major conferences will likely eventually secede from the NCAA. And sad news, Carl Weathers has passed away. The legendary action star had huge roles in the Rocky franchise, Happy Gilmore, Predator, and currently in Star Wars as the Mandalorian.
Will always be Apollo Creed.
And did you know this, Rico? Weathers played linebacker at San Diego State and for one season with the then Oakland Raiders.
Yes.
He was 76 years old. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I got a couple tidbits here. We are less than a week away from the NBA trade deadline, and while it is not going to be a big topic, I do want to give you something that just came out within the hour from Zach Lowe. Okay, now Zach Lowe, ESPN, the Low Post podcast. Zach Lowe is very dialed in. He's very good, okay? He doesn't have cool memes like Brian Windhorst, but he's very good. David, you haven't been here this week. So what you're walking back into, I just want you to understand. I did a small 2-segment topic yesterday with Rico. That a week from today, yesterday, was the NBA trade deadline. And, you know, we were just sitting here. What was more unbelievable? The Lions were in the NFC title game or that Troy Weaver is still employed. I told Rico I had one absolutely looming, ball-tingling fear. And I named a player. And I said it. I said, I fear this is exactly the type of player and the specific player that this know-nothing owner and this desperate GM would target. And the player was Zach LaVine, noted Chicago Bull with an odious contract, whose teammates hate him. Well, ESPN's Zach Lowe said today, I think the Detroit Zach LaVine noise is real, and that if the Pistons do it, Bulls fans need to be prepared for a return that will underwhelm them, Lowe said. Well, that's not what I care about. So you don't understand something. Tom Gores and Troy Weaver have said flexible, nimble, cap space, take on sal. If you make a move like this, the reason the other team will be underwhelmed with what you give them is because you just rid your own body of cancer and you put it in someone else's. You will be taking on what is almost certainly the worst contract in basketball for a selfish, one-way volume shooter who's having the worst season of his career since the 2017-18 campaign and is currently hurt. Rico, I'm going to ask you again. David, I'm going to ask you again. Tell me my fears are unfounded now. Tell me.
I don't think your fears are unfounded, Mike. As a matter of fact, a name to watch out for part of that trade is because he was a did not play. Is Killian Hayes. Maybe he's being shipped off in that. So just a name to watch out for.
That I would stand and applaud.
That's why it's underwhelming.
Not enough.
No, I'm saying that's why it'll be underwhelming for them. No, there's a lot of smoke. I think for Weaver, he thinks that he's bringing an all-star, a big name to Detroit to pair up with Cade, and now he'll jumpstart this team. And no.
Into what?
I don't know. Once again, what bothers me with the Pistons is I don't know what they are or what they're trying to do. That's the frustrating thing. Like, you can have patience if you're going, hey, we're full youth movement and we're going to do this. Okay,
at least I know what to expect. And in a few years, I'll expect more. For the Pistons, they've been wheeling and dealing, and it's, other than draft night where they make all of these trades and deals, you get nothing, but just nothing. So I don't know what they are.
Are you aware of what LaVine's actual contract is? Do you want to hear this?
Yes, please. Tell us.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you, he will absolutely pick up his player option. Okay? That's a certainty. He knows he's toxic. So he's in the midst of a 5-year, $215 million contract. He makes 41 this year, 43 next year, 45 in 25-26, and a player option of $49 million in 26-27. Zach LaVine will vaporize 30% of your total franchise salary cap. I'm telling you, if they do this, I'm mortified. Mortified. You got to see some of the stuff coming out of Chicago. The reports. I think DeMar DeRozan would kill this guy if he could get away with it.
Be prepared.
And that's your answer?
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do with all our cap space? Hey, Cade, here's a selfish ball player. Enjoy. What? Then where does Ivy play?
Mike, this is the sign of a desperate team with a desperate GM, that you're just grasping for straws right now.
See, but here's the problem.
No, hold on real quick, David.
Yeah.
You know what it reminds me of? And you mentioned it yesterday when we brought it up before, Mike, when they went all in to bring in Blake Griffin. Like, why? What are we doing here? Go ahead, David.
100%.
No, because
sorry.
Here's the problem that I have with this, and just maybe I'm wrong, but is this Weaver, or is this ownership, or what other voice could be here that wants this move? I don't know. And the problem that I have is not only the salary that's being taken, it's now you're ruining your young players with this move here.
David, everything about this team makes me nauseous. Seriously. You have a coach that makes a lot of money that I don't know if he really wants to be here. He plays lineups that you're like, what? What are you doing? You have young players, but sometimes they play, sometimes they don't. Rotations that you scratch your head and like, what are we doing? Your GM, your owner, who is in the middle of a losing streak, historic, nothing, crickets. I don't know what this team is, and that's what's so frustrating, because there is no hope. If you told me we're going young and we're going to just do whatever, okay, I'll know to lower my expectations for a while. But when you're telling me we're gonna do something, we're gonna make moves, okay, what moves? Because if this is your move, bad move. Sorry, go ahead. Didn't mean to take over.
Nope. Well, we're good. I had to pass along the nugget because that happened within the hour, and Zach Lowe is incredibly plugged in and respected. The Pistons LaVine thing is real. Go ahead. You may as well take a vacation to Chernobyl.
I mean, your last trade, you actually gave away picks that you didn't really need to give away. But I guess that's what you had to do in order to consummate it.
This is Tom Gore's idea. We got ourselves a superstar. I mean, it is just a cycle of pain. David, a few ticket texts if you want, and then we'll get to who said it, because it's Friday, and then we'll get some college football. I'm excited.
Someone says, thank you, Mike. Thank you for that news. Now I'm really upset going into the weekend knowing that we could get Zach LaVine next week.
I didn't do it for that reason. What am I going to do, lie to you?
Another person says, Mike was right about Baez. He's right on Zach. This would be a mistake if the Pistons made this move.
Oh, and it's so predictable.
Very predictable for this team, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ticket sales. Oh, yeah. Zach LaVine bobblehead night.
Come on down and watch Zach LaVine ball hog and have all the empty calorie points you can handle. Oh, but did you see the dunk he had back in February? Yeah, the team won 26 games. I don't care.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You're going to get the salary and you're going to win, what, 10 more games? What is that going to do? What a joke. Oh, man.
And meanwhile, we got a 35-year-old wing in Bogdanovich. That's what we're going to do.
Untouchable.
Who guards anybody? Yeah, untouchable. Exactly. I quit.
All right. You know what? Don't quit on yourself. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. You said that you were going to go ahead and get in shape for the new year, and you procrastinated. Let's face it. We've all done that before. Don't worry about it. Planet Fitness has you covered. They're the home of the judgment-free zone, which means they're not going to judge you for starting off your year now. We'll just treat it like it was January, even though it's now February. Head into your local Planet Fitness, $10. It's $10 a month with no commitment. And with the $10 a month, you get access to everything that's in there. You can go on the cardio equipment, on strength training equipment. If you say you don't have time, you get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. You get all this for $10 a month with no commitment. That's it. You're not going to get a better deal anywhere else. Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. Just stop by any of your local Planet Fitness to get started, or you could just go online at planetfitness.com. But remember, you need to get started as soon as possible because you promised yourself you would, and Planet Fitness, they won't judge you because they're the home of the judgment-free zone.
Slippery winter is here, and whether you're injured as a result of an auto accident or a slip and fall during the winter months, there is only one attorney out there that's going to give you the personal service you need and deserve. That's injury attorney David Femininio. We've told you before, if you're injured in Michigan, you need to call David Femininio to get David and get paid. David can be reached anytime at his website, getdavidgetpaid.com, or call him directly at 855-65-CRASH. All right, we do it every week at this time. We'll get into the college football stuff with the mafioso meeting of the Big Ten and the SEC and what it means. But right now, it's time for Who Said It?
All right, I got 5 Who Said It's today, all heard this week on this station. A little bit of everything, a little potpourri today, if you will.
Oh.
So the first one here goes, do you remember Cookie Moore? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Odyssey.com rewind to figure out what that is in the 2 o'clock hour.
All right, here we go. In that game, I do believe, and as it turned out, field goals, I think, were ultimately going to get you beat.
One more time.
In that game, I do believe, and as it turned out, field goals, I think, were ultimately going to get you beat.
This is a trick, Rico. Normally, I say that phrase until I'm blue in the face, but I did not say that line.
See, I was trying to
begged
think.
for them to kick a few field goals.
I was trying to think, like, okay, Mike wasn't here. It wasn't Cookies. And I didn't say it because I wanted him to kick field goals. So, I'm going to go midday show.
Okay.
That sounds, I was going to say, I'm thinking Gator. That sounds like something Gator would say. I'm going to lock it in at Gator.
What if I guessed the guy who filled in for me because I was under the weather this week? Jim Costa's the ultimate Campbell defender. Did he, in a smarmy manner?
I don't.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Okay. Kenny, what's your guess?
I heard a lot of words to make a fairly simple point. That sounds like a rambling Stoney to me.
Hatchet Man Hull.
Yeah, see, I wasn't here this week, so I'm lost on a lot of things, except for it's simple, and I'm going to my go-to.
Oh, my
Sounds like Gator.
Dear mercy. I will say this. There's no consensus here. We are all over the board. Roberto, who said it?
Who said it?
In that game, I do believe, and as it turned out, field goals, I think, were ultimately going to get you beat.
And early Wednesdays with Wojo.
Coming right out of the gate.
My problem is I've begun to forget that he even works here.
That's why I pick him.
Yeah, because
he's been off for 2 months.
Correct. A lot of articles.
Roberto, what's next?
All right, here we go. As much as I love beer, as much as I love Bloody Marys, the greatest drink in the world is chocolate milk.
That sounds like John Jansen.
Really? Because I thought Stoney was the
Wow.
big Bloody Mary guy.
But this could be the reverse of the reverse psychology. See, this could be Roberto tricking you, Rico. I got you $1. And Kenny's right. That John Jansen whole American dad
Exactly.
act.
That's exactly what I heard when you said that.
You can see him with a chocolate milk mustache.
You know what? I don't think this is a JMO power jet sweep. I just think that this is drop back and Roberto just doing a basic play. I'm going to go
All right,
with
so
Stoney.
you're going Stoney. All right. Kenny goes Jansen. David.
All right, I'll be nice, Jansen.
Wait, why start now? You're the biggest jerk in this game.
I mean, just the selections here. What are people talking about? What are we doing here?
Well, hold on. Here's the interesting part. The biggest beer drinker's Gator, right?
Correct. But I don't know if he does
Would
Bloody
there be
Marys.
I don't either. It's wholesome American dad versus Gator. Wow. Kenny, how confident are you? Scale of 1 to 10, brother.
I'm about a 6.5, 7 because there's a strong argument to be made for Gator. I think that's the bridesmaid here for me.
All right, I'm going to go Gator on this one. I'll probably regret it. Roberto, who said it?
Who said it?
As much as I love beer, as much
Oh,
as I
my
love
God.
Bloody Marys, the greatest drink in the world is chocolate milk.
It was right there. I didn't
Rico,
fall for the
you nailed
fake.
it.
Yep. I just went straight
See
after the
ball,
quarterback.
hit ball.
Yep.
Chocolate milk.
Wow. We all overthought it. Shame on us, boys. Nice job, Rico.
I love
Roberto,
beer.
next.
I love beer.
All right, here we go.
Oh, boy.
Next one. The thought is you have to keep that assembly line going. You can't pay every single offensive lineman.
Rico Beard.
I know we talked about that, Kenny. Is that something that I said?
I was thinking either you or Cookies while Mike was gone. Keep that assembly line going, but that could be just about anybody. Anybody could have that opinion. It's not even really an opinion.
I hope I didn't say it now.
No, it's not a bad thing. It's not a good thing.
I hope I didn't
It's not
say it.
anything. I'll say Cookies.
I'm hoping for disaster. I wasn't here. I want the fight. I want it to be you, not Rico.
David wakes up and chooses violence.
It's not a shot. I'm not saying it's bad.
Okay, Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to think. One more time, Roberto, real quick.
The thought is you have to keep that assembly line going. You can't pay every single offensive lineman.
You know what? I'm going to go with Jansen. Talking about an offensive lineman because he was one knowing you can't keep everybody around. I'm going to go with John Jansen. Let's hope it's not me.
Not an insult.
I want this to be Rico now because then there would be Kenny Rico drama.
Yeah, I do too, but I don't know if assembly line would be a word that you use. I'm going to go with TJ
What's that
Lang.
mean?
Oh.
He was here early on Monday
You're not
after the
kidding.
game.
He got here like at
Offensive lineman.
5:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Assembly line. All right, David. David actually makes an. You know what? If this is Rico, it's probably a great time for me to just walk out of here. And I'll let Kenny and him go at it. I'll say TJ for the sanctity of the show.
Well, are you right? Was it TJ? Who said it?
The thought is you got to keep that assembly line going. You can't pay every single offensive lineman.
Okay.
Oh, my
That was
God. Rico, did he say
Costello.
that in front of you?
He did.
Did he say
Yeah.
that on these airwaves?
He did.
Yeah, he did.
He said this right in front of Rico.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable.
Can't
The
pay every single
disrespect.
offensive lineman.
Okay, thank you.
Kenny, I had the chair all set for
one
you,
more.
buddy.
Let's do one more. Come on.
All right, here's another one where I'm just shocked by this. This is really saying absolutely nothing. So here we go.
Oh, God.
When you have an expectation, the enjoyment of fulfilling that expectation isn't quite as great.
I'm going to go with Doug. I'm going to go with Doug Karsh he wanted to embargo everything this week. He didn't want to talk about anything.
That's true.
He wanted to make everything happy, happy sunshine.
That's true. He was very unpleasant.
He was so angry that people were not happy that the Lions lost. Didn't win. Go ahead.
What? Can I hear that again one more time?
When you have an expectation, the enjoyment of fulfilling that expectation isn't quite as great.
Boy, talk
Oh,
about
my
saying
Lord.
nothing.
I'll go Karsh. Rico made me a believer.
I'll go Jansen.
I've never heard a radio host described as guy who wants to talk about nothing but was here all week.
You just said talk about saying nothing. Gator.
Oh, jeez. Roberto, who said it?
Is David right? Who said it?
When you have an expectation, the enjoyment of fulfilling that expectation isn't quite as great.
Yes.
All right, I got a bonus one.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I got a bonus one for you. Are you ready?
Yes. Have you seen Cookie Monster?
Okay, gentlemen. No, gentlemen. Who said this? I'm not going to watch the Super Bowl. Wow.
The entire midday show.
I've never heard of such a thing as ridiculous.
That's kind of part of the job, right?
Last. I'm embargoing the Super Bowl. What? Hello? All right. That's probably a great place to start. All right. That is who said it. All right, Hungry Howie's knows nothing better than pepperoni pizza. The question, which pepperoni reigns supreme? To hell with it. Have them both. The crispy classic cupped or the savory original. It's the pepperoni duo. It is their new feature pizza, the pepperoni duo, featuring both varieties of pepperoni. You know you're getting 100% real mozz. Fresh dough made in-house as well. The best part, large, $9.99. Get it on the dinner table in 20 minutes. It's Hungry Howie's. Limited time only, as with all their special promotions. A large pepperoni duo, $9.99 only at Hungry Howie's. All right, let's do a little football today with a twist. Obviously, we got this long lead up to the Super Bowl. Drives me crazy. I don't know if you, the listener, enjoy it. Music, and explain what the hell we're doing here, David. Oh,
remember
God.
this, Mike?
Oh, God, the throwback voice megaphone is back.
That's
yes,
right.
Roberto, who could forget? Welcome.
All right, so I'm giving it to you guys. Super Bowl by the numbers. I'm going to give you guys some digits, and you're going to tell me what they mean. Let's go.
Oh, God. All right.
Here we go.
Okay.
When I say to you 6.15 billion, what am I referring to?
6.15 billion. It's you. So beers sold during the Super Bowl.
That's a lot of beers.
Holy hell, the whole world is smashed.
I'm going to guess the total amount of ticket sold price, the amount of money they make off of all the ticket sales. The gate.
Dude.
Kenny has no concept of money. Yes. They make a nation's GDP off of one football game.
Well, then mine is probably going to be stupid as well because I was guessing gambling amount, the money that was spent on gambling.
6.5 billion at the game.
On one game. Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
All right, actually.
All right.
What is 6.15 billion is the franchise valuation of the 49ers, which ranks 5th in the NFL.
No way. Holy hell. Wow.
And has increased 69.
That's way higher than I would have guessed.
Increased 69% in the past 3 years. Very nice.
Good to be a York.
That's right.
Jesus.
Now let's put this in comparison to that. This will be fun. When I say 14 million, what am I talking about?
The value of the Carolina Panthers. No.
Close.
14 million?
Yes.
The average of a 30-second commercial.
Close.
You know what? Good answer, Mike.
It is the average annual salary of 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, damn.
Beating Andy Reid, who makes $11.5 million.
Okay, now that is surprising. And
Right.
if I were Andy Reid, insulting.
He needs his agent.
By the way, did Kenny quit after guessing 6.1 billion for ticket sales?
Yeah, Jimmy fired him. He's gone.
He's hanging out with Cookie Moore.
I thought we were going to the Titan Club. What are we doing?
All right, now
coming up, forget it.
Put this in perspective. So $14 million a year for Kyle Shanahan. Now, when I mentioned to you $17 million, what am I talking about?
You are talking about
Jim Harbaugh's new salary?
No, he makes. I was going to say probably a player. Who's 17 million?
Yeah. No, it's not. Mahomes makes more than that.
I was good. Yeah, Mahomes makes way more than that. And Purdy
Yeah,
makes
Purdy
nowhere
gets
near
paid in
that.
Tuna fish cans.
Let's go C-Mac.
Let's go Debo Samuel.
Okay, so remember I told you the 49ers at this point are valued at $6.15 billion. $17 million is the amount paid for the 49ers in 1977.
Oh, my.
It was just shy of the then record $19 million that Robert Irsay paid for the Los Angeles Rams in 1972.
Oh,
It makes you want to go back in time and just pony up all your money, knowing the investment that it's going to be.
It's the same thing. The Orioles were $170 million. They just cashed in equity, not even the whole thing, for $1.7 billion.
I think if you go back,
But let's cry for owners.
yeah, I think the Lions were, was it like 5 or 10 million for the Lions back in the day? I'm sorry, I don't know if that's on your sheet, so I'll be quiet.
No, it's not. All right, and then
It's Super Bowl facts. They haven't been. So.
well, yeah, this is related. So let's close out on some Instagram numbers here, okay? Instagram followers. When I say 3.6 million, who am I talking about?
You better not be including who I
Taylor
think.
Swift.
Don't, man.
No, that's low for her. That's low.
I bet you it's McCaffrey's wife or girlfriend. She's supposed to be famous.
Koopo or whatever her name is.
Or
I don't know her name. If I knew it, I would have said it.
what if it's Brittany?
Can I just say
Brittany
McCaffrey's
Mahomes?
significant other?
I thought Brittany Mahomes too.
Brittany Mahomes.
3.6 million Instagram followers is the actual entire Chiefs Instagram official account.
Wow, that's it?
Yes.
Oh, man, I overthought it. I thought he was getting
So
cute
put this
there.
in perspective. If it's 3.6 million for the whole Chiefs team, who has 5.7 million Instagram followers?
All right, now I'm going to go with Brittany
Kenny,
Mahomes.
I mean, wouldn't Taylor Swift have like
That seems
a billion?
low. That seems low for her.
Right, so
Now I sound like Kenny.
5.7 million, beating his own team in Instagram followers, is Travis Kelce, the third most of any NFL player.
I wonder why he got all of a sudden the Instagram followers.
And I do have the number here if you want to take another guess. Taylor Swift's Instagram followers.
I'm going to go with
Kelsey's got 5.3. I don't know the total handle of Instagram.
Let's go.
I'll go 50 million.
I was going to say 50.
I was going to say 50.
I'll go with who cares?
I'll go with 51.
51 million?
Yeah.
51 million. No, that's Cookie Moore's. No, I'm sorry. No, you guys are right off. Taylor Swift's Instagram followers, 279 million.
I quit.
The 12th
Oh
most.
my God.
The 12th most of any person in the world.
Who are the other 11?
Wait a minute. Who's the other 11? Does Jesus have his own account? Yeah, God himself. All right, the Super Bowl.
Hello
yes.
there.
I guess I don't know.
Who's number one? Super Bowl. FanDuel, America's number one sports Oh book. my It is God. one of the great
no,
betting
it's not
days of the year. And the props, as silly as they can be,
Okay.
they are part of the fun. Let's face it. Only
going,
two fan
Roberto.
bases
Oh,
get
okay.
that,
You
so
want another?
good.
I'll give you one more.
FanDuel, more ways to play than anybody else. So not only can you bet who's going to win, but yeah, you could bet what flavor sports drink is on the field. Super Bowl 58, FanDuel, it's there. FanDuel.com/ticket. That's FanDuel.com/ticket. Make every moment more. With FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL and the ticket, 21 and up, present Michigan, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. All right. So, very newsy afternoon here. And look, none of us know what this means. I mean, we have opinions. I'm sure Rico and I are going to differ a bit. But the headline today is the SEC, Greg Sankey, and the Big Ten, Tony Petitti, are uniting to tackle what they are calling, quote, pervasive issues in college athletics, and that pressures are mounting. Now, first of all, this is not common, and this is not anything that ever happened with their predecessors. The two power conferences, right? And we're speaking from a football standpoint. To hell with any other sport. Football. The idea that these two are getting together and having this wartime consigliere meeting is very intriguing. Now, Rico, I want you to take the lead. I know what I feel and where I'm going to go with this. I'm more interested in where you are to start, to see if we are even remotely close.
Mike, the thing is, I could appreciate the fact that they see what we all see, that this sport is in a lot of trouble. They're being proactive on paper. Now, as you know, it's a bureaucracy, which means nothing's going to get done, except I think we will turn back and remember the day of February 2nd, 2024, was the genesis of the Power Football Conference. This will be the beginning of we really don't need everybody else. You know what's good for college football? We're good for college football and no one else. What if we unite? What if we get together? Because there's no reason for the Big Ten and the SEC to come and have this thing. This is what the NCAA should be doing, not two conferences, but they see what we see. The sport is in trouble. Is it on life support? No, not yet, but it's going down that road. But I think in the end, they're just going to say, all right, guys, here's what we had to say. Here's how you can fix it. You don't want to do that? Okay, here's the next proposal we have. We're just going to go ahead and succeed from the union, and we're going to start our own conference. And we're going to take all the money.
There it is. That's okay. But then we ended up in the same place, brother. People, before you pick up the phone and say I'm on crack or I'm overreacting, understand, I don't believe it's happening tomorrow. But I don't think for a second that this is not the first in what is going to be many steps of the Big Ten and the SEC walking away from the NCAA and creating their entirely own organization. They'll be a national champion, but then they'll be whatever super league this is, that's going to be something else. Mm-hmm. And with it, it will kill the sport that I love. I mean, it has largely killed itself. If you listen to this show for any amount of time, when is the last time you heard me agree with something that college football had done? It's been years. It's just not going down a path I enjoy or I want. If you do, cool. I'm not arguing that. What I would love to know is, do you see it for what we see it as? These two can tell you to your face, no. We don't have a need to leave the NCAA, ... right now. Guys, it's happening. The Big Ten will land on a certain amount of teams, 20, 24. The SEC, who, by the way, is welcoming Texas and Oklahoma. I want to throw up saying it. Those two things, it's going to be the AFC and the NFC. And everything that isn't in those two conferences will be relegated to XFL status. Mm-hmm. College football, as we know it, is going to die. That's how I feel. So I'd love to know where you guys are at, and we can talk through it. But, Rico, you had a great question you asked earlier. What would you put in the suggestion box if you had an audience with these two?
To keep college football how you want it to be. Because David was quite upset. If you want to try to keep college football as it is, knowing it's never going to go backwards, but what could you do to make the game, to make you love this game again? What suggestion would you say to the two presidents of the SEC and the Big Ten? Because right now, Mike, it's leading towards the 40-team power league, right? They got 34 teams right now. If they were to break away, They would probably add 6 more, like bringing in Notre Dame and probably a couple other teams, the Florida States of the world and Miami. But in the end, it's going to be a 40-team league, probably maybe 4 conferences of 10 teams. And like you said, an AFC, NFC, where the winner plays somewhere, they're going to get TV dollars. But if you had a chance to circumvent and stop all of this, what is the suggestion that you would give out to the SEC and Big Ten presidents to say, this is what we need in college football? This is how you fix college football. What is your suggestion? 248-539-9797. Because for me, guys, you got to get a hold of and corral the NIL and the portal. Because right now, you're driving away coaches who are good coaches. Chip Kelly wants no part of college football anymore. You already saw Boston College coach, a young man, say, F this, I just want to coach football. I don't want to have to sit and talk to my star player and find out how he's feeling today and if he feels like going into the portal each and every time the damn portal opens. That when I bring somebody on my team, I know they're going to be on my team for a few years and not just for a few weeks. That's the big thing for me. You fix that, and I think you could get back to college football the way you like it, Mike, the way David likes it, the way a lot of people like their Saturdays, because you'll at least know who's on your team from year in to year out, rather than a community college where I don't know who's on the team this year. I don't know who our quarterback is this year. Some guy that transferred in from, Tulsa. That's our new QB. Is he good? I don't know. We'll find out, because if he is good, guess what? He'll probably jump back in the portal again and go someplace else.
All right. When I say this, do not take this in a smarmy tone. Don't take me as being dismissive. I'm being 100% sincere with you. I can't offer you one thing that will really make a difference, because there's about 100 things that are needed. Mm-hmm. It's so far gone, I actually take the different approach. I'm already in grieving stage. It's like the person's not dead yet, but they're terminal. Mm. You're already grieving.
They're already at stage 4,
if you will. Yeah, Rico, that if I listed what it would take to, quote, preserve the sport in any fashion to the way that I liked it, Rico, we'd be here forever. I mean, I'd no less than 7 or 8 things would have to happen, and that's just not going to happen.
Well, see, that's why I said I don't think we're ever going to get back to that perfect way that it was back in the 90s and early 2000s. That's gone. But what can you do to stop the bleeding and at least give it a chance to love it again? It'll be different, but you'll learn to love this different college football. Because right now, it's driving people away.
2013, 10, 15, go back to where things still had some semblance of sense. We introduced a playoff. We knew playoff expansion could happen, but we had conferences that made geographic sense. We had some semblance of respect to rivalry, and everybody could make their money. I don't have to go back to the glory days. I just need to go back to yesterday, and they're not going to.
Now,
but I'd love to know for the people.
Yeah, 248-539-9797. Because here's the thing, real quickly. Apparently, even though we complain and we sound like, old men yelling at clouds, is the bowl games had great ratings. People were watching them. People actually wanted to see, even though you knew people were opting out and they weren't playing, but somehow or another, I don't know if it's just the magic of football and I have to watch football, but they had numbers. And I don't understand that at all. And as you say, I'm the TV guy. That made 0 sense to me, because I thought that was going to fall apart, and it actually went the other way. 248-539-9797. What would you change if you had an audience with the 2 presidents? What would you tell them? 97.1.
Michigan football has promoted QB's coach Kirk Campbell to offensive coordinator. U of M now has vacancies at DC.
You said Mike Hart?
Special teams coordinator, tight ends, and quarterbacks coach. Jim Leland announced Friday he won't be enshrined as a Tiger in Cooperstown. Leland said he wants to respect each of the 4 clubs he managed, so his Hall of Fame plaque won't be specific to any team. Leland to be inducted in July.
Is he gonna wear an MLB cap?
I think it'll just be blank on the picture. Yeah. But all 4 teams will be mentioned in the text. Speaking of the Tigers, ESPN has ranked their farm system number 3 in MLB, counting 6 of the top 100 prospects within Detroit's organization. Pistons host the Clippers tonight. You can hear that here on 97.1, coverage starting at 6:35. Michigan State's Tyson Walker has a pulled groin. Bad timing. MSU about to start a stretch of 5 games in 14 days. And a group of big money investors led by billionaire Peter Thiel have announced a doping-friendly alternative to the Olympics. Called the Enhanced Games, the competition won't test athletes for drugs or other performance-enhancing substances. It will, quote, embrace the inclusion of science in sports and is unencumbered by anachronistic legacy systems that are anti-science and stigmatized enhanced athletes.
Okay, I'm done interrupting you after this, so just no testing whatsoever.
Correct.
You can, the clear, the cream, weed,
HGH,
whatever.
Elephant hormone, whatever. Registration for the Enhanced Games begins in late 2024. Dates, locations, and other specifics yet to be announced. Now, which streaming service will that be on? At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Somehow I imagine that's the inner monologue of NCAA leadership. Oh, Greg, you beauty. We are talking about this meeting between the Big Ten and the SEC. They're calling it accelerating what we're already working on. They claim it's not this thing that's going to separate them from the NCAA, that we need a strong national leader organization. It's a lot of word soup. Ross Dellinger's got a very expansive piece on Yahoo. You can read it if you like. Rico and I are talking about it. Rico's asked the question, if you had an audience with Greg Sankey and Tony Petitti, what would you advise them on? Because I think Rico and I are in lockstep. All this is just the first step in the Big Ten and the SEC breaking away from college football and thereby killing the sport. Why? Because the TV deal will be worth more money. And the blessed TV networks run the whole sport. And I'm not here for it. But they don't care. They'll move on without me. And that's fine. I'm not some self-important douche. But I don't have to say I like it when I don't. I'm not Ryan Clark on Brock Purdy. Sorry. If you know that reference, you know. Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. Take a sip of water. You'll be okay. 248-539-9797. That's where we're at. Rico, did I miss anything?
No, because I think this is the beginning of that 48-team super conference where right now you have 34 teams. It was funny because Beanie was like, well, do you think that they would get rid of some teams? And contractually, probably no. It's buying property when it was dirt cheap and now it's prime property. Yeah, you're going to have to pay me a large penny for me to move. But no, if I'm Vandy, if I'm Northwestern, I'm a part of this, whether you like it or not. I'm grandfathered in. Now, what will happen is you'll have a battle royal to see who's going to be those final 14 teams to join. But yeah, this is the beginning of that 48-team super conference. It's the teams that we all care about anyway. It'll be under a different name, but maybe even though it will hurt the old traditions, it will be college football the way you like it because now you don't have to – every game is going to mean something. It's going to be more like the NFL, and I know a lot of people don't want to see that or hear that, but it's going to be like the NFL where Yeah, you could have a 10 loss. You can go 10-7, but still make it to the Super Bowl. It won't be, well, you got to go undefeated or you can only lose 1 or 2 games. No. That's fine. You played a real season because all of your games mattered, and now you get to play in the playoffs, and we'll see who the champion is going to be. 248-539-9797. Ticket text David before we get to the phone lines.
Go ahead, buddy.
Aren't the Big Ten and the SEC the pervasive problem on college athletics? Now they want to come around and act like the saviors. Interesting. Okay.
Generally how it works, isn't it?
Yep.
Sheep and wolves, or a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Someone says, suggestion, control the NIL feeding frenzy would be what I want. Figure it out somehow, some way.
Okay. And I know what's coming next. It'll be NIL or transfer portal. You need a central governing body. You need a commissioner. They are never going to do that. They like their fiefdom.
Yes, they do. 82 and Tecumseh says, there's nothing that they can do. I have no suggestions because they won't listen. It's the NFL 2.0. Okay.
Right. And listen, don't be afraid to say that you don't want that. You're not going to get made fun of on this show. If you like it, look, Rico likes the new way of college football. I don't. But that doesn't make him bad or wrong or me right and virtuous. It's just chocolate and vanilla ice cream. It's a totally subjective thing. I don't need 2 NFLs. I like college football. And I was willing to modernize it. I was willing to pay players. I was willing to give freedom of movement. I'm willing to have a playoff. What I'm not willing to do is this garbage. The sport's garbage. You have a Power 5 coach who said, F it, I'm out. Chuck the deuces, and I'm going to be a defensive coordinator in the NFL.
And you got another one who's on the verge of doing the same thing, saying, with basically a sandwich board saying, I will OC your NFL team. Please get me out of L.A. I don't want to be here.
Oh, Chip Kelly.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's a joke. Total joke. Go ahead, David.
I love this text from Tom. If they're going to break off, I want geographic relevance. Divide them north and south, or maybe call it Pac-12, Big Ten, ACC, and SEC.
That was your sticking point. Like, you really needed to be geographically correct.
Yes, I'm sorry. I know I sound like an old man. That's what I grew up with. That's what I want. I want it back to what I grew up with, because it was so great when you had the regional coverage of BC versus Syracuse, or UCLA is playing Washington. I love that.
But see, I like it because now you don't have to say, well, this conference is better than that. We're all playing together. So I'll know if your conference is booty or not.
I'm sorry. USC in the Big Ten, that's not college football. It's not.
Right. You know what? You're right, David. Because imagine if USC ever played a Big Ten school. What would that look like? Oh, I'm sorry. It's in the Rose Bowl. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
I'll read a couple more texts here. Tiered payout.
Oh, I didn't.
System.
I thought it was David on text. I'm sorry.
No.
I
It is. It is tiered payout system. Scholarship, preferred walk on, and then walk on. It's simple and creates a fair playing field across the board, so the big dogs can eat up all the recruits. Sure, how that would work out there. Yeah. Wow. Y'all sound like get off my lawn guy. Everything evolves. College football's evolving. You're whining about teams having to get on a 4-hour flight to play that weekend. Why? First world problems from Steve.
Now, I think
Steve, I just don't understand. I don't
Mike.
understand your angst, Steve. I don't understand it. What makes you so triggered that I don't like it? That's a you thing, not a me thing. Because I'm not mad at you if you do.
Because you're complaining. That's why. Quit complaining. It's college football. And maybe more people are like him, because the numbers were up for the bowl games, and they were garbage bowl games. We all made fun of them. Now, here's I think the byproduct of this super league, that this is where Mike's head finally explodes, David. If you have the Super 48, you know what you're also going to have? The high school draft. You don't get to pick your school. You're going to get drafted to your school.
Can't even make fun of it. I can't. because we're living in idiocracy. But my head won't explode. I'm just done.
Competitive
That's
balance.
Okay.
So
that's why I didn't understand
Yeah, Vandy has the number 1 overall pick, so they get that 5-star QB. He's going to Vandy.
Good luck. Okay, now that I would actually tune in to watch because that kid would refuse to play. He'd be John Elway. I'm not reporting. 248-539-9797. You want to get some of the calls?
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's go to Craig. 97.1. Craig, how are you?
Great. I say I'm still sick on the head over those drug Olympics. There's a Saturday Night Live skit you got to Google where a Russian pulls his arm off trying to lift 3,000 pounds.
Yeah.
But anyway, because he's on a fish tranquilizer. But no, I'm knee deep in this stuff right now. And the portal, one of the things they could do immediately is that you are eligible for the portal if your coach leaves or if the school gets put on probation that you or your specific sport was not involved in getting them on probation in. Because what happens now, and I'm seeing it with kids all the time, they're going into a lower school, if you want to call it that. Say they go into Bowling Green, they'll go play football, and they'll tell you straight out, yeah, I want to commit here because I know I can play right away next year, and then I'm going to transfer to a Big Ten school. And then, I'm loading up on my credits already every summer because then I can get, a grad transfer after my third year there. So you've got athletes trying to decide or already deciding they're going to attend 3 different schools before they step on campus.
Yeah, they're going to work the system.
Then you've got, yeah, exactly. And then you got guys like the people leaving Alabama to Ohio State. I mean, guys usually be in the portal because maybe it didn't work out for them there. Maybe they got a new coach and they went from a wishbone to a drop back passing system, so that quarterback will never play again, right? That's the way it used to be. And I always believe if you can change the coach, the player can change because you commit to that coach as much as you do the school. I don't care what anyone says. But we got to stop pretending that, the football decisions that are being made, because football is the only sport that matters from a revenue standpoint. It's the only one that brings in money. LSU's basketball team just lost, $6 million last year? So it's the only sport that brings in money, and there's things that make sense in football that may not in other sports. You've got, take D1 hockey, for example. You've got 64 teams in the country, and they, in the last 2 years, have averaged over 365 kids in the portal. That's over 6 kids per team. You got kids leaving Alabama to go to Ohio State simply for a pay raise. So, they were on their way to, getting some of this stuff fixed with the $14,000 that you could get, for attending school. The Michigan State rich guy donated money where every player gets $5,000 at the end of the year, things like that. So they took away a lot of that hardship that was legitimate, where players couldn't go back home to visit their family for Thanksgiving or zip home for a funeral because they couldn't afford it. All of that stuff's been taken care of. But they got to treat football different. And I hate Kelly, but, he hit it on the head. Football should be its own thing because now you got to pay for all these other athletes and sports to make the same travel schedules. There's no way. There's other sports that play 4 games, like baseball, play 4 to 6 games in a week, and they're going to be flying from Michigan to UCLA and then up to Oregon and all this stuff. I mean, it'll break their budgets. And not at Michigan, right? They're always going to have money, but you've got 300. Mike, you know more of this than I do. You got over 300 college Division I football teams. Those are all going to go away. They're going to make it. They're just going to make it a semi-pro league for the big players, right. And they're the ones going to make all the money, and the others are going to lose money, and they're going to eventually have to fold up their tents, and you're not going to have the sport anymore, except for at about 50 schools.
And that makes me sad. But, Texter Steve is going to be upset at me, so I guess I'm not allowed to just say, oh, that's a bummer.
And you know what?
I should wave a pom-pom.
Craig actually says something. I want to expound upon that next. You guys have heard me talk about specs at LTU. Why? Because they constantly have new classes coming in all the time. You don't have to wait until the fall. There's constant classes always starting at specs at LTU. So if you want to get that radio career going or a career in television or you're a graphics design artist, specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. It is very simple. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business, like yours truly. You're going to learn from day one with our hands-on approach. You're going to get classroom work, but you're also going to get in the lab, and you're going to learn what it takes to make it in this business. Why? Because we're in the business right now. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs at LTU on the campus of Lawrence Tech right here in Southfield. Now, once you're at the website, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Remember, head over to the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more, and then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today.
For decades, Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical, they've supported the community, and as a proud partner of the Lions Radio Network, they want to honor the team's best season in 32 years now through the end of February. Mention 97.1, you get half off the installation of a new high-efficiency furnace or whole house Generac generator. That's right, half off the installation, excludes prior orders. Mastercraft, supporting Detroit for over 40 years. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, rapping about college football now. Don't take a double take. There's major news today in this weird mafioso meeting of the Big Ten and the SEC, what it means and what you'd advise them on if you had a chance. And then while you've been away, a.k.a. enjoying your life and football, no one watches college basketball before the month of February. We took care of it for you. I've got a nice round ball blitz for you. Going to catch you up to speed, nice and easy. You'll dominate the water cooler by Monday. Rico, you want to hit the phones?
I do, Mike, but before caller Craig said something that I do wonder, if they break away from the NCAA and form their own conference, you know what you may be able to circumvent is Title IX. That you no longer have to act like, oh, well, we got to prepare all of this stuff and have the money equally shared. Football, if your sport makes money, your sport makes money. And I don't have to share it with any other sport. You may see that with the breakaway because they can just function off the TV money alone and just say, hey, we're no longer a part of the NCAA anymore. So just another byproduct of this super league. All right, now let's head to the phones. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, hello.
Hey, guys, my old friends, how are you?
Hey, Paul.
Hello, Paulie. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I really am. I got to say, things are just peachy. I'm glad you brought this up because me and my close personal friend, Cookie Moore, have been sitting here listening all day. And I gotta tell you, this is, in my opinion, long overdue because it's a mess. College football is a mess. And it started years ago, and the NCAA is either unwilling or unable to rein this thing in. So I think I welcome it. I think it's about time that the two powers have, as you put it, Mike, consigliere, or however Italian people say that.
Wartime consigliere.
There we go. Yeah. With, all of your wartime guys behind the Dons. But no, coaches are leaving. I think everybody's tired of it. You don't even know who your players are year to year or sometimes month to month. Regulation is the key word here. Caller Craig brought up some great points. Kudos to him. You got to regulate the money. You got to regulate the portal. You're going to have to somehow figure out if you're going to have an AFC and an NFC. Maybe you shorten the season to 8 games with a 12-team playoff, and the two champions play each other for the national title. Let's face it, it's football. It's physical. It's rough. But, it just has to be reined in. Open the portal. Letters of intent have to be treated like contracts, and especially regulate the money. The only problem I have is that I do like the other sports. So I think the money still has to be shared. But if some teams nationally have to be sacrificed out of the big pie, well, you know what? Form your own Horizon Regional League and just charter buses, charter flights, play each other, be a feeder league to the big boys, and call it a day. Maybe that's the future. I don't know, fellas.
No, I think, Paul, that is kind of where it's going because when they break off to those, let's just say 48 teams, the other teams are going to want to play college football. They're not going to be the big boys. And, yeah, you will have your own playoff and your own championship and just go that route. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. I mean, heck, Division II and Division III have been doing it for decades. So, yeah, you could have your group of 5 or whatever you want to call the league. You have your championship. And guess what? Those who are interested will watch it. But I for the top 48, it's going to be very NFL-like and it'll be weird because, Mike, for the first time, your team could lose 6 games and make the playoffs. Where in college football, that's a death sentence. That means your season was horrible. What do you mean? You went, 10-6. Oh my goodness, we're done. No, you're in the playoff. You're in the wild card, just like the NFL.
It's awful. Everything you just described is awful to me. But hey, that's fine. I mean, hey, God bless, man. Go enjoy it. I don't get mad. I mean, people like certain kinds of food I don't like. Well, what the hell difference does it make to me?
Quit yelling at the clouds.
And things do evolve. Yeah, exactly. I'm not. I mean, hey, God bless. You know what made Michigan's season, like all jokes aside about other stuff? Going undefeated mattered. And this year, it really mattered. Like, you had to be perfect to make the playoff. Georgia was number 1 for 14 weeks. A defending national champion whose biggest sin was losing in the conference title game. That's the high wire act we're going to miss. But if you want to go out and, hey, we went 11-5, enjoy. Have at it. Not for me.
But I think
I get that on Sunday.
Yeah, and you may get it on Saturday. And I guess they're figuring if the NFL is king and people love the NFL, look, there's been leagues been trying to compete with the NFL for the longest. And maybe the league was in front of our eyes the whole time. It was college football. And we'll do our own NFL on Saturday. And you'll follow this because you love your teams.
The problem is, while I've always wanted players to get paid, the idea that they are now they will have no affiliation with the universities they play for. None. They won't even go to class. It's just, okay. Then just make it Spartan football loosely presented by Michigan State University and, capital mortgage funding. Like, I mean, what are we doing?
It will, but
it's still college. They're still kids.
No, it'll be like video games where it will be the East Lansing Spartans versus the Ann Arbor Wolverines.
Yeah. It'll be a Bill Walsh college football on Sega Genesis.
Yeah.
Provo taking on Norman.
But you'll be able to do a lot more things once you disassociate yourself from the school. Same things. You don't have to worry about Title IX. You could just pay the players. You could do a lot of stuff.
Bring up Mo. Bring Mo up because I don't know how you get around Title IX, but I'm not smart enough to have the argument. Mo has an opinion on that. Let's go to Mo.
What's up, fellas? How's it going?
Hey, Mo.
What's going on?
Basically, I just wanted to drop in and give a quick thing on Title IX just because I've worked on some stuff with it in the past. So any program that's attached to the university has to abide by Title IX because it's a federal law. So basically, if your university gets federal funds, which every university that we're talking about right now does, it's a pretty normal thing to get federal funds, you have to abide by Title IX. So what I don't know is if you create this, Spartan affiliated football association of Michigan or whatever the hell.
East Lansing Men of Sparta.
Right. Yeah. The unaffiliated Wolverines of the Wild or whatever. If you create that, are you still can the University of Michigan or Michigan State fully disassociate themselves with it and just it's its own entity? I don't think the universities want that. That's why I think it was university personnel who were in this secret meeting today. So my understanding of Title IX, like I said, I've worked on some stuff on it. I don't think you can get around it. And I'll jump off and just listen to you guys on the air. Thanks a lot. Love the show.
I appreciate it, Mo.
Mo, appreciate it. I like I said, I'm not smart enough to have the argument, and I wasn't trying to tell Rico he's wrong. I don't know if he is. I feel like we're getting to a point where the players won't attend school.
And that's just it. And as Mo was saying, if you're technically not a part of the school, then you don't have to. Now, if you're still going to be a part of the school just in your own conference, then yes. But if you just break off and say, we're just going to be the Eastland, like in the pros, the name of the city and the name of the team instead of the actual college. And we all know what the college is. That's how you can get around that.
All right, playoffs are here. Imagine driving the length of a football field at 55 miles an hour blindfolded. No bueno. That's how long it takes a person to respond to a text message while driving. You've seen it. Hell, you might be seeing it right now on the road as you drive home. Be careful. In the event of that tragic car accident, you need life insurance to protect your family, give them the financial security they deserve. You need to call Mike Papura right now, 877-734-2200, or simply go on the web to nbphealth.com. And remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, let's do a little football today with a twist. Obviously, we got this long lead up to the Super Bowl. Drives me crazy. I don't know if you, the listener, enjoy it. Music, and explain what the hell we're doing here, David. Oh,
remember
God.
this, Mike?
Oh, God, the throwback voice megaphone is back.
That's
yes,
right.
Roberto, who could forget? Welcome.
All right, so I'm giving it to you guys. Super Bowl by the numbers. I'm going to give you guys some digits, and you're going to tell me what they mean. Let's go.
Oh, God. All right.
Here we go.
Okay.
When I say to you 6.15 billion, what am I referring to?
6.15 billion. It's you. So beer sold during the Super Bowl.
That's a lot of beer.
Holy hell, the whole world is smashed.
I'm going to guess the total amount of ticket sold price, the amount of money they make off of all the ticket sales. The gate.
Wow, that's a lot.
Dude.
Kenny has no concept of money. Yes, yes. They make a nation's GDP off of one football game.
Well, then mine is probably going to be stupid as well because I was guessing gambling amount, the money that was spent on gambling.
6.5 billion at the game.
On one game. Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
All right, no, actually.
All right.
What is 6.15 billion is the franchise valuation of the 49ers, which ranks 5th in the NFL.
No way. Holy hell. Wow.
And has increased 69.
That's way higher than I would have guessed.
Increased 69% in the past 3 years. Very nice.
Good to be a York.
That's right.
Jesus.
Now let's put this in comparison to that. This will be fun. When I say 14 million, what am I talking about?
The value of the Carolina Panthers. No.
Close. Close.
14 million?
Yes.
The average of a 30-second commercial.
Close.
You know what? Good answer, Mike.
It is the average annual salary of 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, damn.
Beating Andy Reid, who makes $11.5 million.
Okay, now that is surprising. And if
Right.
I were Andy Reid, insulting.
He needs his agent.
By the way, did Kenny quit after guessing 6.1 billion for ticket sales?
Yeah, Jimmy fired him. He's gone.
He's hanging out with Cookie Moore.
I thought we were going to the Titan Club. What are we doing?
All right, now
coming up, if forget it.
Put this in perspective. So $14 million a year for Kyle Shanahan. Now, when I mentioned to you $17 million, what am I talking about?
You are talking about
Jim Harbaugh's new salary?
No, he makes, I was going to say, probably a player. Who's 17 million?
Yeah. No, it's not. Mahomes makes more than that.
I was supposed to good. Yeah, Mahomes makes way more than that. And Purdy
Yeah,
makes
Purdy
nowhere
gets
near
paid
that.
Tuna fish cans.
Let's go C-Mac.
Let's go Debo Samuel.
Okay, so remember I told you the 49ers at this point are valued at $6.15 billion. $17 million is the amount paid for the 49ers in 1977.
Oh, my.
It was just shy of the then record $19 million that Robert Irsay paid for the Los Angeles Rams in 1972.
Oh,
It makes you want to go back in time and just pony up all your money, knowing the investment that it's going to be.
It's the same thing. The Orioles were $170 million. They just cashed in equity, not even the whole thing, for $1.7 billion.
I think if you go back,
But let's cry for owners.
yeah, I think the Lions were, was it like 5 or 10 million for the Lions back in the day? I'm sorry, I don't know if that's on your sheet, so I'll be quiet.
No, it's not. All right, and then
These Super Bowl facts, they haven't been. So.
well, yeah, this is related. So let's close out on some Instagram numbers here, okay? Instagram followers. When I say 3.6 million, who am I talking about?
You better not be including
That's
who
Taylor
I think.
Swift.
Don't, man.
No, that's low for her. That's low.
I bet you it's McCaffrey's wife or girlfriend. She's supposed to be famous.
Koopo or whatever her name is.
Or
I don't know her name. If I knew it, I would have said it.
what if it's Brittany?
Can I just say
Brittany
McCaffrey's
Mahomes?
significant other?
I thought Brittany Mahomes too.
Brittany Mahomes.
3.6 million Instagram followers is the actual entire Chiefs Instagram official account.
Wow, that's it?
Yes.
Oh, man, I overthought it.
Okay,
I thought he was getting
So
cute
put this in
there.
perspective. If it's 3.6 million for the whole Chiefs team, who has 5.7 million Instagram followers?
All right, now I'm going to go with Brittany
Kenny,
Mahomes.
I mean, wouldn't Taylor Swift have like
That seems
a billion?
low. That seems low for her.
Right, so
Now I sound like Kenny.
5.7 million, beating his own team in Instagram followers, is Travis Kelce, the third most of any NFL player.
I wonder why he got all of a sudden the Instagram followers.
And I do have the number here if you want to take another guess. Taylor Swift's Instagram followers.
I'm going to go with
Kelsey's got 5.3. I don't know the total handle of Instagram.
Let's go.
I'll go 50 million.
I was going to say 50.
I was going to say 50.
I'll go with who cares?
I'll go with 51.
51 million?
Yeah.
51 million. No, that's Cookie Moore's. No, I'm sorry. No, you guys are way off. Taylor Swift's Instagram followers, 279 million.
I quit.
The 12th
Oh
most.
my God.
The 12th most of any person in the world.
Who are the other 11?
Wait a minute. Who's the other 11? Does Jesus have his own account? Yeah, God himself. Hello there.
I guess I don't know.
Who's number one?
I'm looking.
Oh my God.
Well, we know it's not Wojo. Who else can we?
Okay.
Keep going, Roberto.
Oh, okay. You want another? I'll give you
we'll
one more.
give you that soon. Yeah.
Okay. Let's go with this one. Let's round it off to 8,500. 8,500. What am I talking about?
8,500. Oh no, fellas, I need help here. I am lost.
8,500. He's been asking. 8,500 would be.
Give us a hint, Roberto.
The price of a ticket.
Boom! Rico got it. There you
wow,
go. The cheapest ticket for the Super Bowl.
Yes.
You know what?
And that was
right
4
there,
days ago.
Case in point of why this event has jumped the shark. There is so few people on the planet that'll spend. And first of all, you're not buying one; you'd have to buy two. So that's 17 grand. This event is not for the fans. It's a farce.
Oh, and by the way,
$500 for a ticket.
The top Instagram account is Instagram.
Yes. Okay, now beyond.
We got Ronaldo, right?
Followed by Ronaldo. Looks like Messi, Selena Gomez, Kylie Jenner, The Rock, Ariana Grande, Kardashian.
Oh, look, the Virgin Mary came in 9th.
And Beyonce.
Oh my God. Yeah. Unbelievable.
There you go.
Honestly, very interesting numbers. I like the fun stuff because I tell you what I'm not going to do for a week straight is break this game down like a nerd. Can't do it. Thank you. Roberto, tremendous segment. Thank you so much.
That's correct.
All right, let's do a little football today with a twist. Obviously, we got this long lead up to the Super Bowl. Drives me crazy. I don't know if you, the listener, enjoy it. Music and explain what the hell we're doing here, David. Oh,
remember
God.
this, Mike?
Oh, God, the throwback voice megaphone is back.
That's
yes,
right.
Roberto, who could forget? Welcome.
All right, so I'm giving it to you guys. Super Bowl by the numbers. I'm going to give you guys some digits, and you're going to tell me what they mean. Let's go.
Oh, God. All right.
Here we go.
Okay.
When I say to you 6.15 billion, what am I referring to?
6.15 billion. It's you. So beer sold during the Super Bowl.
That's a lot of beer.
Holy hell, the whole world is smashed.
I'm going to guess the total amount of ticket sold price, the amount of money they make off of all the ticket sales. The gate.
Dude.
Kenny has no concept of money. Yes. They make a nation's GDP off of one football game.
Well, then mine is probably going to be stupid as well because I was guessing gambling amount, the money that was spent on gambling.
6.5 billion at the game.
On one game. Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
All right, actually.
All right.
What is 6.15 billion is the franchise valuation of the 49ers, which ranks 5th in the NFL.
No way. Holy hell. Wow.
And has increased 69.
That's way higher than I would have guessed.
Increased 69% in the past 3 years. Very nice.
Good to be a York.
That's right.
Jesus.
Now let's put this in comparison to that. This will be fun. When I say 14 million, what am I talking about?
The value of the Carolina Panthers. No.
Close.
14 million?
Yes.
The average of a 30-second commercial.
Close.
You know what? Good answer, Mike.
It is the average annual salary of 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, damn.
Beating Andy Reid, who makes $11.5 million.
Okay, now that is surprising. And if
Right.
I were Andy Reid, insulting.
He needs his agent.
By the way, did Kenny quit after guessing $6.1 billion for ticket sales?
Yeah, Jimmy fired him. He's gone.
He's hanging out with Cookie Moore.
I thought we were going to the Titan Club. What are we doing?
All right, now
coming up, if forget it.
Put this in perspective. So $14 million a year for Kyle Shanahan. Now, when I mentioned to you $17 million, what am I talking about?
You are talking about
Jim Harbaugh's new salary?
No, he makes. I was going to say probably a player. Who's 17 million?
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. What is not up for debate?
No, it's not.
The
Mahomes makes
eco-friendly,
more
most
than
comfortable
that.
mattress
Yeah,
made.
Mahomes
It
makes
is the
way more
iComfort
than
Eco, supportive, designed to keep
Purdy
you
makes
Purdy gets
nowhere
paid
near
when
that.
restored
Tuna
or
fish
serviced.
can.
Perfect sleeper for
go
pressure
C-Mac.
relieving comfort support while
go
maintaining a
Debo
balanced
Samuel.
sleep temperature.
Okay, so remember I told
made in
you
Michigan, have been for
the
110
49ers
years.
at this
Just
point
go
are
to
valued at
Serta.com and find a
$6.15
retailer.
billion. $17 million is the amount paid for the 49ers in 1977.
Oh, my.
It was just shy of the then record $19 million that Robert Irsay paid for the Los Angeles Rams in 1972.
Oh,
It makes you want to go back in time and just pony up all your money, knowing the investment that it's going to be.
It's the same thing. The Orioles were $170 million. They just cashed in equity, not even the whole thing, for $1.7 billion.
I think if you go back,
But let's cry for owners.
yeah, I think the Lions were, was it like 5 or 10 million for the Lions back in the day? I'm sorry, I don't know if that's on your sheet, so I'll be quiet.
No, it's not. All right, and then
It's Super Bowl facts. They haven't been. So.
well, yeah, this is related. So let's close out on some Instagram numbers here, okay? Instagram followers. When I say 3.6 million, who am I talking about?
You better not be including
That's
who
Taylor
I think.
Swift.
Don't, man.
No, that's
No,
low
no,
for her.
I-
That's low.
I bet you it's McCaffrey's wife or girlfriend. She's supposed to be famous.
Koopo or whatever her name is.
Or
I don't know her name. If I knew it, I would have said it.
what if it's Brittany?
Can I just say
Brittany
McCaffrey's
Mahomes?
significant other?
I thought Brittany Mahomes, too.
Brittany Mahomes.
All right, you missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. If you have heard references to Cookie Moore, you got to go back and listen to the 2 o'clock hour. It was an homage to a stunning ineptitude that lies in our town. It is the 0-23 U of D Titans. Yikes. Next week, NBA trade deadline. I'd say hockey's back, but Kenny's league has no idea what they're doing, so it won't be. And yes, the Super Bowl, where at least this show's talking about it and watching it. David, ticket text? No, we don't, Colleen, but we appreciate you. Titan Club, elite. David, what do you got?
As a Texas Tech alum, I hate this. It's the death knell for dozens of athletic departments. It sucks. Ethan from Macomb. Someone else
Yeah,
is
but Ethan, you got Pop Isaacs. It's going to all be okay, buddy.
Well, that and the fact that a lot of athletic departments are in the red right now, so maybe this bails them out.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Someone suggesting $50,000 per player tops, 1 transfer per player. Sure.
The old communism approach. Okay. No, it's just regulations. I'm with Rico on this. If you just have some rules, I don't care what you get paid. I care that it gets paid, it's contractual, and then we're done with you. No more, well, I'm going to reestablish my No.
Right.
No. You signed a contract, son.
Yep. And the fact that I will allow 1 transfer. Now, you can do multiple transfers, but then it goes back to the old rule. You got to sit this season out. So if you really want to go to that school, that's fine. You're not playing this year. You can play next year. You get 1 free because now students, well, the players, how about you do your homework and really look into where you're going instead of following a coach or following a team or following an alumni base?
And I'll read one more before we go to Jeff at LCA. This one says, okay, I'll play a long salary cap, only 1 transfer unless your coach leaves. Then he says portal and signing day need to be at different times.
Mm-hmm. I would do the portal in August. I would do signing day in August, and I would do the portal in December. And then we're done.
What's up, fellas? I was driving down today. I usually listen to you guys. You guys are my P1. I'm always listening to Mike and Rico. But today I was listening to Cookies Moore. Very good artist, that's Cookies Moore.
You enjoyed the U of D. Oh, God.
Colleen was amazing. That's got to go down as the caller of the year so far. I know we're only in February. Fantastic caller. Great topic. I enjoyed it.
It was just something different, and it was something where we all looked at each other, and I'm like, anyone else realize this team's 0-23? Oh, my God.
I mean, it kind of brought me back to the fun of the Pistons 28-game losing skid, when every day they were losing again. That was kind of fun. And now Michigan, they have a similar thing going on. Yeah, it's amazing what you find, and you guys know this, when you realize that the Lions are out of the playoffs and you got to get back to real life. Been struggling.
I'm good with it.
Like everybody else has.
I'm good with it. Lots of other good stuff to talk about. I'm fine with it. College
Can I ask you guys a
basketball.
question?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I have a question for you because I was going to ask the people. We're only on for about 35 minutes or so. But have we reached the point Friday where you go a full day without thinking about a play from the NFC title game?
No, I haven't.
I had 3 people call me today talking about Campbell's gambles in the fourth quarter today. I'm like, people are still. We had full lines yesterday. Yeah. Still, people can't get past the 4th downs. It's unreal.
Rieger, unlike Wojo, it's going to be something that a lot of Detroit fans will talk about for decades. It will go up there with
that yesterday?
Yeah, it'll go up there with the perfect game that wasn't a perfect game. Rasheed Wallace leaving Robert Horry open. Like, it's one of those things you're not going to forget it. You're going to bring it up.
Never. Wojo believes that because the future is so bright, that fans are not as haunted by this than by, like Sheed leaving Robert Horry open.
Or the
which
cop.
I totally disagree. I mean, I
or
think
like the
this
cop
is the
in Boston. No, you're not going to forget that stuff.
Oh, yes. Damn cop. Torrey Hunter, they're lying on the ground. The cop's celebrating. Ridiculous. Anyway. So we're going to talk about that, and I have another Lions-related question. We'll get you right to Pistons basketball, guys. Are you guys headed down to the LCA? It's a big game tonight. Hello? This thing on? That's what I thought. All right, then.
Yeah, exactly.
I hope you guys
Rieger's
enjoy your
coming up
weekend.
next. I will do.
Always a pleasure.
97-1.
Bye, buddy.